to Will of the Forsaken there as well. And now Lontar caught up in a leg sweep. They need to get something here on tomorrow. And they get the ice block, they get the proc, they get the block, and they get the counter overlap. And what?
Here's the main. Here's the big go, the disintegrate. Oh my god, Quinier's in so much trouble and he just goes down. But they're pressuring two targets. It's tough for Jung behind. On match point, he has to make a tough decision. Now they're getting aggressive. Look at the damage on the Daze. And they've done it. They're just seconds away from victory. They want to go, maybe swap to him. It's a big swap. No trinket. KO. Burger King serving up a win.
Into the triple kills, no, this could be it. The big one, oh my god!
Dallas, no trinket, smoke pop, this could be it. Meep is there, but it's
that
not
was
enough.
Insane.
It's not enough. The Dire will do it. They clutch it in game 5. Ringer Frost has been secured. It could be game over if they get the Ray. They can't connect it. They don't even need it. They clone out for follow-up. And Streamer Zone looks so good.
There's the defensive kidney zone. They get a full shield. That was an insane shoot shot. They might just win the game off of it. And they do it. Echo with an insane turnaround.
We are nearing the end of Season 1 of Midnight here at the AWC, and soon we will be crowning our champion for both EU and NA, and more importantly, find out who qualifies Midnight here at the AWC, and soon we will be crowning our champion for both EU and NA, and more importantly, find out who qualifies for BlizzCon. Hello, everyone. My name's Zaya. I'm here with Zico Vendricky and Supatiz, and we've got yet another exciting day of games planned for you guys. Yesterday, we had the gauntlet. These players have been working hard all weekend long, all season long. We can take a look at the journey that they have been on so far and will continue to be on. Like I said yesterday, we had the gauntlet today. We have the top 4 teams from EU and NA competing for $100,000. And then, of course, we are going into BlizzCon. And just as a quick aside, that is not the only thing that's happening at BlizzCon. Alongside AWC, we've got MBI, of course, so much going on besides just WoW Esports. We've got the BlizzCon store, Dark Moon Fair, some gameplay as hands-on gameplay testing stations. So much to do, so many exciting things. Supatiz, what are you most excited about with BlizzCon?
I mean, I think the atmosphere, just being in that area with so many people there for the same reason, the love of the games that you love at the same time, that's got to be the main staple. I love going stadium to stadium and seeing all the different esports that are lined up there as well, which there are a plethora. So you probably catch me at the StarCraft one. Hopefully it doesn't overlap. I don't know what the schedule is for that, but I'm hoping there's not overlap there because I do like catching some StarCraft.
Yes, I think for me it's like there's no better feeling than like hearing and feeling the gameplay sounds that you've been listening to your whole life, but you like feel it in your chest because it's so loud coming from the stage. It's so fun. So I cannot wait. Hope you guys are excited as well. But let's get into what's happening this weekend and today. Like I said, mentioned prize pool a little bit earlier, but we've got Ven here to break down exactly what's going on.
Yeah, lots on the line this weekend. We could take a look at exactly what is going on, like you mentioned. Yesterday was the gauntlet. If you missed it, it was exciting. Those that didn't make it into the finals today still walked away with $2,500 each. Today, we are playing for that first place prize pool of $25,000 per region. Of course, fourth going to be walking away with $5,000, and then everything in between for second and third. It's a lot of money, but even more than that, like we talked about, it's BlizzCon. You want to qualify for BlizzCon, not only for the glory and the huge prize pool, but also these amazing medals.
Ooh, we gotta see the medals. Look at that. Oh, I can hear wind chimes. So nice. They look very heavy around your neck. Excited for that as well, and hopefully the players are, because a lot of cool stuff this weekend. A lot of cool stuff going on between now and BlizzCon. But that's not it. We've also got the cross-region playoff, which I have been looking forward to all season long. The third place from EU and NA this weekend will be playing off against each other in a best-of-7 match format, and we haven't been able to see that in quite some time, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cool thing. You have just this, your fate is in your hands. You finish third here this weekend, and you qualify automatically for this cross-region playoff. It's going to be an EU team versus a NA team, and the teams are going to be alternating between home and away servers to mitigate that ping disadvantage. It's going to be an improvised best-of-7 format, and a team must win by 2 maps. So only winning on your ping is not going to be enough. You have to also win on the bad ping or on the away server to actually take this. If you win, well, you get the last BlizzCon spot. So that means there's going to be 3 teams from EU and 2 teams from NA, or 3 teams from NA and 2 teams from EU actually repping it at BlizzCon. So one region is going to have a little bit of an edge there if they win this cross-region playoff.
Most definitely, yeah. We're going to have a little bit of asymmetry between EU and NA. And of course, we'll have our Chinese team as well. The finals are happening this weekend, and we're going to have one team qualify from that region to join us at BlizzCon. So a lot of representation going on here for WoW Esports during BlizzCon. Super excited. But that's what's happening in the future. Let's talk about what's happening this weekend. Of course, yesterday, Super Tees, we did have the gauntlet for EU and NA. And for those of us that missed it, recap what exactly that we saw.
I think the most overarching thing to talk about with the gauntlet is that every team leveled up. Every team took a step up from where they were previously in the Cups. We did start in the European region with their gauntlet, Last Dance. I think in particular, Dakara on that Holy Priest. I don't know what it was about Holy Priest yesterday, but they were playing their hearts out. I was very concerned that Last Dance wouldn't be able to make any type of run in this tournament at all, but they were able to thwart their first opponent's specialty. They then advanced against Habos Babos, but unfortunately Habos Babos were more than prepared. They brought in this Retribution Paladin warrior composition, which we did see quite frequently throughout the competition, and that was unfortunately going to outdo them. We then saw Habos Babos going head-to-head with Dobob in a rogue mage showdown. And look at the situation. Rels is totally They pull off the win right before they're about to lose. It was just nail-biter after nail-biter between these teams, but Dobob dispensed of Habos Babos. They then advanced against to stop NERF Mistweaver, which broke out some interesting compositions. And you can see Smite here at very low health on that Death Knight, but he's on a Death Knight. I wasn't expecting to see a Death Knight basically at all, especially in the European region. But that Death Knight was key to stop NERF Mistweaver's success in terms of qualifying. They did eventually, though, get forced off of it, and they had to return to their Devastation Evoker, Feral Druid, Mistweaver, but they redefined the meta. In North America, we saw Mimum on stream trying to make things work with their Holy Paladin Arms Warrior Feral Druid, but coming up a little bit short. They then introduced this Devourer Demon Hunter, the first time that we really got to see it showcased. Unfortunately, that was not enough for them. Z-Rated dispensed them, moved into the Shuffle Club, and we saw the Shuffle Club break out a bunch of different variety of compositions. They'd been playing mostly Hunters, but we saw an Elemental Shaman in Game 1, and this is what I meant by every team is trying so much harder to try and find an answer to be able to defeat their opponents in this competition that it's basically evolving the competition as the day went on. Europe ended up with Mistweavers. We saw a lot of Preservation. We then saw a lot of Demon Hunter in North America starting to be debuted. Chun-Li and Zac were just MVPs on that. They got to the final round against the Direwolves, and they really put them against the ropes. They took them all the way to a Game 5, and I was a bit worried there for the Direwolves that they weren't going to make it in the top 4, and that's such a legendary roster. Sea-Doo, Trill, and Sam-I-Am, and Guild Bean just really put them through their paces, but ultimately the Direwolves were able to come out ahead. What they figured out was just targeting down the Holy Priest was going to be a weak point, and they were able to identify that just in time, because otherwise they were going to be losing this. They wouldn't be in the top 4. They wouldn't be here today with an opportunity to qualify to BlizzCon. So every team is leveled up. Both regions are the most competitive I think we've ever seen.
And I agree more. We're going to be seeing North America play later on today. For the start of today, we're in EU, in the EU region. We've got 4 teams, like Sid just covered. We have one team that made it out of Gauntlet into today. But Ven, let's talk about these teams and give people a refresher.
Let's do it. We can take a look at Echo first. I mean, this is the team. I feel like most people know these guys at this point. This is a dynasty roster. Waz and Raikou, they've been playing together since the last time we saw them at BlizzCon, of course, with some new teammates. We've got Mercy, who's been holding it down as the 3rd DPS, playing primarily Warlock. And of course, JT has been an absolute all-star on this roster. he had big shoes to fill, and I feel like he's done a tremendous job basically playing any of the healers that they need him to. You know, I think he played Resto Druid, he's played Evoker, he mains Priest, obviously played Mistweaver Monk as well, so he's really proven that he can multi-class and be that rock for Echo. And I think Echo, not only do they want to win this finals, but their eye is on the prize at BlizzCon. They've already said they want to be the most dominant team that has ever existed in World of Warcraft, and they're making a great case for themselves. And then, of course, we have Streamer Zone. This is Jamie, Brunhilde, and P-Make. And next, Jamie, a veteran player in Europe, has now finally teamed up with a rogue mage of his own with P-Make and Brunhilde. These are phenomenal players. P-Make especially, I feel like he's young and he's hungry. One of the youngest players that is currently playing in the AWC. And on his mage, he's phenomenal. He goes toe-to-toe with some of the most veteran and best players in the game, including Raikou, really making a case for himself as one of the top mages on the entire planet. And then, of course, you have next that healer role, and he has done an incredible job as well. You know, when I talk to Chanimal, he constantly is talking about how good Next is as a healer, and they're lucky to have him on the roster, Zico.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we cannot forget the other two teams. And one of them is, of course, going to be Guild Bean, also known as Burger King earlier in the season. And that is going to be Lontar, Blizzo, Maro, and Zeepai. An absolutely legendary roster that actually played together at BlizzCon in the finals, went all the way to Game 7 in the Grand Finals, ultimately losing it to Echo. And, of course, Lontar has won as well, just in the regular AWC, as well as Blizzo being kind of hailed as the Warrior King of Europe, Zeepai being known as the LA King of Europe, and Maro, just such a legendary mage, coming back to competitive scene and already, you know, making it all the way here to the finals. And this is a team that wants to go all the way. They got so close to winning, and now they actually want to finish the job here. So let's see if they can do that. And then, of course, we also have Stop Nerf Mistweaver, a team that we saw play yesterday. And I would say the other three teams that we've talked about are all kind of rogue mage mains that are kind of playing the meta. This is a team that wants to break the meta. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, we saw them yesterday. Smite playing that Death Knight and making his debut and doing some serious damage, especially Relza felt that yesterday. And then, of course, we have Cassidy, the Feral Druid expert, and Bank, been holding it down on the Mistweaver for such a long time as well. And this is just such a great roster because they play all of these kind of off-meta comps that you don't expect to see. And then, of course, they also have Hidden on that roster. So really, really strong roster, playing very off-meta things like Dev Evoker, Feral, you know, like we see here, Feral DK as well. And I think this is probably one of the scariest teams to go against because you don't really know what to expect. You can't really get good practice against anything that they run unless you play against them. And playing against them this weekend is going to be costly.
Yeah, we certainly will. And we can look at where these players ended up in the bracket and the games that we're going to be seeing lined up today for the EU region. Starting off, we've got Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver, then Streamer Zone GG versus Guild Bean. And I mean, just how detrimental do you think, Supatis, it is for these teams to get knocked down to the lower bracket round one?
I mean, it's really detrimental. If you go home in fourth, you don't get a chance to qualify for BlizzCon at all, right? So the first team that's out is the most brutal position, but every team in this bracket has at least got a top 3 performance in one of the cups. So that is pretty wild between all of them. And most of these cups actually went to Game 7 between like Echo and Burger King in Cup 1, and then Streamer Zone actually won Cup number 2. So typically in Europe, it's like, oh, Echo wins, they're dominating, no one can beat them. I don't think that's the case this year. I think every team is coming very close to them, and this is probably the most threatening tournament that Echo is basically ever had to play in.
Yeah, it certainly is. So I can't wait to get started. But before we get to talking about this first series of the day, we're gonna check in on some predictions on the prediction leaderboard.
It sounds good.
See where we lined up. Yeah.
Oh, Ben just already rubbing
confident.
it in, just instantly smug, just rookie smug.
I heard your little. Oh.
I don't mind it.
I'm keeping up my trend with being the curse. Let's just say at least I'm consistent, okay?
Yeah.
It's still close. I actually am very proud of us because normally we have at least a few people down at like 50%, you know, like
True.
Worse than a coin flip. So far we've been nailing the predictions. And
you know what? The day is young. Don't count us
Yes,
out. Yeah, we
opening.
can get to 50%.
4
I don't know.
perfect? 4
That's
perfect?
amazing. I also feel like
that's crazy because my perfects are usually really bad, no matter where my placement is.
I'm not gonna lie. Also, I feel like today is gonna be way harder to predict. Like this is like today's hard mode predictions because these teams are so evenly matched. Like we said, I don't know. This is making me sweat a little bit.
All right. Well, should we get into the first series?
I mean, that's what we're here for. So I would love to.
Sounds good.
I mean, we could have a transmog contest instead.
We could do that. Oh. All right. We'll talk about it later. Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. That is the first series of the day. We kind of, went over it a little bit already. Of course, Echo, they have a Dynasty. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Sort of a little bit of a newer formed roster than Echo, but then again, everybody is when you compare him to Echo. But I mean, what do we make of these two teams, Super T's? I've heard that Echo is a a little bit nervous to play against Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
On Echo.
That's wise.
They just put the house on Echo. Just first global. Just I'll bet my life savings and my house and my children's college fund on Echo right here is what the chat is doing. There's a couple of Stop Nerf Mistweaver fans, a few, a very small few. I think if you were going to vote against Echo, this would be the series that you do it, just because Echo is a team when they face new strategies. Initially, it's kind of rough. They don't adapt right away. Sometimes they come back stronger, but you might not have the chance to come back in this final stage so easily. But I think the history is kind of speaking for itself right here, as far as the support that Echo is getting.
Yeah, absolutely. But I will say, chat, before you put all of your points on Echo, we do have a word from Waz verbatim, and he said they're turbo scary.
I think it's just they're very creative with what they play. They have very aggressive play style, and obviously all the players, even though they're playing kind of weird comp.
Turbo scary, according to Waz.
Well, I think it's just they're very creative with what they play. They have very aggressive play style, and obviously all the players, even though they're playing kind of weird comps, they are all like individually super skilled, very, very top notch. You got Bank, on the Mistweaver. Playing against him on the Mistweaver versus playing, one of the re-roll Mistweavers is a completely different thing. And same thing goes for, everybody on that roster. Cassidy on the Feral Druid. We talked a lot about, flappers. We talk a lot about, the different Feral Druids. But Cassidy is also somebody who has been one of the best Feral Druids in Europe for I don't even know how long, like 10 plus years at this point. He's always been, if you know the ladder in Europe, Cassidy. He's always been, a competitive player on the ladder. He just hasn't played as much competitively. He started recently doing that, and the results are speaking for themselves there. So maybe not as known as a Flappers or a Tony, but definitely on the same level as those guys. So it's just scary because they always also come up with these really strange picks. We saw it in the past, like Bank was playing, what was it, Pro Warrior, DK, Mistweaver, or something like that. Like they always just like they have a very unique way to kind of view the meta, and they're not afraid to test new things. So I think that makes them a really scary roster. And if you don't believe me, you can always ask Relza.
Okay. I think they're the perfect team to start off against Echo for the day. So, Ven, I'm going to pick on you now since you are the number one seeded player in the predictions leaderboard. What is your prediction?
Does that mean I get to go last? Like, don't I get an advantage being number one seed?
No.
This one is really...
Not in my rules.
This one is like... I know Zico makes fun of me for like the heart versus head meme. It's like... It's really tough because betting against Echo in any finals just seems like it's a mistake. But I kind of believe in
Ooh.
But do I really believe? This is where it's like I'm so conflicted because I'm gonna go with Echo on this one. I'm gonna go 3-1 in favor of Echo. Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't believe. Super T's, do you believe?
I have nothing to lose. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They win 3-0.
Ooh, I
have nothing
love
to lose.
it.
If this pays off for me, that is the biggest upset
Huge.
ever. Okay.
Stocks are going up. All right, Zico, do you believe?
No, I don't believe. I don't believe. I believe
You
Echo's
just
going to come
gassed
in
them
swinging.
up for like 10 minutes straight.
Yeah, they're a great team. That's why they're here. All the teams that are here are amazing, amazing players. Some of the best in the entire game. That doesn't mean they're going to beat Echo.
Yeah.
It's a 3-1 for Echo. Like that, it is what it is,
All right.
Pick a ball.
I'm 3-1 Echo too. I'm so sorry. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I would love to see an upset. I would love to see you win. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. You have my heart, but Echo has my brain, and I'm gonna go with them on this one. I can't risk my spot. This might be the highest I've ever finished.
I love my favorite thing ever is that Chen and D Machine don't have to go together anymore. We could see who's been holding who back, you know?
They're still together, aren't they?
Guest in the leaderboard, so I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna be like
we'll see it
averaged
here,
out,
at
or
least.
they're gonna get separated. Yeah, we will. We'll make our own leaderboard for those two. Maybe they can compete against each other. They'll be in their own bracket. But looks like you got some people convinced, Zico, with chat here. 15%. Now we've got 800,000 points, so they certainly could. But I mean, it's just interesting that a team that is so strong and so powerful like Stop Nerf Mistweaver is against this much odds, at least in the favor of, or in the opinion of chat as well as the casters. So I am curious now, Subtiz, I love throwing you these types of questions. What comp do we want to see in the blind pick? From either one, but mostly Stop Nerf Mistweaver is what I'm curious about. Your opinion.
I mean, based off their series yesterday against Dobov, I would imagine they want to start with a Death Knight. But if Echo know that, they might have some insanely counter Death Knight stuff. But then if Stop Mistweaver know that they're going to do anti-DK, so I don't, this could be a crazy blind pick. Or it could be the most standard blind pick ever. I don't think there's anything in between.
Okay, I think I like that. All right, let's see which one it is. Game number 1 starting us off here in the EU region. Best of 5, double elimination. It is Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Game number 1.
All right.
All right, let's see. What are we going to get here in the blind pick? I feel like for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, the blind pick is going to be super important. They have to throw some kind of curveball here. And we are going to see the DK Feral Druid. And from Echo, it is going to be JT playing the Prez Evoker, Waz playing the Outlaw Rogue, and Raikou on the Frost Mage. So Outlaw Frost coming out. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Let's see if they can deal with this.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. We saw all-ins yesterday from Smite and Cassidy. Like, I think the strategy of Stop Nerf here is going to be trying to take down JT. Let's see if they can actually do it. Waz going to be playing that Outlaw Rogue, so looking to dismantle and really put Stop Nerf Mistweaver on the back foot. And this is a great start here for Echo. Smite and Cassidy can't really get too much going. They're already under heavy pressure.
I feel like there's a distinct difference, though. Waz is Outlaw, whereas Nala yesterday was Subtlety. So that Outlaw Rogue is going to be a lot more consistent pressure, but a lot less threatening burst. So I'm curious to see how it plays out. They're making a swap on JT, trying to test the waters there with a stun into a Strangulate. Smite is taking some pain in exchange for that swap on the healer, though, as Bank goes into a Dragon's Breath at 50% health into a Kidney Shot. A lot of crowd control, obviously, from a Rogue Mage Preservation Evoker. He's finally free for a second. Can he save him? He pops out the Life Cocoon. Smite will be able to recover. This type of series, the first game could pivot the entire series, winning this blind pick, and Waz is getting crunched at the moment in multiple stuns, but JT trades out the Emerald Communion. I think it's a fair trade there. It's efficient. It regenerates mana in case this does go to the late game, which it could. I think that the Death Knight is likely to be pretty durable in this matchup.
Yeah, I think so too. And like I said, I feel like for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, this is a composition that is designed to kill healers. The only healer I think they're going to have a really difficult time taking down is a Mistweaver. But Echo did not lock that in game number 1. And now JT is vulnerable. No Emerald Communion, still has the trinket available. A little bit of pressure on Raikou, but he gets topped off. Now it's actually Smite on the back foot. Polymorph secure here onto Bank, into a blind. He's forced a trinket. Big heals on Smite. He will recover, but a big all-in on JT once again. Oh, this damage is overwhelming. Can they take him down? He's got the Obsidian Scales, but not even using it. Playing it really greedy there, playing it calm, cool, collective. JT, I think, having a phenomenal game so far.
So they use Icebound, Fortitude, and Life Cocoon in that same setup, so they will be vulnerable here. Smite needs to be ready. He's got anti-magic shield. His healer's in the Kidney Shot. He pops the anti-magic shield immediately. Cassidy is trying to cycle him, but Waz shuts it down with a kick. JT Verdant embraces in. Bank is slept behind the pillar. Cassidy's in bear form with the anti-magic zone. Incap roaring the damage dealers to reduce their output. JT into another stun swap. They have the Strangulate. They're popping cooldowns. They're going for an all-in on JT. Can they dunk him? He trinkets into the Strangulate. Will he falter here? It's a lot of damage incoming. He's on the run, and Cassidy is on his heels, but he can't finish him, and now Smite on the back foot, dismantled. Bank comes in the nick of time with the Life Cocoon to recover, but with every swap, Stop Nerf Mistweaver are getting closer and closer.
Yeah, the next Strangulate coming up in 29 seconds.
They got an ice block.
JC's not going to have anything. They get the ice block out of the way. Stop NERF looking incredibly durable in this game number 1. Can they take the first game against Echo? Smoke Bomb drops down. Smite was run out of that immediately. Raikou channeling a Ray of Frost. They could go for the win. The full Polymorph is in, and Smite might fall. 5% health and gets dropped by a Glacial. Echo strike back and win in the nick of time.
All right. Signs of life here, but Smite just so vulnerable on that Death Knight. The overlap of the Icebound, the Cocoon earlier, if they could have managed to stagger those cooldowns still a little bit more effectively, maybe they could have survived a bit longer here, but Raikou was, man, leading the damage meter. They got more crowd control, they got more damage, and it seems like their defense is very solid. And honestly, I feel like JT could make this matchup even more challenging by going on a Mistweaver with the port and the stun and with the spinning crane kick against the Unholy DK. I feel like from here, it honestly gets more and more difficult for Stop Nerf Mistweaver to be able to overcome adversity. But they did show signs of life. They forced major cooldowns from almost every player on the side of Echo very early on, because a lot of these matchups we've seen can show signs of life. They forced major cooldowns from almost every player on the side of Echo very early on, because a lot of these matchups we've seen can sometimes go upwards of 8 to 10 minutes. So to force these major cooldowns this early on is showing potential, but they're just so vulnerable to crowd control. Bank is just getting bullied. Raikou is getting ignored for the most part. And it's just really, they're just focusing JT and kind of cleaving other targets when they can. But that just means that Bank is just succumbing to so much crowd control. It was right there on that blind, the Trinket, Cocoon, and the Icebound. If they could have managed to stagger the cooldowns at that moment, they'd have something here that would enable them to survive to the next setup, which, you know, maybe 1 or 2 setups beyond this could have been a victory for them. So that you have to play absolutely perfectly at this level, especially when you're facing the #1 seed in Europe, Echo.
Yep. I mean, the Echo will punish you, and I like that they weren't afraid to play this either. I feel like JT, like I said, he had a good game. He didn't panic. He traded cooldowns when he needed to. Even when he trinketed into the Strangulate, he did the double wall. So not only did he time dilate himself, he also used the Obsidian Scales, and that's such a crazy amount of damage reduction that it's super unlikely you're going to go down. So I feel like he reacted appropriately, although very scary still. And you can start to feel why this composition Stop Nerf Mistweaver has is so strong, because they can all in, and this is the overall damage is actually a little bit different than what was seen in game, and I think that's mostly because of like cleaving pets and stuff like that. So Smite actually doing a considerable amount of damage on that Unholy Death Knight to players.
All right, what are they going to do here? How can they stop Raikou? I feel like this is similar to what we saw in North America with Guild Bean against Sidhu's team, where the Kearneys put more crowd control into the Mage. So maybe they should use Paralyze on Mage when they're doing these setups, try and remove the Mage from the engagement, because it just feels like Raikou is getting too much done. And if they can't focus him, they're playing a melee cleave that can get good uptime, but they don't have a purge, I think, is the main liability for their composition. They're going to a large map, which makes me think they're going to completely change comp.
I feel like Echo will just confidently lock in the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think this composition
Echo will be the same thing, but Stop Nerf Mistweaver will change.
Echo will lock in the same thing. And for Stop Nerf, what could they run better? Because I think this is the matchup that they wanted. Maybe, like, I still have not lost faith in this composition. It was a close game, and I think they could maybe make it a little bit better too, survive a little bit longer. You mentioned, you know, some cooldown overlaps on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. If they could, you know, nail in their defensive cooldown usage, they could extend the game a little bit longer and continue those healer all-ins, because it is really scary for Presovoker in this game. But I feel like for Echo, it's got to be the same thing.
Taking their time. Maybe I mean, would you want to blind the Mistweaver? I feel like you wouldn't, because you might be more... Oh, they do. They're going to... What is going on right now? It's completely different. Waz is coming in on a Feral Druid. This didn't work for Dobob, I don't believe.
They're saying we can do it better.
Apparently, they think they can do it better with Waz on Feral here in game number 2. JT coming in on Mistweaver. Raikou still locking it down on the Frost Mage. Now, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, what's their response? Are they going to play the Hunter Evoker, the Feral Evoker, or their Death Knight Feral? I imagine they're going to play their Evoker Feral, because that's what they played into Dobob. But it was pretty close. I think they lost one and then won the final one in that matchup. So it's not like Echo are guaranteed to lose this at all. Echo maybe are just giving respect to Stop Nerf Mistweaver. The fact that they're afraid to blind lock Rogue Mage is very interesting.
Yeah. Well, maybe they just feel like this composition they could play it better than what we saw from Dobob. I mean, it's kind of a bold statement, but I don't know. Echo is looking particularly focused and deadly here today, so I think they're locked in, and I'm curious to see, because going from the Rogue to the Feral Druid for Waz after winning. Also, there's something to be said about keeping your opponents guessing, where it's like maybe Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they have like a certain script they want to follow for their composition picks based off what happens, and Echo just throwing them a curveball saying, okay, well, this is phase 2. What are you going to do? And Stop Nerf has to make a choice, because I don't think you can play Unholy Death Knight into this. Mistweaver is just way too difficult for an Unholy Death Knight.
I think we're going to see Evoker and Feral Druid. If I had to imagine, that's going to be the main setup for Stop Nerf Mistweaver here, and just the Mage head-to-head against the Evoker is what this is likely going to come down to in game number 2. Can Stop Nerf Mistweaver, even draw a flesh wound against Echo? Like, that was a pretty fast defeat, sub 5 minutes. I think a lot of these matches are likely to go a lot longer than that. So they're taking their time with the clock, though, considering their options, and they are going to bring in Smite on the Devastation Evoker. They're going to play their main, I'd say this is their bread and butter, the Feral Devastation Mistweaver. Very interesting that their team actually forces the other team to come in on Mistweaver, given how strong Preservation Evoker is at the moment. But because they adapted that Death Knight, all the other healers need to respect that and have a Mistweaver in their pocket just to try and deal with it, because if they don't, the Death Knight could have a huge edge here. So we're actually seeing a Mistweaver showdown, which is honestly, this is Bank's main. So this could be a very important for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're getting Waz on an alt, JT on an alt, and then Raikou still on his main, whereas Stop Nerf Mistweaver full mains. So like, as far as that's concerned, you would think that Stop Nerf Mistweaver are going to outweigh Echo in this matchup.
Yeah, I think this is a huge opportunity for Stop Nerf, but also I think it's an opportunity for Echo to prove that, they've already kind of proved it, but that they're more than just the Rogue Mage, because they play that composition a lot, and I think having the confidence to play something else. I highlighted JT at the beginning of the day as a healer that really can play at all, and he's proven that. So I like the fact that Echo is mixing it up. They're keeping them guessing. They're not afraid to lock in, a Feral mirror match here with Waz on his Feral Druid, and we'll see what ends up happening. This is a really tough matchup yesterday when we saw Dobob play against Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, of course, the games are close, but ultimately did come out ahead. So they have some practice in this matchup. But at the same time, you got to feel like Echo was watching those games and getting at least some data points as to what's going to happen.
Now, the winner of this is getting into top 3, isn't it? Guaranteed?
I think so, yes.
So you're getting like at least a shot to BlizzCon, right? Like, you're going to get that show match opportunity. So the first series is a lot there. I mean, I think you're doubling your money every series that you win, but then also getting more secure. If you're in the top 2, guaranteed qualification into BlizzCon. So very much so a lot on the line here. You want to try and just kind of skip past that first round if you can. We're going to Ashamane's Fall, a Feral Druid showdown, very fitting, between Waz and Cassidy, who is the most ferocious cat of them all, as they are about to go head-to-head.
Here we go. Let's see what they can get done. I think it's going to be a lot about controlling Smite in this matchup. And for Stop Nerf, it felt like they were going after the Feral. So put pressure on the Mage, but don't be afraid to make swaps on the Feral. I feel like if you completely ignore Raikou here, it's going to be really difficult for Smite to actually get anything going. And I think that's actually a mistake they learned from in their series yesterday. So definitely want to see pressure on Raikou in this game. JT sitting back, just channeling out some crackling Jade Lightning. And it seemed like Bank and Smite, they don't want to push the pace just yet. They're happy to kind of just sit back, maybe wait for dampening to stack up, and let Echo make a move.
I'm wondering how they're going to play this matchup. I wonder how many war games Echo gave them with practice like this. I can imagine they've got a lot into Dobob, though, in this scenario. Smite and Raikou just in the midfield. Waz positioning to strike. Cassidy's ready to intercept, though. Both Feral Druids are in stealth at the moment, so neither team can see them, but they're pretty close to each other in stealth, and they might actually find each other if they get any closer than they already are right now. And Cassidy wants to counter-engage, whereas Waz wants to start things off. He's moving closer and closer to Cassidy. And there's Waz. Is Cassidy ready for it? He's in position. He gets a double in-cap roar, and he charges over for a stun. Great counter-engage from Cassidy right here, but in response, they paralyze him into a maim stun. Smite is still low on health. Bank is in a polymorph. He's just going to die outright here. He's dying through Obsidian Scales. Finally, Bank is free of crowd control. He pops his T to immune interrupts, and he's trying to refresh his enveloping mist as soon as possible, but as soon as that pushes over, they're just spamming polymorphs on Smite. Nice crowd control engagement from Bank here. Paralyze into the leg sweep. Maim stun set up on Waz. That forces the bark skin. Smite Smite going for a deep breath out of the maim stun, trying to chain it together and amplify his damage. But JT's sitting pretty comfortably through that song. He's now rolling in aggressively, going for a song of his own, but Cassidy bounces him away with a Typhoon. Doesn't matter. He's still able to land it. And now Smite in trouble once again. Bank forced to trinket already early on. I think it was the Will of Forsaken to connect his life cocoon onto Smite. They're going to cycle in the life cocoon and reset their pressure here. And it does seem like Echo's main strategy is just crowd control Mistweaver, focus down Smite. If he doesn't die in the burst, polymorph Smite a couple of times and reset.
Look at Smite's damage. He like, as a devastation evoker, this is, no pun intended, devastating. I mean, you really aren't getting much done. He's just getting swapped to, and out of the swaps, he's getting controlled, and he just cannot get the pressure out. Beautiful little rescue there, trying to survive, buys himself some time with the time stop as well, but the pressure just isn't there. Finally, Waz is taking some damage, though. Cassidy going on a solo mission, trying to set up his team and trying to get them back into the game.
Well, they're just controlling the dragon so effectively. If he's not stunned and dead, then he's Sheep twice and Cyclone twice. And they're just not letting him play. They knock him on his sleepwalk. They're really eliminating him as a target. He tries to go for the deep breath. JT dodges it. They get the sleepwalk, though. Could be an opportunity. Nice Cyclone on Raikou, but Waz bear formed before the stun, making himself increasingly more durable right there. He's still in bear form, but has to bark skin. A lot of damage is following through. He pops his incarnation. They want to chase down Smite, but he gets Cycloned at low health. Good response from Cassidy. As Cassidy's trying to carry here, he stuns Raikou. It looks like he might not be playing Blink Stun. That could be an exposed opening. They burst him down quite low, but in the meantime, Bank into a Sleepwalk, Smite into another stun. Smite walls and Bank trinkets. That's an overlap again on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and that is something that Echo will likely look to exploit in the near future.
Yeah, Echo so far in the driver's seat of this game, but a big stun here onto Waz. Cassidy's low, Smite is low. Dragon Rage is popped now, and this is an opportunity here. What is Echo going to be able to do? They're going to be on the back foot just a little bit, unless they can fully control Smite. But he's just not getting good value out of this Dragon Rage so far. A few Disintegrates coming in, putting pressure onto JT, but it's not looking too good. However, even though it feels like Echo has way more pressure, look at the mana differential, and that could be something that comes in the late game. JT is way behind on mana compared to Bank so far in this game.
I think it's because when they polymorph Smite, they're resetting bleeds, so Waz has to reload every time. It's limiting Smite's damage, but it's also limiting Waz's potential. Bank into crowd control, no trinket available. Cassidy dying through Barkskin. He might just flop at this point in time. Everyone's dead. It might be a double kill. They life cocoon on Smite, and they manage to recover Cassidy for a moment, but the pressure from Echo is immense. Raikou is carrying on that Frost Mage. They're going to Cyclone Raikou to try and remove him as a threat, and Bank's expertise on this Mistweaver, it's what they're going to have to lean into, because right now I think it's paying off. JT's mana is burning a lot faster. Maybe he's not managing his mana tea as effectively as Bank in this position, and JT is moving forward to get crowd control. Ring of Frost is coming down. They knock Waz around the corner, but the Ring of Frost intercepts Smite. Will he be able to dunk on Waz through the Barkskin? They paralyze JT. He gets the Life Cocoon snuck in between the leg sweep. They switch on to Raikou, looking to force the ice block. They really need to get one. They're not going to find it. This is the incarnation from Cassidy, but Waz is sitting on his. He's ready to pop that at any moment. They Cyclone Smite. They're probably going to incarn stun out of this Cyclone, possibly from Waz, as soon as that diminishing return is over. But Smite knows that. He immunes it. He flies through the air. He hits a triple deep breath stun. Raikou repositioning, looking for a polymorph. He gets one onto Bank, but it breaks. That is so important for Stop Nerf Mistweaver that polymorph just broke during the incarn. They actually force an ice block. They get a sleepwalk on JT. Stop Nerf Mistweaver are coming back in this game.
Yeah, they are. It's not looking too bad. Raikou's low. He does have the Fireblood Racial if he needs it to remove all the bleeds. Cyclone on Smite at low health. Bank still has his trinket if he needs it, but it is back and forth at this point. Echo recovers, and Smite might just get dropped. Goes down to 5% health. Bank needs to keep him alive. He trinkets there, and all of a sudden, Echo put themselves in a prime position, but Dragon Rage is active. Smite still struggling to find pressure. Raikou's just getting absolutely destroyed right now. Finally getting topped off. Counterspell now into Smite. Now it's Smite. It is back and forth between these two teams, but Echo looking to lead the charge and really limit what Smite's able to do with that Dragon Rage. Big deep breath with the Life Cocoon, just enabling Smite to get aggressive here.
Yep, he's trying to just push in and push Raikou over, push Waz over, but now a sleepwalk on a JT. He wills out of it. Can they sleep the trinket or crowd control it at all? They have great pressure right now from the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Waz is low on health. He's got Barkskin, but he's still getting crunched. Smite Obsidian Scales during the polymorph. He's got Time Stop as well. He probably has to pop it here. He's taking a lot of damage. He's trying to just hover away, but he gets vortexed back by Waz. He's going for the kill. Eternity Surge onto Waz into the main stun, but he pre-bear forms again. Good anticipation from Waz, but they knock him around Waz, but Smite can't get there. He's into the polymorph, resetting his aggression. Waz is going to survival instincts and just sit in bear form, wait for JT to come out of the cyclone. But the longer they wait, the more JT is going. He's very low on mana right now. Can they actually do this? Incarnation is up for Cassidy. He needs to get big pressure right now. Waz is vulnerable, but he shuts Cassidy down with a stun into cyclone. JT is drinking, but Waz is dying. He can life cocoon. He may need to do it. He's going to life cocoon and trade that for mana, which is putting his team in a better position for the later stages. However, the deep breath maim stun combo from Smite and Cassidy is locking down Echo. They're going to pop barriers and try and recover. They catch Smite in a stun. Ray of Frost, they have to stop it. The in cap, but it's not enough. Smite so low. Is it going to be enough? He rescues Bank around the corner. Bank fakes an interrupt, but they go into the double leg sweep, and JT is there for the touch of death. And any second, if they get him a little bit lower, they're going to touch of death. Just a tiny bit more damage, but they don't have it. And now Waz on the back foot. JT gets interrupted by Smite, and somehow they're turning this around from 1% to potentially winning the game. But now Bank into a polymorph. It's back pressure onto Smite. He knocks JT on the song. He tries to reposition, but he can't stop it. Song of Chi-Ji secured. Why is he not willing out of this? He's choosing to sit through the full song at the moment. Cassie actually gets polymorphed by Raikou. He catches him out of form on a cyclone. Bank into a stun now. No trinket available. His entire team in shambles. He pops the Restoral, recovering their health for another opportunity. But now mana is in favor of Echo. Momentum is in favor of Echo. Stop Nerf Mistweaver need Cassidy's incarnation here in 4 seconds to pay massively if they want to win this.
Big deep breath by Smite once again, and they could punish Waz. JT gets caught into the stun. Does manage to Transcendence away, but what a close call that was onto Smite. Waz, though, still low on health, and this is still anyone's game. Dampening is at 41%. These healers are going to really start struggling here in this game, but Raikou and Waz are looking to make a push. JT, they are all moving forward, realizing this is an opportunity. The double leg sweep comes in.
The
rescue from Smite. Can Smite survive at the same time? Look at Waz, triple disorienting roar. Cassidy looking to set his team up for a win. Waz is stuck in bear form. He's on the run looking for a cyclone. Can they deny it? They do not. The cyclone lands onto Bank, but at the same time, a counter cyclone here onto JT. Oh my goodness, these teams are really playing their hearts out in this game too.
Oh, full stun on Smite. There's no cooldowns left, and I think Echo are going to crush him here in game number 2. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They're putting up a fight, but they just can't sink their teeth in. They're now down 2 games. They've lost to the Rogue Mage of Echo. They've lost to the Mistweaver Mirror of Echo, and now they have to reverse sweep one of the most notorious teams in the European region. Waz has a mark on his head from every single player in the competition. It's just the goal of AWC is to beat Waz. Waz is the final boss, really, of the arena scene, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver ultimately falling behind that drink from JT. A very important moment in the game for them to be able to come back into the fight. Raikou's positioning critical to be able to get off these Ray of Frosts successfully and keep their pressure going. Stop Nerf Mistweaver are putting everything they've got into this, but Echo are still a cut above at the moment.
I mean, what a close call this was. Smite just barely surviving. A lot of that comes down to the disorienting roars. The roars from Cassidy this game were impeccable, amazing. Just getting the double, the triple roars, shutting down most of the Ray of Frost. Raikou was able to do, and there was these times in the game where JT really had to take some risks and ultimately trade out the life cocoon for a drink there. But those are the kind of heads-up plays you need. Look at this disorienting roar when Smite is literally just 1% health. JT rolls in. He gets a nice double here too. Like, look at how close this was. They wanted to win. He's spamming Touch of Death, but it's just not enough. Somehow, some way, Smite ends up surviving this situation. But ultimately, falls a little bit later on. And now, this is really awkward. So what Echo has done has made it really difficult for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, because I think the best they can do is just lock in this matchup once again, and there's obviously no guarantees. Echo in a very prime position at the moment.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if you're Echo, you're pretty feels good man right now in this series, winning on your main comp, winning in the Feral Mistweaver Mirror as well. And Stop Nerf Mistweaver, I feel like this was a good option from them. I mean, I don't think they can play the Death Knight in this matchup into JT's Mistweaver. It's just going to get spinning crane kick onto the pet, and you're just not going to be able to get anything going. This moment was so close, though. A Smite at like 10%. JT's just hovering over that Touch of Death button. This is going to be a crazy series for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They fought so valiantly in the gauntlet to get to this point for an opportunity to qualify to BlizzCon, the most important year, really, of AWC history for any of these players. The biggest prize pool, the biggest stage, making its return. This is when you need to be pulling out all of the stops, but just look at the damage meter. They just shut Smite down. They've done their homework on the Devastation. Devastation Evoker. Usually Devastation Evoker is top of the damage meter. They put him on the bottom, and he is the best Devastation Evoker, I think, debatably in the game. So to put the best Devastation Evoker at the bottom of the damage meter means they've done their homework, they've studied up on how to shut him down, the moments when they need to crowd control him, and they really removed him from play. It looks like we're going to Runes of Lordor on match point, and Echo boldly just going, yep, we're go again. Feral, Mistweaver, Frost Mage, that Death Knight is not going to be an option for you. You got to take us head to head, likely with your Devastation Evoker, and they're locking it in. They're ready to go. They're not going to take any extra time here to consider what's going on. It's just perfect play is absolutely a necessity right now between these teams. But the fact that Echo is showing variety, because those were the big questions when JT had to fill the shoes on this roster as the healer was, yeah, it's a priest meta right now. He's the best priest. It's going well. What happens when it's not a priest meta? Well, this is that exact scenario. You might be able to play a little bit of Holy Priest, but not exactly the most meta. And this is his big test, I think, on Echo in that healer role.
I mean, think about also the fourth that Echo has on their bench, just in case, because we don't know where the game's headed in terms of what classes will be the best, what specs will be the best. But Mercy he's a heavy hitter, especially on that Warlock. I mean, you're talking about debating the best players in the game on the respective classes. Mercy is definitely in the conversation for Warlock. So Echo is just incredibly well-rounded. They're showing diversity here. They're not afraid to play different compositions. And this is why it's really hard to bet against this roster, because you could tell they want to win. Not only do they have, the raw talent, the teamwork, but they're also bringing in all the compositions that they need now. Really, there's just no gaps in this team. And stop NERF Mistweaver right now. They're finding out the hard way, but they're still not out of it. This is an incredible team. There was signs of life in that last game. A few close calls on Waz. They had mana going for them also. So for stop NERF Mistweaver, they just need to figure out a way to enable Smite more. Devastation Evoker, I mean, their name says it all. You really want to be bringing the heat, and it's been difficult for Smite so far.
All right, just 3 seconds away. These gates open, and there is no going back. Winner take all here. Will Echo advance to the top 3 in Europe? Or will stop NERF Mistweaver pull off the most insane upset ever and reverse sweep them 3 games in a row? JT already in a sleepwalk. This is a great initial start for them. They stun Raikou on his blink. He's caught behind the pillar. He's getting blasted down. He manages to get up, out and away with the Dragon's Breath on Cassie, but they're focusing the mage way more this time around, and it's building a lot of pressure. I actually can't believe the pressure they're putting onto Raikou right now, just forcing barrier after barrier into Life Cocoon. This is an insane pivot from stop NERF Mistweaver as far as strategy.
I really think you need to punish the mage a lot more. Raikou, we saw it yesterday as well. You just really need to take out a mage that has so much influence over the game. Raikou, obviously incredible at landing polymorphs and finding burst damage, so you need pressure on him, and this small map should enable that a little bit more. Smite is tired of just being bullied on the Devastation Evoker and wants to at least get a little bit of pressure here out onto the mage, and so far it's been looking good. Cyclone now into Smite though, polymorph on Bank, and now Smite could be in danger, but they re-cyclone at the same time the full polymorph lands. A little bit of a miscommunication there for Echo, and I don't think they're going to get full value. However, Waz still finds a cyclone here, and Smite might take some pressure, but it seems like he's able to bounce back quite easily.
Look at Raikou's positioning, just playing on the outskirts of the map, baiting Bank Mistweaver out into the open for polymorphs, for stuns, and for cyclones. Raikou's positioning is going to be critical here if he is the focused target. His altar time has now been blasted back as he reverses. Bank's in a polymorph, Smite pre-walls, but he gets cloned on it, so Waz is going to switch targets. Raikou is taking a lot of damage, though. JT struggling a bit to heal him. Waz getting cleaved into the paralyzed. Could be an ice block. Raikou gets crunched, and this is looking so much better as far as offense from stop NERF Mistweaver. They're really keeping Raikou on his heels. JT now going for a song on Bank around the corner. Smite in trouble. Bank immediately breaks free to use Life Cocoon and recover Smite's health back to full. Now a sleepwalk on JT, a big opportunity. Raikou's trying to blink away, but Smite's right on top of him. Cassidy's right on top of him. Dragon's Breath misses on Cassidy. They get the double leg sweep, forcing JT's trinket. Waz is popping Incarnation to match Cassidy. Cassidy trinkets out immediately to keep his aggression going, but Life Cocoon in response from JT will shut it down. Waz gets cycloned. JT repositioning to the side of the map here by the cart in the ooze at the moment to avoid crowd control. Smite time stopping preemptively. Cassidy jumping over for a Maim stun cyclone. Raikou is there for the counter spell, but he can't get. No, he does get the counter spell, but Raikou's just getting owned. He baited Raikou out in the open with that cyclone. He took a lot of damage in response. He's going to pop his ice barrier and try and recover, but they've already cut through it. And the next crowd control on JT could be the final ice block.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely possible. We'll see what happens here. JT getting crowd control, though, onto Bank. The Song of Chi-Ji will land. This is Dragon Rage. This is Smite's opportunity to really push in and get some pressure here onto Raikou. Raikou casting out a Glacial, counterspelling Smite, Living Flames coming in. The damage just isn't there yet, but this is the opportunity Smite needs. Big Disintegrates coming in, Paralyze on JT, but Ray of Frost, Raikou is unafraid, just channeling out the Ray of Frost with a full Polymorph onto Bank, doing an excellent job there. Raikou just really he's playing well under pressure. Like, this is exactly what you want to see. He's still finding the damage, still finding the crowd control, but it is not over yet and still needs to weather the storm as we're only 3 minutes into this game.
All right, they're on top of JT here on that cart on the ooze side of Runes of Lordaeron. Raikou is fully dotted up with massive bleeds. Disintegrates are coming in. Double leg sweep for follow-up. Raikou blinks through, but Smite gets a dragon stun and immunes some possible stuns from Waz at the same time. Cassidy is a bit low here. He goes for the Innervate, and he gets stunned on his Incarnation. Waz is just counter-engaging Cassidy so well during these Incarnation windows, locking him out of the match. Raikou gets knocked up on a cast, interrupted on a cast, but now Smite's into a stun. Can Bank avoid the crowd control here on the center tomb? He's actually just attacking Raikou at the moment, trying to keep his sphere on target and add damage to his team. He's going in onto Raikou here to try and force the Ice Block. Can they do it? They force Life Cocoon. Look at the mana advantage for Bank. If they can actually hold on, they're going to win this game, I think. JT breaks free from the crowd control to recover. He's paralyzed on his trinket from Bank. This is the best that Stop Nerf Mistweaver have looked in this series. It's still a possibility.
Yeah, it's not over yet. They get the Ice Block, but I think Raikou might have another. He just got another charge, so just has to wait for that Hypothermia. We'll sit in the Ice Block for as long as possible. And I think he's actually playing the short Hypothermia as well, so they only have about a 10-second window. Smite, though, might get dropped. Bash comes in. This is match point. If Echo wins this, Stop Nerf will be going to the lower bracket, and that is not the place you want to be. It is do or die. Big deep breath coming in. Counter pressure from Stop Nerf. It looks like Raikou will be able to survive at a Paralyze or a full Cyclone here onto JT into the Sleepwalk. He's just going to Trinket. He trinkets out of that really short Cyclone there. Just stay ahead of the damage. Smite manages to find an interrupt, and Raikou, this could be another Ice Block. Not the position you really want to find yourself in at 5 minutes into the game.
Bank's in a polymorph, though. Smite is going to Obsidian Scales preemptively and just channel Disintegrate after Disintegrate. Bank is trying to get aggressive. Bank has to do damage with his team. It's the X factor in forcing these Ice Blocks, and they're so close to forcing another. Can they catch JT into crowd control? Restoral from Bank breaks the crowd control chain on the Mame. He gets a double leg sweep. Raiku's in trouble. They force the Ice Block. JT's still in a Paralyze. Waz is trying to peel. No, he's actually aggressive. He gets a Cyclone, but he's intercepted by Cassidy with the Mame stun. Now he's going to stun Cassidy on his Incarnation. Waz is just shutting down the Incarnation from Cassidy every time that it comes up. He's not able to connect. Bank's in a polymorph. Smite's going to come out of the Cyclone. How will he respond? Is he going to time stop? He Obsidian Scales instead to try and get aggressive. They have 2 minutes where Raikou does not have an Ice Block. JT has no Trinket. They need perfect crowd control right now, and they could win a game here against Echo, which is a feat in itself in the European region. Waz gets Vortexed away from the engagement. They just need one crowd control. They get the deep breath. They need follow-up. Where is the follow-up? They can't get it. Life Cocoon in between the crowd control. JT knows there's a window there, about 10 seconds, or if he gets crowd control, they're going to lose. So he's just going to Life Cocoon to buy time for that window, but they're killing him through Life Cocoon, dampening his pain in favor of Stop Nerf Mystery. They have more answers than Echo. They are so close to victory. There's a 40-second window where Raikou still has no Ice Block. Can they close it? But they're switching the strategy. They're going after Cassidy instead, and they force Bank to Trinket and Life Cocoon, which now means he doesn't have it for Smite if they switch targets again. And Echo's adaptation here in this moment could put themselves back into the game. Waz into a Mame stun. Incarns are coming up in 15 seconds, and I think this next round of Incarnation decides the game.
Yeah, this is a really tense moment here. Waz and Raikou are rotting down. 31% dampening, but a full Song of Chi-Ji lands. This is an opportunity for Echo to close it out. Smite pops the Obsidian Scale, looking to get aggressive here onto Raikou. Everyone is low, everyone is dying, but it might be Smite that falls first, and he does. Echo take the series 3-0, sending Stop Nerf Mistweaver into the lower bracket.
Is there a point on the prediction board for like the anti-perfect prediction? Like you get the exact opposite of what it actually was? Like, can we have like opposite day where if you're on the bottom, you're on the top? Like, who's most wrong wins?
No. I don't think so. But
I mean, if you want to do that in your head, you can. But
that's my goal now. It's just to be the most wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I define my own definition of success.
I love that for you.
This is such an intense game here too on Ruins. I really like what Stop Nerf is doing, going after the mage. I mean, they're pulling out multiple Ice Blocks. In general, I feel like Feral Druids are really durable. They're hard to take down, and I think that's one of the reasons why this composition is tough. You have such durable targets on both sides. Smite getting controlled a lot in this game, and it's frustrating as a Devastation Evoker because when you're not stunned up, like the difference between Raikou and Smite is that Raikou can just blink out of stuns. Like that's really what makes it so difficult is anytime Raiku's getting stunned up, blink, doesn't matter. Whereas for Smite, he's eating all of these stuns. It gives Raikou an opportunity to just blast him with damage and Ray of Frost and really just isolate him as a target. And I don't know. This is tough because the thing is, if Stop Nerf Mistweaver won this game, I think Echo can just go back to Rogue Mage Evoker into this composition, so they've got their number in multiple ways, but a really dominant performance here from Echo, and they're definitely here to play for these finals.
They certainly do. That is the Echo Diffie. So if they thought that they were Giga Scary, I think was the word, to face off against Nerf Mistweaver, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they certainly didn't make it look like that. 3-0 right now. Like Sid mentioned, they're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, and that cannot feel good. I mean, you claw your way out of the Gauntlet Super Tees, and game number 1, you fall 0-3.
Yeah, and now you're in the position where the worst possible outcome is you're 4th. You get the lowest prize, and you get no chance at BlizzCon. It's basically, you just don't want to be 4th. Don't be the 4th place team, and you're going to be pretty happy, I think, overall, at least as far as your chances of qualifying. So they get one more chance in that lower bracket, but I don't think we're playing that out until tomorrow. So Stop Nerf Mistweaver will have an opportunity to go back to the drawing board and kind of prepare for whoever's going to be coming down there from this next series, which is going to be a serious team. But at the same time, if it's Guild Bean that drops down, I don't think they have a Rogue or a Feral. That might be a big opportunity for Stop Nerf Mistweaver if you're a fan for that team. If they lose, which is why it's important, I think, for Guild Bean to not lose in this series.
Yeah, I don't think any of these guys want to get down in that lower bracket. It's about to get real spicy. But as we can see, Echo, they're in the semifinals. Stop Nerf Mistweaver dropping 0-3. And like Sid mentioned, they're going to be playing either Streamer Zone GG or Guild Bean. And I think no matter where you are, no matter where you're situated on this bracket, it is not going to be an easy day. This competition is insane already, Ben.
As it should be. This is the finals. I mean, these teams have been just battling it out throughout the cup stages. They've earned their position here, proven that they're phenomenal rosters. So this next one's going to be fun. Like, I think these two teams are very evenly matched. You have Streamer Zone with the young gun, as I like to call him, P-Make on that mage. He's going to be going up against the Legend of Morrow. So a little bit of a mage showdown probably in this game, but we'll have to wait and see. Guild Bean, like Super T's mentioned, they don't have a Feral. They don't have a Rogue. Really? Zeepai's been playing Rogue. Maybe he'll impress us. Maybe he's been practicing it, but I'm curious to see what they do end up running.
Yeah, maybe we haven't seen him in a bit, so we will see. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is Streamer Zone GG versus Guild Bean. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got another exciting series for you. We are in EU. It is Streamer Zone GG versus Guild Bean, Zico.
Yep. One team that we haven't seen yet, for about a month. And actually 2 teams that we haven't seen yet for about a month. Guild Bean, renamed, got a new sponsor, and looked really, really solid in the regular season. And I would say Streamer Zone in the regular season were super slow to get going, but once they got going, they really, really got going. So I think this is like a battle of 2 titans, in my opinion.
Yeah, could not agree more, Chan. We've got you on the desk now. What has been your opinion of kind of the level of competition so far, including yesterday, and what you expect to see from these 2 teams?
Yeah, I mean, the level of competition is insane, especially in Europe. I want to call out StreamerZone.gg, as Zico said, has been ramping up throughout the cups, and they've been making Echo sweat big time. And that's really the final boss, right? Ven was saying it. Waz, Echo, they're the final boss of Europe. You need to be able to beat them if you want to get first place, if you want to win the tournament. And StreamerZone.gg, they won Cup 2, and they made Waz and Echo sweat so much in Cup 3. Game 7 finals. I'm very excited to see how they're going to perform. Ven said earlier, I've been praising Next. As much as I hate to say it, he is very, very good on that healer. He is excellent on Evoker. It's one of his mains, along with the Resto Druid. And he's been adapting really well. Even on the Mistweaver mark, he's been playing excellent. But I'm excited to see him on the Evoker today.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Any guesses as to blind pick then, given the classes you mentioned?
I mean, I think the meta right now, it's all about the mage, right? It's something built around mage. And then you throw in the melee, probably Outlaw Rogue of Brunhilde. And then next, he can flex between the monk, between the evoker. I think Druid has kind of fallen out of the meta this time around, but he's very good on the Mistweaver monk. I was very impressed with his play on that in Cup 2. And then in Cup 3, he was excellent on the Druid. And now he's going to be playing that evoker, which is what I'm expecting. Out of Guild Bean, it's a bit of a wild card. This is the team that was formerly known as Borgia King, Lonta, Maro, Blizzard, Zipai. I'm not too sure what they're going to play. I'm expecting to see Maro in every single game. I don't think we'll see Zipai on the Ellie Shaman, but Mage, Monk, or Mage Evoker with Blizzard on probably the Windwalker Monk.
All right. Those mages and their main character syndrome. Let's get into the predictions then for this series. Zico, Streamer Zone GG versus Guild Bean. Also, if you're in chat, get your predictions in as well. But yeah, I'd love to hear your take, Zico. Where's your prediction?
I think it's going to be a close series. I think both teams are good, but I feel like Streamer Zone are actually pulling ahead a little bit, at least how it went during the regular season. I'm expecting that trend to continue. So I'm going to go 3-1 for Streamer Zone.
3-1 Streamer Zone. All right, Chan, what do you got?
I mean, Zico's just copying my picks here.
How am I copying you? I did it before you.
He tends to do that.
I mean, he just steals it from me. Streamer Zone, I think 3-1. I think they're a really solid team. I think they have the best shot in Europe to really dethrone Echo. Guild Bean or Borgia King are very good team. Veterans of the AWC, really. But I'm not too convinced because the performance hasn't been as exciting or as strong as Streamer Zone has shown.
Okay. I'm going to go 3-2 Streamer Zone. I'm just hoping Guild Bean has, is going to be able to take them on and go all the way to Game 5. But I do still feel like it's going to be Streamer Zone GG that's going to take this dub. Let's look at what Ven and Supatis predicted and see if we are all in alignment with Streamer Zone GG. You can also check in with chat. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, Supatis, D Machine, both on the side of Guild Bean. Zico, what do you think of that? I mean, what do you? I don't know if I want to call them the underdog. I don't think that's fair. But I mean, the majority of us think it's going to be Streamer Zone GG. What's it going to take for Guild Bean in your mind?
I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking of this as Brunhilde is, I would say, the rogue that is closest to Waz. I would say right now, based on what I saw in the regular season, he looked like his Outlaw Rogue was like on a very close level to Waz. And if the meta is going to be Outlaw Rogue mirrors, you're going to need to deal with that, right? And I think that's what Burger King is going to struggle with now. Blizzo on the Warrior could be a solid option, but I feel like the Warrior still doesn't do as well as the Outlaw Rogue, just because it's a bit easier as a mage to deal with a Warrior compared to an Outlaw Rogue. Like, you just can't do anything pretty much against an Outlaw Rogue. He's just always going to get uptime, whereas Warriors, you get like moments to breathe a little bit more often. So yeah, I guess it depends what Blizzo actually ends up running, or if they have actually practiced a new comp. I mean, we saw in North America, you know, Farrell, Ellie, we started seeing some answers for the Rogue Mage. And, okay.
What?
Oh, and is that an answer? Is that an answer?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Z, initial thoughts?
Initial thought, Mage DK, not something I would ever expect to see here, but I like the creativity behind it. They know, hey, if we bring in Blizzo on the Warrior, we're probably going to lose out on that matchup, so we're going to go completely bananas here. Another DK pick coming through here. Let's see what they can do. I'm expecting them to go after the healer. Maru with an excellent ult time here in the opening stage, and they're actually going after P-Make here with the DK, so they're actually playing it kind of standard, doing a mage race, but I don't know the DK if it's going to be enough here. Brunhilde is getting a lot of uptime, but at the same time, look at the damage. Zeepai is severely ahead so far. I do feel like Zeepai could be a target for them, but we'll see how it plays out. So far, both teams having decent pressure. Lontaro in a full polymorph, P-Make with the Ray of Frost, and World Communion being forced out there right off the rip here by Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? Pilimac, though, taking a ton of damage, has to go into his first ice block. Unfortunately, the Communion from next caught around the corner. He tried the Communion there to save P-Make, but he unfortunately puffed out of line of sight with that polymorph. It is looking like a bit of a mage race. Of course, StreamerZone.gg just very, very slightly ahead, but Brunhilde taking a ton of damage. And this DK pick, it's very interesting. I'm not too sold on it yet, but we'll see what happens. In terms of the mage race, though, Outlaw Rogue is absolutely miserable to face as a Frost Mage. But P-Make right now, going into his potentially second ice block, next has to commit the rewind.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like on the damage, Zeepai's looking really good on the DK. I mean, the cooldowns, they're ahead as well on the side of Guild Beam. This could be exactly the kind of curveball they need. To swap to Lontar, huge switch here. Can they take him down? Lontar's going to respect the Trinket rewind coming out here from Lontar. But that was an excellent swap there coming out from Guild Beam. This is a team that definitely has what it takes to surprise their opponents. You can tell they've been doing some homework here. P-Make now could be forced into his second ice block. If he's not careful, playing defensive around the corner, manages to recover for a little bit. But Zeepai in this matchup is kind of left untouched. And I mean, sure, the Outlaw Rogue is annoying to kite, but Zeepai on the DK is getting so much work done. P-Make can't really cast against the DK as well, trying to go for the Ray of Frost, but at the same time, Morrow responding here with a lot of damage of his own. Both mages look like they will recover. And I do think one of the weaknesses of their swapping to Lontar again here might be able to take him down, but looks like they don't have enough damage. But I think the DK could be a liability later if the game goes really late into dampening. They could maybe even switch to Zeepai and just take him down.
Yeah, but Guild Bean is actually in the driving seat right now. Zeepai doing a fantastic job on that swap onto Lontar, giving him AMS. Maru, though, has to commit the second ice block. Lontar put into that sleepwalk from next. Nice CC from him. Deep Breath follows up. Not really going to get more, though. Ice block was achieved from StreamerZone.gg. But the thing is, Lontar has no trinket, so there is a bit of window now where Maru is going to be on hypothermia. They're trying to push for it. Ring of Frost does land on him. Lontar rescues him to safety. Maru still in a bit of trouble. Sheep lands onto Zeke. But Maru, though, he's going to go down.
That was an insane CC chain coming out from Streamer Zone. That was all next. Next gets the Sleepwalk, forces out the Ice Block, then follows it up with the Deep Breath. They get the Ring of Frost off of the Deep Breath into a Polymorph, and then they have the damage as well to just run Morrow over, seizing the entire Ice Block. Really nice surprise coming out here from Guild Bean, but ultimately, Streamer Zone, they know how to deal with it. They stay kind of calm, cool, and collected. I did like the healer switches that they did on top or onto the healer, but we're going to see it here. Next goes for the Sleepwalk. So this was a little bit earlier when P-Make dropped low there around the corner, but I think it's around here. So they get the Sleepwalk, I think right now, yeah. They get the Sleepwalk onto Lontar, and this is where the chain kind of starts. Mar gets forced into the Ice Block, and then they next gets the re-Sleepwalk into the Deep Breath, into the Ring of Frost, and then they get the Polymorph after that as well. And then now finally, Lontar comes out of crowd control, but just no buttons to press. Too far behind on the healing from tanking all of that CC. They have the damage to actually take him down. So good, good offense coming out from Guild Beam. But I do feel like when you're bringing in a complete surprise like this, you're really banking on winning that game number one, because you kind of need that counter pick advantage if you want to kind of surprise your opponent in a series like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a curveball pick from Guild Bean, right? Obviously, they've practiced it in war games and found some success with it. I think for the first, minute and a half of this game, they were actually doing pretty well. They had really good momentum on P-Make this game. And of course, Maro did end up going down, did have an ice block, but he was killed when he was on that hypothermia, not able to ice block for another 30 seconds because they got Lontar's trinket earlier in that swap, right? They got Lontar's trinket, Sleepwalk lands, gets into another CC, the deep breath from next. He doesn't have enough time to top Maro, but Hidi's able to connect, and then Pime comes in with the shatter at the end to take Maro down before the hypothermia is over. Nice punish from streamerzone.gg does come into play over the DK. It's less overall damage you see on the scoreboard here, right? Zeepai is gapping Brunhilde on damage, but the Outlaw Rogue on a cloth target, 100% uptime, has a bit more burst than an Unholy DK, and also has a lot more control as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that in mind, do you think they're going to lock that in again here against Streamer Zone, or do you think we're going to see maybe something more standard from Guild Bean?
I don't know what Guild Bean's going to play. I think that this comp has the potential to work. I mean, you saw that game, right? The first minute and a half, they were doing fine. It was really the fact that Lontar had the trinket, and then ended up with Maro dying after the ice block on hypothermia. It's a bit of a... They died with defensive cooldowns up, right? The rotation wasn't as good as it could have been. I see them potentially playing Windwalker, Mage, Monk, potentially, or maybe with the Evoker, but I don't think we'll be seeing Blizzard on the Arms Warrior. I think Arms Warrior into P-Make on the Frost Mage is going to be a really rough time, so they're taking the time right now to talk about it. But Dalaran Sewers, a little bit of a smaller map. Maybe if they can have better uptime on P-Make, there is a possibility that they can, a strong offense is a good defense as well. If they force P-Make to play a bit more defensively, if Nex can't find those windows where he's able to bully Lontar with the Sleepwalk, it's going to be a little bit harder for Streamer Zone to find those openings onto Guild Bean. But I also want to say, Zeepai on the DK, if he's on point with the AMSs, he can deny Lontar and give him that edge in that Sleepwalk battle between the two Evokers, right? And with that, they can drive pressure onto P-Make.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, he could just anti-magic shell on his healer. And we are going to see, not going to be the Mistweaver though. It is going to be Lontar on the Prez. So Blizzo getting tagged in here on the Windwalker. It's a matchup that we've seen kind of go both ways in the past. So I feel like it's not a bad pick here for Guild Bean. And it's just going to come down to execution. I do feel like Morrow has a significantly harder job landing crowd control, being effective in the match. With an Outlaw Rogue tunneling him compared to P-Make, who's going to have a little bit more time to actually play the game with that Windwalker on him. At least he's going to be able to kind of shut him down, CC him a bit more compared to the Outlaw Rogue. But we'll see if he can actually get that CC on the side of Morrow. He's a very clutch player. He's definitely a playmaker on the Mage. So if there's anybody who can do it, it's going to be him. And we can see his transmog here. He's got the E-Bone shield from Legion. He's got the Tabard of the Arcane. I like this transmog, actually. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Midnight Expansion, and he looks like he's from the Void. He's playing a Panda for the additional versatility, making sure he eats the noodles at the start of the game. A little bit more damage, a little bit tankier as well, knowing that he's going to be the target of Brunhilde on the Outlaw Rogue. And I'm sure every cloth caster out there knows what it feels like to be tunneled by an Outlaw Rogue. They do a ton of damage. P-Make, though, on the Night Elf, I think this is a bit more standard for casters. I think Night Elf is very, very good in Mage Mirrors, to be honest, because you can Shadow Meld the Ray of Frost, you can Shadow Meld a ton of things, you can immune things if you time it correctly as well. Very clutch racial. P-Make, of course, younger, newer player on the scene, big playmaker. I like to call him like a little bit of a mini Thesia in a way. Very, very impressive with how he's been playing, but Windwalker Mage, Evoker into Rogue Mage Evoker. And you talked about the Zico. It's an execution matchup, and I agree with you. I think this is a skill matchup. I don't know who's really favored in this one. I think it's very, very close. But Blizzo with the Zenith pops, need to pay attention to that. It's going to be very, very scary. And I could see P-Make potentially pull a Raikou.
You've just been waiting to say that whole sentence. Yeah, we'll see. P-Make could definitely pull a Raikou here and die without ice blocking, because that Zenith pop is really scary to deal with from Blizz on the Windwalker. And let's see if they can get any opening pressure here so far Looks like they are just trying to reach their target at this point. Blizz also really struggling to develop any kind of pressure, but Maro, meanwhile, is definitely feeling the damage from Brunhilde on the Outlaw Rogue. And look at PMake just making Blizzard's life really, really tough. But finally, Blizzard is going to get a little bit of uptime here. Not really getting too much work done with that first Zenith. And it looks like they're swapping to next here. Big switch. And that is going to force the Emerald Communion early on in the match. And they polymorph him on it as well. So continue developing the pressure to get the full blind cheap onto Lontar as well. And it looks like Maro is going to be kiting around the corner. I think he's going to be able to stay alive with that. And nice kiting there from Maro while Lontar was sailing through that CC chain.
Yeah, but Blizzard having a really hard time. His first Zenith, completely wasted. PMake kiting it out. The second Zenith, though, getting the Communion, as we saw from Next. So nice plays. But Maro now, though, Zenith isn't available for Blizzard for 5 seconds. He will have his third pop coming up, so that's another opening, another opportunity for Guildbean to get something offensive going. But after that, he's going to be dry for quite a while. Lontar right now gets put into the cheap shot. Nothing followed that up. PMake and Next not able to get any CC. Nice counterspell onto Next, into a Sleepwalk. PMake right now is going to be in a lot of trouble. Blizzard pops a Zenith.
Yeah, big pressure coming in. They get the Ring of Frost to follow it up as well, pushing for the Ice Block. But it's actually Maro who's taking the brunt of that exchange to get another Polymorph. But Blizzard really just struggling to deal any kind of meaningful damage here. PMake almost pulling a Riker right there, dropping to 1% HP to Zenith. But that's the Brunhilde getting swapped to as well, holding on, actually trading out the Cloak of Shadows right there. Doesn't have the evasion. It's going to have it in 5 seconds. Lontar in a full sleepwalk there as well.
Pressing roll.
And just a lot of pressure coming out here from the side of Guildbean, forcing a lot of important cooldowns. And once again, it's going to be a counterspell sniped onto Next and a lot of pressure onto PMake. Meanwhile, Maro is going to recover here with Lontar being out of crowd control.
Yeah, and that was a really nice CS from Maro onto the Sleepwalk from Next. Counter go now, though. Sleepwalk onto the Next. Gets a re-Sleepwalk. Full poly land. PMake!
That's it!
Without block. That's a Zenith pop right there, man. Everyone pulls a Raikou from time to time. But the Windwalker Monk with the Zenith Rising Sun kick is so brutal to deal with. And that is why the Windwalker Mage comp, I like this a lot more than the DK Zico.
Yeah,
This is the thing, man. In tournament, pressure is so high, right? And it's just so easy to die pre-cooldowns when you face the Windwalker Monk. The Zenith is just such a lethal offensive cooldown.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, this is something that Guildbean ran and had a lot of success with as well during the regular season. And also, to take it one step further, this is a comp that, they played at BlizzCon as well when they had their deep run in 2019. So this is very much, Blizzo on the Windwalkers. Definitely a comfort pick for him. He's been doing really well on it throughout the year. And it's nice to see him tagged in. And there we're going to see it. Boom, big pop, headshot. And even if PMake gets the Ice Block there, it's not like they're in a great position, like Next already had to use the Emerald Communion, PMake already had to use 1 Ice Block, so they were already, struggling in this matchup, but the opener was kind of rough for the side of Guildbean, but they ended up finally finding that momentum and getting uptime on PMake. And I think they should continue to lock this in. This is something for sure that I want to just see them potentially even blind lock from the side of Guildbean. But it is going to be tough with the sense that we still haven't seen this play out on a large map. Like on a map like Dalaran, it is very easy for Blizzard to maneuver around, Flying Serpent kick, just rolling around, and he can put his port behind that little box that you saw there and just port out if he gets swapped to, and then go back inside, back onto his target. So I think for Blizzo, this map is just really nice for him, but larger map, not going to be so nice.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Frost Mage chasing down a Frost Mage as any melee in PvP is not a fun time as a melee, and then you have the Evoker backing them up. Anytime they use the Dispel, the Sleepwalk threat is always there to help the Mage out. And you saw at the start of this game, Blizzard popped the Zenith, got nothing done, got rooted, finally breaks it, gets to PMake, gets Dragon's Breath, and then PMake just blinks away to safety, and that's your whole Zenith gone, right? But I do agree. I like this comp, and going back to what I said earlier, in tournaments when pressure is so high, you need to be playing something that can do high burst and have high offensive capabilities, because that's what is going to get you wins. You're going to find cheese wins like this where someone dies pre-CDs. It can happen, and as the series progresses, as the pressure mounts up, having the Windwalker threat is just, I think, so much more impactful than having the Unholy DK, at least in its current meta.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. But Chen, how come in all these tournaments you were always dampening people if you want to play something, if you want to play something offensive. I never really saw that from you.
No, they were running from me. They were hiding behind the pillar. They were hiding behind the pillar because I had Chaos Board, right? So, you know...
That's actually true.
If they stayed out, they would lose in the 2 minutes, you know?
Yeah, no, that's true. That is true, actually. Yeah, but it is a good point, though. Like, jokes aside, in a tournament, it's so easy to get, like, nervous, and especially in a game like this, right? If the team that wins this match is already guaranteed to at least make it to the cross region, you know, match. So they're basically, it's kind of half a BlizzCon ticket is on the line already. If you win 2 matches, you're already qualified for BlizzCon. So like Echo, they just need to win 1 more, and then they're already like, no matter what happens after that in the tournament, at least BlizzCon is secured, you know. It's easy to make a mistake, and if you have a comp that can kind of apply a lot of pressure, you definitely you know, can make somebody who's like a little bit nervous kind of show that they are a little bit nervous. So I like this from Guildbean, and we'll see. I mean, I feel like the entire season we've been asking, like, is the Windwalker going to win this matchup, or is the Outlaw Rogue supposed to win this matchup? And I feel like at times we've seen different results too. We've seen like Waz against Guildbean kind of gets forced to swap from his Rogue to the Windwalker, but then they figure out a new strategy, and this is just a matchup that keeps evolving throughout the season.
Yeah, I love seeing that as well, and I think it's when it is like that, it is most interesting, right? I think that it's epic to see Blizzo competing in this Windwalker Mage comp again. You mentioned earlier, this is the comp they played when they made that deep BlizzCon run back in 2019. This is a very much a main comfortable comp for them as well, and it's just so explosive. It's fun to watch, right? You have the Windwalker Monk. Every time he's popping Zenith, you're on the edge of your seat. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to pull a Raikou any minute now. And unfortunately, last game, it was PMake who died pre-Ice Block, using the Arcane Intellect rebuff as his last global before perishing. But Empyrean Domain, we got the little toothpick pillars here. It is a very, very big map, but it's hard to line of sight on this map because of how thin the pillars are. And so both Evokers, they're going to be fishing for those angles to get those sleepwalks. And both mages as well, going to try and snipe some sheeps.
Yeah, let's see it here. Game number 3 is live. This is a huge game for Guildbean to win. If they can win this one, they will take the swing match, and they're going to have all of the tools moving forward. Lontar caught up in a cheap shot. Do they get the Ring of Frost follow-up? It does not look like it. PMake gets sniped with a counterspell, and they're going after Brunhilde with the first Ray of Frost, but doesn't look like they're going to net themselves any cooldowns with that. Brunhilde just holding on to everything. So Maro kind of wasting that first Ray of Frost, but it's not a big deal. He's going to have another one in his back pocket. Sometimes it's good to just get it out early. You start rotating that cooldown, and he gets gouged on the second one. So Maro not going to have too much damage to work with here for a minute. Blizzo already popping 2 Zeniths as well. Big pressure here potentially onto PMake. Can they take him down? He needs to be careful. And that's the thing. When you've died pre-CDs one time, it is very easy to kind of overuse the next time you're under pressure. But at the same time, Maro definitely feeling the heat here from the side of Streamer Zone. Looks like both teams will recover, though, from the opener.
Yeah, excellent push from Guildbean onto PMake though. He hasn't had a very good game so far. Full Sleepwalk finally lands onto next. PMake has to play defensive again, but Maro, he's the one who's dying on their own go. PMake doesn't have Zenith available for Blizzo. I think he's going to be okay if next can get some healing out. Nice double leg sweep does land. PMake is of course playing Blink Stun, is able to get out of that, but Zenith is now available. He CS! If Blizzo can get out of this, if he can connect right now with the Zenith, he pops it! PMake could go down next, has to commit the Emerald Communion. That is such a good trade from him, recognizing the CS, landing onto the Ray of Frost.
Yeah, that's really nice because you don't really have too much time to react there, and you can easily die pre-block in a situation like that. So next, definitely staying ahead there in that position, but at the same time, Maro though Maro's been taking a lot of damage. Even though Lontar has actually been landing more sleepwalks, I feel like Maro's been the one under pressure. Maro not getting interrupted. They do get a sheep and a sleepwalk there onto Brunhilde, so they're going to take him out of the game for just a little bit, but they're looking for that next setup, and they get it. Full sheep onto next. PMake could be in trouble. How are they going to respond to it? But at the same time, look at Brunhilde's damage here, just rotting down Maro. It was a bit of a 2v2 situation there, and it is going to be both mages recovering here without having to use any major offensive cooldowns here. Both healers down, an Emerald Communion at this point. Another Sleepwalk is going to connect onto Brunhilde, gets dispelled, and he gets put in that Evoker route. Now Brunhilde looking to maybe set up a swap. No, he's going to set up some crowd control onto Lontar, gets the sheep shot, but no follow-up polymorph or Sleepwalk from his team. And once again, next is going to be the one who pulls the trigger here. Lontar blinking away to safety. Fake casts an interrupt, actually. Lontar with the precognition now, looking for
Zenith?
it. No, is he actually able to find it? No, but they get the counterspell instead. Huge pressure. Zenith now onto PMake. What are you going to do here? Manages to run away, blinks away for safety. Overpowered barrier coming through. Lontar pushing in still, looking for the sleepwalk. Not able to find it there. Looks like he line of sighted himself for a moment.
Mass invis.
Full, oh, it was a mass invis, okay. It's a full
Nice
kidney into sleep there onto Lontar. And now all of a sudden, it's going to be Streamer Zone looking to push the pace.
Oh man, Gilbean is doing such a good job though. PMake hasn't really been able to CC Lontar at all this game. He's been under so much pressure. Blizzard, of course, doing such a good job protecting him, as well as Maro, making sure that Lontar's not getting put into any CC. Sleepwalk and Sheep, I think, overlapping onto next, so a bit of a miscommunication. But PMake does get behind the pillar. Nice DB onto Blizzo. Blinks back into the open. Is going to be in a bit of trouble, though, next. Does have time dilation and commits onto him, but he might have to go into the second ice block, because Zenith is popped.
Yeah, big pressure here on the PMake. Nice push coming out here once again from Guildbean, but looks like next is going to be able to deal with it. But at the same time, PMake is going to respect it now and pop the ice block. So big win here coming through, but Maro as well could be in a little bit of trouble. Lontar trying to power through here, not in any crowd control just yet. Runhitty getting polymorphed into the Dragon's Breath. Next is in a full sheep. Here comes the Ray of Frost. Maro looking to set up a 1 versus 3 situation, but at the same time, Lontar actually trinketing out of a crowd control in that moment. And I think it was a polymorph actually that he just trinketed. So they're going to have a blind go in about 40 seconds here where they could potentially push something onto Lontar or onto Maro. Let's see what they decide to do with that. But Maro still at 50% HP. Lontar now into a deep breath out of that kidney shot. They're looking for follow-up, but not able to find it. There's the sleepwalk, a little bit delayed there. Lontar, what are you going to do here to save Maro? Maro with the alter time, blinks away to the midfield, trying to stay alive. He's trying to be greedy. The smoke bomb coming through on the Emerald Communion. Double Emerald Communion being popped there at the exact same time. Maro fake casting interrupt, going for the glacial spike as well, keeping up the pressure onto PMake. Lizzo with the Zenith popped right now, looking for the pressure as well, but he's getting crowd controlled on it. Not able to find too much with that, and it is going to
Maro
be
now.
Once again Maro on the back foot. Full sleepwalk onto Lontar. Surely this is going to be the ice block from Maro, and he will press it. Beautiful push coming out from Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and Guild B now has the defensive cooldowns really left, right? They're starting to fall behind now. The Zenith windows have started to roll off. PMake, though, taking a ton of damage. It is not Zenith right now, so it is mainly just Maro doing that damage onto him. No CC onto next. Looks like he's able to top him off with that time dilation to prevent any future damage. Brunhitty gets put into sleep, into a sheep. Lontar, nice time stop to avoid some CC. Trying to avoid that kidney shot from Brunhitty. Brunhitty still looking for it. Will he get it? Full kidney shot onto Lontar. They're swapping onto him. He has no trinket.
Beautiful, beautiful kick though on the Ray of Frost. Lontar not going to go down in that one thanks to Blizzo with the lightning fast reflexes there on the kick. But at the same time, Blizzo getting put into crowd control, does get dispelled, and he's looking for his target. He's got the Zenith pop, big trinket pop here as well. He's looking for it, then BMake knows it. Dragon's Breath coming out, Ice Novas, Frost Novas, everything just to slow Blizzo down. Cheap shot onto Blizzo as well. Man, Blizzo must be so frustrated right now. He has so much damage popped. If he can just connect his target, and there it is. You can see what happens as soon as he manages to reach his target. It is going to be an ice block immediately from PMake, but he has stalled long enough between his blocks. He should have another one coming back up. Meanwhile, Maro's still sitting comfortable with one block left. Does have the re-one. Next, though, completely tapped on mana here. He's going to just ride the momentum right now and potentially push him over. But at the same time, Maro forced into his last ice block as well. PMake still has another one rotated back up. So cooldown advantage for Streamer Zone, but mana advantage for Guildbean.
I think it's so close right now. It's anyone's game. Next push is going to be absolutely brutal because Zenith is coming up in 2 seconds for Blizzo. Deep breath lands onto him, but PMake now in so much trouble. Zenith is popped. PMake has to use the last ice block of the game. He is not going to have anything for the next 3 minutes in this game. And Brunhitty, no evasion, taking a ton of damage from Blizzo as well. Next has to do so much work, and he's out of mana.
Yeah, Brunhitty getting disarmed here. Lontar still has that rewind in his back pocket. 25 long seconds here on that double Emerald Communion. Mario could just go down now. They can't access the rewind. No, he will fall here. Streamer Zone will turn it around. What a beautiful push that was. Lontar had the rewind, but he couldn't get it off in time. And as a result, Guildbean will fall here in the swing match. They played their hearts out in this matchup, I feel like. But it's just how the cooldowns lined up. Because they had to force multiple ice blocks, 3 ice blocks they forced, whereas Streamer Zone, they didn't really force their first ice block for a while, but once they forced it, they got the second one kind of closely, you know, to the first one, and in a very, very insane manner here. They managed to actually close it out here with the sleepwalk. They get the sheep onto Lontar. They force out the ice block, and that was a little bit earlier in the match. Then here, This is where I think
Look at this
PMake
roll
was
kick.
forced into his ice block. Look at his kick from Blizzo, just deleting
The last second of
PMake.
Zenith.
Yeah, and then here I think was when Maro actually does go down. What Lontar wasn't in anything. He just couldn't press. I guess he just didn't have mana to press it. Is that actually what
Yeah,
happened?
it's also starting to get into dampening, right? It was like 5 minutes 30 when it happened, so dampening has started to ramp up a little bit. He's very it's just too hard to heal at that point, and Prez mana is a bit of an issue as we've seen throughout this entire season, right? But I don't know. I feel like in this game, I wonder if the swap onto Next to force the communion was worth it from Blizzo, because he did commit the Zenith for it, and I wonder if they did that onto PMake, maybe maybe they could have gotten a block earlier. Maybe they could have gotten an overlap or something like that. Because these Zenith pops, they're just so important. Because every time he does it, if he's able to get uptime, it's very, very scary for PMake to play the game. He has to hold his globals in case he gets crit with a RSK. And, just make sure that he can get the ice block off.
Yeah. I mean, that's so brutal though for Lontar, man. If he just had a little bit of mana, he could have gotten that rewind off. Moro would have been completely safe, and at the same time, Next was completely tapped too. But I feel like Next was actually doing worse on mana, like compared to Lontar right before, like right here when they forced the ice block. Next has no mana left, and Lontar still has a little bit left in the tank here. So I don't know how Next managed to just squeeze out a little bit of extra mana there at the end, but it is definitely what brought them the win. And it's what you were talking about, Chan. You said he's one of the best Prez evokers in the entire game right now, and he's definitely showing that he knows what's going on here, knows how to manage his mana, he knows how to manage his cooldowns, and how to land the game-winning CCs there as well. So really good game from Next here, but Guild Bean, I don't know, man. I think they should keep locking this in. Probably go to a small map, but they're gonna have to win potentially in a game 5 if they manage to win the next map. They're gonna have to win in a game 5, and that is not gonna be an easy task.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, even though they lost this game, it was very, very close, right? It was not deep dampening. It was a 5-minute 30 game, but it was anyone's game in my perspective. I think that they had the opportunity to win multiple times. They always have the one-shot factor from Zenith onto PMake, and he did ice block a little bit more conservatively this time compared to Dalaran, because he recognized, you can so easily die pre-ice block to these Windwalker monks. But I do like this. They're of course going to lock it in. They're going to lock it in on Hook Point as well, a very, very small map. So PMake, he didn't have a good game last game, in my opinion. It was really hard for him to get anything going. There weren't really any sheeps onto Lontar. Offensively, it was looking like a bit in shambles for Streamer Zone, right? PMake was just running the whole game, trying to survive the onslaught of Blizzo. But on this map, that's going to be so much harder compared to Empyrean Domain, because it's just so much smaller in size. Next is going to have to do a ton of work, read the incoming CC, try to Verdant to immune those with the Shroud, and keep them up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to be a good feeling right now for Streamer Zone. Just winning one more map means that they at least avoid that 4th place. Like, no matter what happens, they dodge the 4th place. They can still win another series and get a direct qualification to BlizzCon. Just guarantee it if they win this series, this next match, and also their next series. But if they don't, they at least guarantee themselves that 3rd place cross-region tournament. So already, I would say kind of like a half BlizzCon ticket if they can just pull together and finish this out. And if they can continue that throughout the day, they might even secure themselves a BlizzCon spot, one of the first spots. So definitely a lot to play for here, on top of the prize money as well for this weekend's tournament. So you can tell both teams are taking a little bit of time between the matches here, really talking everything out, because if you're losing here and you lose again, then that's basically the worst thing that can happen. You don't want to finish this tournament in 4th. In 4th, you get the least amount of money, you have no chance of qualifying to BlizzCon. It's just overall the worst thing that can happen to you. I mean, you're still finished in 4th, which is incredible, right? But all of these teams, of course, want to go to BlizzCon. They all want to be there, playing in front of the crowd and beating the game, beating PvP in World of Warcraft, being world champions, playing against China, playing against North America. And Streamer Zone just need one more win here to kind of begin their road to that tournament. See if they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the ultimate goal for any PvPer, right? Big opener onto Blizzard, though, just instantly trades out the Karma onto Brunhilde, and then rolls over to just try to get to P-Make, of course, on this small map. As soon as they are able to connect to him, Blizzard's looking for a triple sweep does land. Is he going to pop Zenith? Instantly trinkets out of there and Dragon Breaths Blizzo. So it's good that he didn't pop the Zenith there. Guildbean does have the offensive onslaught. Here it comes, the blink lands, gets away from Blizzo for a second, but the Zenith is finally popped.
Yeah, and P-Make feeling a little bit of pressure, but he gets rescued out of there. They do not want to be in front of Blizzo right now. He is an absolute force to be reckoned with. And look at it. Look at his character right now. He's just getting spam CC'd. He's getting polyed. He's getting rooted. But finally does make it to his target. But Zenith already ran out at this point. Next, I'll put in some crowd control. Mars counterspelled as well. Emerald Communion being forced, though, from Next. He's going to respect the push. That second Zenith was committed there by Blizzo, and that's why they popped that Emerald Communion. Do they have any more crowd control into Next, though? If they can get something more, they could actually force that Ice Block. Blizzo connecting with a huge hit of damage, but unfortunately for them, Next not in any crowd control, so they're not going to be able to get too much work done with that. Now, Morrow is going to be maybe on the back foot here. Blizzo still going to have his third Zenith to pop here in about 10 seconds, but after that it's going to be a long time before he can do it again. Now finally a Polymorph connecting there onto Next. Next is going to just respect it and trinket. Huge damage there onto P-Make, but looks like he is going to recover with the rewind. So Next using all of his cooldowns. I actually think they could swap to Next here with the next Zenith. I think they can actually take down Next if they do like an ink cap into a leg sweep and just try to 100-0 him.
Yeah, absolutely. Mario, though, getting kicked there. Nice place from Brunhilde. Chasing down P-Make, just desperately trying to get onto P-Make right now. Blizzard put into sleep. Full sheep lands onto Lontar. Mario hiding behind the pillar. Can they follow up any CC? P-Make not able to find the sheep. Is able to find the sheep. Next, not there to follow up with any sleepwalks. I think they are going to be just okay for now. But Blizzard does have the Zenith in his back pocket. Let's see what he's going to do with it. He is on P-Make right now. Will he pull the trigger?
I think they're gonna go for the swap. I mean,
they're looking for it.
Yeah, they're definitely fishing for it right now. Next might be.
Next.
Is he aware of this?
Fly.
He's trying to dodge it right now. Beautifully done there. But Blizzo, there's the paralyzed.
He has
Here
the
comes the
walls.
next wave. Big hit on to Next. And I think it's just going to get erased. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Guildbean delete Next from game number 4. And we are going all the way to game number 5 between these two teams. That was a really patient, well executed swap. I mean, what do you do in that situation, right? You have 2 ice blocks on the mage. Blizzo has his whole spellbook. Morrow has his whole spellbook. They have so much time to set that up. And yeah, all they got to do is just incap, roll over, leg sweep, and connect the damage. And they wait for the perfect moment to do it. Beautiful.
Yeah, and Next, of course, pre-walling the go, expecting it to be on him, trying to get some casts out with the Aura Mastery from the Obsidian Scales, but that means that he doesn't have wall later on. Gets in-cap from Blizzo. Really nice play from him to recognize that, you know, pre-in-cap, roll over, just set up all the time in the world for your team to collapse onto him. Next, trying to deep breath immune the in-cap or sweep there. Nice read from him, but unfortunately Blizzo is able to connect. Mara comes in with the Ray of Frost. No CS available, no kick from Brunhilde. The entire team of Guildbean just collapsing onto Next there. I mean, that was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, we love to see it, but they're going to have to do it once again on a large map potentially, but you can tell both of these teams, you know, so evenly matched here. And it makes you think, right? If you are on Guildbean's shoes, of course they can't be thinking this right now, but it makes us think.
Did he pick up the eye? No, he didn't. I think he picked up the eye. I think Next picked up the eye, the Spectral Sight, for extra damage taken.
Extra damage taken?
He just walked into it with deep breath, yeah.
Oh, that's
why he got marinated. Look at this, look at this. Oh, Next!
Oh no!
So he goes for the deep breath, and he walks straight into it.
Oh no! Yeah.
Delete the clip.
Oh, that is brutal. That is absolutely brutal.
Look how marinated he gets. The sweep, the Zenith, the Ray of Frost.
Yeah,
that is a juicy dragon right there.
Yeah, that is just a perfect storm right there. But it makes you wonder, right? For Guildbean, if they didn't throw that first game with the DK, I feel like they would be in such a good spot now. They could just be locking in a really small map and just full send it there. But it makes you wonder, right? For Guildbean, if they didn't throw that first game with the DK, I feel like they would be in such a good spot now. They could just be locking in a really small map and just full send it again. But trying out that DK pick kind of backfired.
I will say though, I mean, you're playing from, you know, you do have two chances. Even if you go into the lower bracket, you do have the opportunity to run it back. Yes, it sets you back, but trying these things out early, it's not too bad of a thing. Maybe they had a lot of success with the DK Mage in War Games. I'm assuming that's why they did try it out. And it was looking kind of okay, right? But unfortunately, there was a nice punish on Tomorrow in that Nagran game. But of course, in hindsight now, they're probably kicking themselves. Maldraxxus Colosseum does come out. I think one of the biggest maps in the game, Maldraxxus and Tolvaron Arena. It's going to be a lot harder for Blizzo to, you know, connect and get these Zenith pops and value out of these offensive cooldowns as on Dalaran, as on Hookpoint.
Yeah. Maldraxxus Colosseum, this is where it's going to go down. But Streamer Zone, taking their time now. Once again, okay, they are going to lock in the same thing. No surprises here. Both teams just going to play, you know, with their best comp, their most practiced comps. And we kind of said it at the start. This is a matchup that both sides can win. The Windwalker has insane burst compared to the Outlaw Rogue, but the Outlaw Rogue usually edges ahead in a longer game if they can slow down the Windwalker pops due to the consistent uptime, the consistent damage that the Outlaw Rogue brings, and also the disruption, especially also in dampening. One thing that's like really underrated about Outlaw Rogue is just blinding the DPS. I swear, I think it's so good when you get into deep dampening. Just blind the DPS, just gouge him, you know, on the Zenith. As soon as they pop cooldowns, just insta-blind him, insta-kidney him, disarm. Just don't let Blizzo ever play the game because at that point, you know, they won a game just by ooming Lontar. So if they're going for kind of the defensive blinds on the pops as well, those give a lot of value. Because it's not that often, I feel like, where a CC chain ends up actually winning them the game, where they get like all the ice blocks, they get the trinkets. Usually the mana and the dampening is, I would say, a larger factor in the games that go late. So we'll see what they do. It is the final game right now between Guildbean and Streamer Zone. GG. Winner will secure themselves a spot, at least, to play the cross-region match. And of course, they're going to stay in the upper bracket. So that means if they can win, whoever wins this game, and then if they win the next series, they're just going to be at BlizzCon, guaranteed. So much to play for right now. Everybody is leading with their best composition. May the best team win. Lontar's in a sap.
Yeah, absolutely. Big open on to Blizzard. Last time they were able to get the Karma. Let's see what happens this time. Lontar gets put into the sheep. It breaks though. Big swap onto Brunhilde with a leg sweep. No Zenith pop from Blizzard actually, so he does have that in his back pocket. He is going to connect onto PMake there. Nice opener from Guildbean. Lontar gets the time dilation off. No Karma committed from Blizzard, so very, very strong for Guildbean. And PMake now under a lot of fire as the Zenith comes out from Blizzard.
Yeah, and Maro actually taking a little bit of damage too. Here comes PMake with the Ray of Frost. It looks like he canceled both his rays there. Maybe trying to juke a counterspell or something. But it looks like Maro is going to be able to weather the storm right now. Lontar looking for the Sleepwalk. Next immunes it for a second there. And once again, Brunhilde is going to be put in the Sleepwalk. Maro gets counterspell on the Polymorph. Glacial Spike connects. There's the damage now on to PMake. Beautiful ult time though from PMake to slow things down. Next still in crowd control. Finally going to be making it out here. And it looks like he's going to get the Verdant Embrace off and get some heals now onto PMake. Dream Breath as well is going to connect. It's going to be Maro now on the back foot. PMake having a lot of heals here onto him. Double Dragon's Breath coming out there from Maro. Looking for the sheep. He gets counterspelled, but here is the full Ray of Frost into the Ring of Frost actually as well. Leg sweep there onto Brunhilde. He's going to trinket out to try to save his mage in that position as well. And now Brunhilde could be a target later on as well. PMake though, what are you going to do? He's taking a lot of the heat in this position. And I wonder if Brunhilde is going to be ready for it. If they try to 100-0 him in a stun, they definitely have the tools they need for it. We saw it happen to next last game. They can definitely take down more than just the mage on the side of Windwalker Mage, but at the same time, Maro is getting marinated right now. A lot of pressure coming out. Here's the Zenith though for Blizzo. He pops it. Who are they going to go after? He actually gets crowd controlled on it. Lontar as well getting crowd controlled. Maro in a 3 versus 1 situation while his team popped their offensive cooldowns. Definitely disastrous, but Lontar is going to save the day there with the Emerald Communion.
Yeah, and Streamers are actually the ones falling behind in that exchange. PMake has to go into the ice block. Big damage onto Maro though, hiding behind the pillar while Lontar's in that sleepwalk. Can they get any follow-up, CC? Maro, you have to get back to your healer right now. Ice barrier comes through. Lontar finally in line of sight. Maro though has to use his ice block. Both mages down 1 block in this game. Lontar put into the full sheep.
Yeah, and Mar's going to have to sit that ice block. Blizzo still with the touch of karma available. Blizzo getting sheep. There's the kidney shot as well. They're extending the chain. Maro, what are you going to do? He's so low. He's panicking. Longtar gets cyclone on his, gets slept on his trinket. And that is going to be it. Streamer Zone takes it. And I feel like Guildbean threw it there a little bit. You know, I'm not one to criticize Morrow very often, but why did he go on that jog around the pillar there at the end? He went on a jog around the pillar. I think his heater was not crowd controlled yet. And then when he came back, his heater got CC'd. He goes into the ice block, and they just CC chain through the ice block. Lontar gets CC'd on his trinket, and that is it. They managed to take him down. We're going to have to re-watch that. What an insane push from Streamer Zone GG that was, though. And I feel like this was a series that kind of came down to big map versus small map. It kind of came down to the blind pick because both teams played phenomenally. You see a little bit earlier here, P making a lot of damage. So here's around the time where Morrow. So Lontar is not in anything right now, and Morrow just goes for this jog around the corner, and then Lontar struggling to hit him back up. They get the ice block, then they get a full shift, they get a full kidney, and then here Lontar trinkets into a sleepwalk, and he does get the rewind off. Wait,
because he was in the block. He was in the block,
oh,
right? And he was CC the whole time.
So
he wasn't
rewind
any
anything. Yeah, because rewind rewinds the damage that you've recently taken, but because he was in an ice block, he hasn't taken any damage, so it just rewinded air.
Oh, but this was so painful to watch because Lontar was in the sleepwalk. That's why Mara went for this play to try and stall out, try and save the block, right? But unfortunately, you know, it's still too much damage. He has to go into the ice block. Lontar gets full shept into the kidney, has to trinket the kidney, but then gets sleepwalked on his trinket. 0.1 from next. I mean, he was precasting that. He knew that the trinket was coming. Unfortunately, the rewind's not really having any value because, of course, Mara was in the ice block, as you said. And it only heals damage that you take in the last 5 seconds. But excellent punish from StreamerZone.gg. A bit of a fumble from Guildbean. And this is kind of reminiscent of Game 1 on Nagran as well, where Maro died because he was on hypothermia, right?
Yeah.
They still had defensives, but...
Yeah, that's brutal. Brutal way for Guildbean to start their tournament. But they're still in the lower bracket. No one is getting eliminated today, so they still have another lifeline down there. But definitely starting to feel the pressure here. Meanwhile, Streamer Zone, they're very happy to be in this position that they're in. I mean, already, at worst, if they just lose all their next games, they're still going to the cross-region tournament. At least. So they still have a chance to make it to BlizzCon no matter what happens. Of course, they would still like to just get one of those 2 guaranteed spots that we have available. But they're feeling good with that performance for sure.
Yeah, they certainly are. Echo and StreamerZone GG both guaranteed at least third. They're both sitting in the semifinals, so they will be playing against each other. And then down in the lower bracket, Guildbean just now falling down there to be facing off against Stop Nerf Mistweaver. So they have a chance to battle it out, but already, Chan, it's looking real spicy down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we keep saying this, right? You don't want to be in this position where you're in 4th place. That is the worst place to be. Everyone has been playing this season. Not just for the money, right? But it's for the chance to go to the US and to compete at BlizzCon in Anaheim and potentially win that prize. The ultimate tournament for any PvPer, right? You want to win the BlizzCon tournament. You want to win that trophy, get that medal, and if you don't have that chance to get there, it's absolutely brutal. And that's what everyone has been working for this entire season. So Stop Nerf Mistweaver, Guildbean, unfortunately, are going down to the lower bracket. And they'll have to fight out for that 3rd place, that chance to go into the cross-region tournament next week.
Absolutely. And then follow-up question for you, Chan. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they were the team that won from the Gauntlet. So these players didn't know who they were going to be facing, that 4th team. And now that we know that it's Stop Nerf Mistweaver, and now that Guildbean knows that they're going to have to face them in the lower bracket, what do you feel like is going through their head right now?
I mean, it's hard because... You know, to your point, you don't know who's making it out of the Gauntlet, and it's such a wild card, right? Who do you practice against? You can't practice against 5 different teams. You have to just risk it and adapt on the day. And you know, we're not going to see that game today, so they do have 24 hours. That we are going to see that series tomorrow, but it's a very, very difficult position to be in, and it's also a difficult position to be in if you're first seed for Echo because they don't know who they have to practice against. So. The Gauntlet, I actually love the Gauntlet. I think it throws a lot of unpredictability into the AWC and makes it very exciting to watch. And of course, seeing Bank win the Gauntlet, I think he is the one that can potentially really disrupt the entire standings of things. So it's it's very exciting for me to see that.
Yeah, very exciting indeed, Zico. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen some of these teams. We really are seeing them step up to the plate. So I'm excited for these next series that we've got for the rest of the day. We've also got North America coming up next. So we are going to head to a bit of a break. We've got Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. I feel like this is it's Groundhog Day with these two teams, Zico. We've seen them so many times. But we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have that series coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's our last EU series of the day, and it is a big one. It is Echo versus Streamer Zone GG. Winner of this one determines who will be qualified to BlizzCon and who will be having to get knocked down to the lower bracket to see if they can stay in a little bit longer. Also, this is a $30,000+ match because you get a share of the prize pool at BlizzCon if you win this match, and obviously it only gets bigger the higher that you go in terms of placement. So just so much on the line, Super Tees. We've seen these two teams play off against each other so many times, but not under these circumstances, not with this much pressure on them.
Yeah, the stakes are at their highest right now. In Cup number 2, Streamer Zone beat Echo. But then in Cup number 3, Echo came back and beat Streamer Zone. So they've been neck and neck with each other throughout the season, coming up to this kind of finale point. I will say, though, Streamer Zone, they're probably sweating a little bit. Like that, I feel like they were kind of expected to just outdo Guildbean. Guildbean not having Rogue Mage at the same caliber as them. The fact that Mara's team made them sweat that much, they might be a little bit panicked here coming into this series against Echo, whereas Echo was kind of just easy breezy into that top side.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're getting some of the predictions in. 300,000 for Echo. 10 for Streamer Zone. I bet that'll bounce around once people start getting more points in there. So I don't know. I feel like you even get more than 10 points if you just like click the little thing, right? It's like 200 or something. 10 is, come on guys, let's get some more for Streamer Zone GG. This is an incredible team, Zico. They are not the underdogs here. I feel like if anybody can take on Echo, it's these guys. Yeah,
absolutely. This is, like we mentioned, the team that has had the best run against Echo, I would say. Most convincing. I said it earlier, but I do think Brunhilde on the Rogue is the closest Rogue to Waz in Europe. So I think a lot of the other times they face another Rogue Mage, the Rogue gap is just too big. But in this matchup, I actually don't think it is like that big to be like a huge factor. So Streamer Zone having that, it's going to come down to just teamwork. It's going to come down to also JT, because I feel like next is really insane on the Prez Evoker. And JT, he's had to adapt a lot this season. It's been a tough season for him as a healer. Coming into the roster, being a priest main and then basically not getting to play it at all. He had to adapt playing the monk, he had to adapt playing the druid, and now he's had to adapt playing the prez as well. So in a very short amount of time, he's had to pick up a lot of different healers. Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be the match that kind of tests him the most for that. And especially when the stakes are this high, if you win this, you advance to the finals, guaranteed minimum 12,000 plus, as well as getting a share of the BlizzCon money. So it's a lot of money on the line. It's a lot of prestige on the line. You dodge having to worry about maybe playing the cross-region match as well. It's just a lot of pressure here. And JT, younger player, kind of new to playing when the stakes are this high. This is where his mental is also going to be tested a lot.
Yeah. Certainly is. We're really crossing into a realm where from here on out, the matches that these players are playing are going to be possibly the most important that they've played in literal years, just given the stakes that we've highlighted here. So 72% now for Echo. We got some more people on Streamer Zone GG sides, but let's see where we are for the casters. Suptees, I'm going to start with you. What is your prediction for the series?
I'm trying to guess the scores wrong, incorrectly. So far, I'm 100% on the day. Okay, I'm trying to go the wrong way.
Yeah.
So, which team do I want to curse? Which team do I want to bless? That is the question right now. Whoever I predict to win here is getting cursed, so...
You have so much power.
I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to predict. Like, it's too much power. I don't want to ruin someone's tournament here.
Roll a dice or something.
This is quite literally the most important series for them, probably in the last, I don't know how long. So they're both cursed. It's 3-3, they're both cursed.
Oh, no.
You know what? I'm going to say Echo win 3-2.
Ooh, all right. Echo win 3-2.
Has been applied.
The voodoo onto Studdles would say. All right, Zico, what about you?
This is a tough one. This is a tough one. I'm going with Streamer Zone. I'm doing it. 3-2 Streamer Zone. I feel like historically, Echo tends to drop one map in the upper bracket and then come back through the lower. I feel like Streamer Zone, they learned a lot in that last match. They have some momentum, winning that big series. I think Streamer Zone, they're going to clutch up and they're going to win this. Yeah, I'm thinking a 3-2 for Streamer Zone.
Oof. Oh man, this is tough. I think I might go with you, Zico. I think 3-2 Streamer Zone. I think this is a voting, predicting with my heart and my brain at this point. Maybe more my heart. We'll have to see. I feel like every time I predict against Echo, I end up losing, and you know, I'm catching you. I'm almost catching you with the predictions. At least I was this morning. Or not you, Zico. Forgot you weren't in first anymore.
No, Ben is going Streamer Zone as well. Oh no.
Oh no. This is interesting. This might be the only time that more of us have predicted against Echo than for Echo on the desk. I could be wrong. We have no data to back that up, so you're gonna have to trust me on this one, chat. Let's see where chat is though. I'm curious if it's evened out a little bit. Nah, still overwhelmingly on the side of Echo. Streamer Zone GG 27%. I mean, that's crazy. Both these teams, they've had a long run. We know them so well. We've seen this series time and time again, but will it be different? The stakes have been risen. The pressure is at an all-time high. BlizzCon qualification is on the line. A cut of that BlizzCon prize pool as well. This is a $30,000 match right here. If they win, that gets added to their prize pool. Echo versus StreamerZone.gg coming up right now, game number 1.
Quite literally the biggest series of their competitive lives between these two teams. Echo with a new pickup with JT in recent years as the healer, facing up against Streamer Zone, which is a newly formed roster with up-and-comers, flashy players looking to steal the throne and the crown from Echo. Brunhilde has been going head-to-head with Waz as that melee specialist for quite a long time now. P-Make is looking to make his debut now and qualify to the BlizzCon stage against Raikou, who's been sitting comfortable for maybe a little bit too long. And in that comfort, is he going to get complacent is now the question here in this upper semis. Echo and Streamer Zone. I think we're expecting Rogue Mage mirrors, right, Zico?
Oh yeah, 100%. If somebody deviates from the Rogue Mage mirror, that would be a huge shock to me. So if somebody were to do that, I would think it's going to be Echo. But we'll see. We'll see what they decide to lock in. I cannot wait for these gates to be open. BlizzCon qualifier on the line here. Echo and Streamer Zone both looking hungry. Both so far having a great day. And we're completely split here on the desk. We don't know who's going to walk out of this one. All we know is that it's going to be a close one.
This is BM.
And Waz is playing the Windwalker Monk.
This is BM by Waz. He's like, I saw Blizza one-shot you, P-Make. I can't believe that they're actually going to play Windwalker instead of Rogue. That's bold. That's bold. This is a bold move by Waz right now. That is very bold here. BlizzCon on the line, choosing not to go the mirror. He's going to play Windwalker. Maybe he's trying to win on every melee DPS to qualify to BlizzCon. I don't know. Maybe it's like a personal challenge for him, but he saw Blizzo absolutely wreck P-Make, and he's looking to try and replicate that here in Game 1.
Let's see if they can do it right now. Echo definitely coming in with a bit of a surprise here. Is it going to backfire? So far, the surprises has not been working here in EU, but we'll see if they can pull it off right now. We got a sap onto JT, and the game has started. Next, looking for the sleepwalk there as well. They get the follow-up, and so far, not too much pressure. There's going to be a leg sweep onto P-Make. He's going to blink out of that leg sweep. But Waz just trying to force the blink with that, and now forcing the altered time reset blink there on the P-Make. He gets Dragon's Breath behind the pillar. Waz so far not getting any uptime. P-Make kiting for the next blink to get a full sheep here onto next though. Raikou with big damage onto P-Make. Waz is going to hit big with the first Zenith. P-Make could be forced into the first ice block already. Next now, he's dodging the crowd control. Big deep breath coming through. P-Make's going to trinket through it out of that one. Next had to use his trinket there and his rewind already. And there's so much pressure onto P-Make. Oh my god.
Big blunder.
Huge overlap right now coming out from Streamer Zone. They used the trinket and the rewind and Emerald Communion and the ice block in the first minute, Super Tees, and next could get swapped to and get erased like we saw. Waz has the Zenith.
Streamer Zone is choking. Waz is flexing. He's won on Rogue. He's won on Pharaoh Druid, and now he's looking to win on Windwalker Monk. Maybe he's going to run the gauntlet and play every melee DPS before this tournament is over. However, now Raikou a bit on the back foot. We see a deep breath from next here as he's trying to immune polymorph. So he hovers behind Raikou. trying to get out of line of sight here. Off screen,
Here comes the
Raiku's still
swap.
looking for it.
Swap,
He gets
swap.
the leg sweep. No trinket. Colossal damage incoming. Will he survive? 1 second left on the leg sweep. And he manages to make it through. The blind on Waz's trinket. Brunhilde expertly played that. Crowd controlling Waz, and then crowd controlling him again on his medallion during that burst. Otherwise, it would have been over for next. So Brunhilde is trying to be the level-headed member of the team here, keep his team above water. But now JT gets a sleepwalk on the healer. P-Make is going to be the target. Can Waz get in there and connect to his target? P-Make gets rescued across the map by Next as he verdant embraces, but it's still so much damage. It's second ice block. Raikou gets low. They need to get a block from Raikou here if they want to stay in this game. They're so far behind.
They got nothing left. At least they have their trinket rotated back up here onto Next, but a smoke bomb now onto Waz. He's got no trinket. Beautiful catch here coming out from Streamers on that Dragon's Breath by Raikou was gone here, by the way. P-Make might just die right now. He's in touch with death range. Can Waz connect? No, he just not just yet, but he manages to get over there. P-Make kiting away from Waz. He uses his gnome racial to get back onto the target. P-Make trying to stay alive, but at the same time, Raikou getting raced by Brunhilde. The race is on right now onto both of these mages, but it looks like Raikou's going to be the one who has to get into the ice block there. Finally coming out. Glacial Spike being loaded up here. Double leg sweep. They get the full shape as well. That is going to be it on P-Make, and he will get dropped. Insane game one from Echo. The Windwalker surprise pays off.
Imagine Windwalker was actually the best melee all along, and everybody was sandbagging. Everybody said Rogue Mage is the best. Rogue Mage is the best. And then, I mean, this was like that looked almost like a cakewalk. I mean, and we don't usually see Waz trinket aggressively like we saw earlier. They almost were able to punish it.
Dude,
and it was really Brunhilde.
insane.
Like, Brunhilde was almost won the game out by himself. He saves his healer with the stun blind on net Waz, and then smoke bombs him the next global and almost wins the game. And then P-Make and Next just big blunder early on. They just overlapped too many cooldowns. They weren't prepared for it. I can't imagine how much practice they have into the Windwalker, given how many teams are, pretty much strictly playing Rogue Mage. But the Windwalker is a lot more burst. And if you're not ready for it or to make the correct exchange, then you just blow out your entire lineup and you just lose in 3 minutes. So impressive showing from Echo here. I do wonder if they will blind lock this. I don't think Streamer Zone can really. I mean, like what would Streamer Zone change if they could change anything in this matchup?
I don't know, man. I feel like they just overlapped a lot of things here, man. I mean, they had such a disaster opener. They used like Trinket, Rewind. They used everything, Ice Block, Emerald Communion in 1 minute. I mean, this smoke bomb play onto Waz was really, really nice from Streamer Zone. Raikou, though, with the Dragon's Breath, saving his teammate there. For sure, if it wasn't for that Dragon's Breath by Raikou, they would have actually lost there. So that was, I would say Brunhilde played really well in that match. The rest of his team, just the synergy between the mage and the healer just wasn't there. I think it was just too many overlaps defensively, and that's the thing. I was talking to Chan about that. When you are the team that has like a big hit like that, a big offensive kind of damage ability like the Zenith, that is when cooldowns get forced. That is when mistakes happen. The stakes are high. People are nervous. There's BlizzCon on the line. There's tons of money on the line. And this is when all of a sudden, you might overuse, because guess what? P-Make in the previous series died without ice blocking to this exact same matchup. Now when he gets low, he's going to ice block. And at the same time, Next might panic as well and use something. And that just puts them so far behind in the mage race. Even Echo going after the healer, they're almost taking him down. I think the fact that Next survived was largely because of Brunhilde as well on that early swap. He was for sure toast there, but Brunhilde forced Waz's trinket and then blinded him on his trinket, which allowed him to survive and then also set up that almost kill that they got onto Waz as well. So I think Brunhilde needs to keep playing the way he's doing, and the rest of his team needs to clean up that defense. But are we going to see the Windwalker locked in now from Echo again? Or what are we going to see here?
I think you go Rogue Mage because you're just in their heads. I think you blind lock Rogue Mage just because they're probably theory crafting, like, okay, what do we need to do into Windwalker? And then you just don't even lock it. You just play something else. I feel like you should. What to see here? It's Empyrean Domain. This could be a tough map for a Windwalker. It's going to get pulled around a lot. And it was obvious that Brunhilde was preparing that line, right? Like, he knew, okay, they have a win condition. I'll save blind for the cooldowns on the monk, and then he'll probably aggressively trinket. We can bomb him later. And that type of strategy will be a lot more terrifying, I think, on Empyrean Domain. They're taking time with the clock, or maybe Waz locks in a warrior and he wants to win on every class. Who knows? But no, he's actually sticking to it. He's sticking to the Windwalker Monk. He senses some weakness here in the coordination and defense of Streamer Zone. He wants to exploit it with the burst damage that's available. Streamer Zone immediately just lock in the same thing. They're like, okay, just go next. We just literally go next with next on the Preservation Evoker, and they're going to try and just make this work with Rogue Mage. I mean, they did beat Maro's team, but it was pretty close, and I feel like Maro kind of threw away one of those matches with his kiting, like you pointed out in their earlier game. So I think Streamer Zone can still win this matchup. They just need to be ready. They just need to be ready. They've seen it so many times. If they die without blocking now, it's 100% on them, and it's BlizzCon on the line here. This is the biggest series of their competitive lives right now. This is the biggest year for the AWC as far as qualifications and prize pool. You just need to win one more series to get a guaranteed seat at that LAN event in California and a chance at $30,000 baseline, I believe, plus if you advance at BlizzCon, even more. So this is probably the most amount of money they've played in a singular series, opportunity for money in a singular series ever. Pressure is high, mistakes are being made, Echo smell blood in the water, and are not going to be backing down.
Yeah, you can tell they want this. JT is looking good on the Pres Evoker. One of the questions we had kind of heading into this, has he had enough time to prepare another healer to his arsenal? And so far it's looking good. Echo coming in with the big surprise here. I was expecting Rogue Mage Mirrors. I made my prediction based on Rogue Mage Mirrors, and Streamer Zone is really struggling here with this Windwalker Mage. And I wonder if Echo were planning the Windwalker Mage heading into this, or if they just saw it and they were like, yeah, dude, we could do that. Like, we could do that even better than them. So yeah, I don't know. I would love to pick their brains on that. If we do ask them some questions later. But anyway, if they win, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
That
We're
ring.
going to sap onto JT.
Oh, that ring.
Nice preemptive ring there.
They're going next.
Nice swap here onto next as well. Not forcing anything, though. Obsidian Scales coming out there for next. They wanted to get a trinket, wanted to get Emerald Communion, but just fishing a little bit here in the opener on the side of Echo. One Zenith was committed, though. They're going to go with the last seconds of that Zenith onto the Mage, but not forcing too much. Now JT's in a sleepwalk. Raikou is isolated. Raikou needs to be careful. There's the Polymorph as well. Emerald Communion will trade.
All right, Emerald Communion will allow JT to get mana regeneration, but now they won't have Communion for the Windwalker if they swap. They're getting cleave damage on 2 targets, but Brunhilde is on Raikou's heels. P-Make blinks to the far right corner. Waz is chasing him down. Raikou is getting aggressive. Sleepwalk into attempted polymorphs. P-Make takes a huge hit of damage from Waz. Are they ready for it? He blinks into the center of the map. Waz trying to reconnect here as soon as possible. Fist of Fear with that Zenith is going to be a lot of damage, and P-Make has to ice block it. They do, not overlap their cooldowns, but they've already burned through a Communion earlier on. Now down 1 ice block. Waz no trinket. Smoke bomb available. JT and a kidney shot. Are Streamer Zone going to be looking to set that up? They polymorph Waz. They're doing a good job controlling the Windwalker here with cross on JT. Raikou takes a big hit. Rewind from JT will protect and stabilize him. Deep breath. It hits Waz, so they're not going to be able to swap. They just put him on stun diminishing return. They're going to have to keep pushing onto Raikou, but a leg sweep on the next. They connect onto P-Make. Another Zenith from Waz. How's P-Make going to deal with this here? P-Make just in the center of the map, blinking away from Waz. JT into a sleepwalk. Raikou barriers up to get aggressive. Raikou's kind of just walking on P-Make right now. Usually he plays more conservatively and kites around, but he seems to be just like the Terminator pushing in. Can Brunhilde punish him with a cheap shot onto JT? He will. And they net their first ice block.
Raikou is going to have to ice block there, and good counter pressure coming through. Waz, though, with no trinket, this could be the smoke bomb kill onto him. No, JT is going to rescue him on top of P-Make, and P-Make just immediately uses the ice block there. Next is in a full polymorph. They got even more crowd control. Look at Brunhilde. He trinkets out and defensively smoke bombs next, but next is rooted in that smoke. Not able to connect any heals. P-Make, though, with the Ray of Frost, trying to get aggressive. Not looking too good right now for Streamer Zone. They got no buttons left. Brunhilde actually trinketing there to save his mage by stopping the re-CC with that smoke bomb. But look at the pressure onto Raikou. They need to net themselves another ice block here. Can they do it? JT's in a full blind. He's got trinket. Is he going to use it? Doesn't look like it. Raikou trying to kite away. Time dilation, doing some work. But Raikou forced into that second ice block. We have a dead even game number 2 right now. Both mages down everything. Both healers with a trinket, but with no panic buttons. They get a full counterspell there. On to next. P-Make kiting around the corner. Meanwhile, they get a kidney shot here onto JT. Can they get the polymorph? Can they get the sleepwalk? They do find the sleepwalk. block. Waz is in a stun as well. Raikou is completely isolated, and he could just go down right now. JT trinketing in this position. PMake at the same time, though. The Zenith from Waz was committed, doing a lot of work there onto PMake as well. Both mages will recover, but JT now down his trinket.
No ice blocks remaining for 20 seconds on PMake. Can he stay alive here? His healer is in a sleepwalk, but here comes Adrenaline Rush. Brunhilde is punching forward, but JT has cooldowns. He deep pressed. PMake's in trouble. Next trinkets. Will he be able to stabilize? PMake's dropping a Ring of Frost. And will he be able to kite? No, Waz just absolutely demolishes him. My God. Waz just annihilated him 100-0. He's trying to set up the Ring of Frost, and Echo are bodying Streamer Zone right now with this Windwalker Monk, which is not what anyone anticipated leading into this Grand Finals. Based on the results of the Cup number 3, everybody's expecting Rogue Mage to be the main dominant force, but Waz is just getting so much pressure on this Windwalker, and I think it's thanks to JT as well, enabling him with those rescues, like just conveyor belting this little known Windwalker Monk onto the mage. Like, don't worry, I got you. Just helicopter ride over to the mage and just does so much damage. Here, he gets rescued right on top of the mage. Like, don't worry, Waz, I will bring you there. That synergy was maybe something that wasn't anticipated. This is complete disrespect from PMake, I feel like, right here, where he gets kicked on Poly, drops a ring, and just rays in his face. And he's just like, all right, you're going to stand still and ray? I'm just going to destroy you. And he gets absolutely demolished right there in game number 2. And now if you're Streamer Zone, man, like, this wasn't just like a fluke loss where you mismanaged your cooldowns or kind of choke. This is just complete domination from Echo on their side. So do you change anything? What is it that you should change? Like, do you maybe go subtlety and try and focus JT and Waz more as opposed to going Raikou? Should you just make like a complete detour? Because I feel like the subtlety rogue could do really well under the preservation evoker.
Yeah, no, definitely. In the past, we've seen Prez evokers die a lot to sub rogues. I mean, you have that Emerald Communion, you have your trinket, but after that, you got to rely on pre-obsidian scales. You got to rely on your teammates peeling. But it could be an option. But it's crazy how this matchup continues to evolve, because I feel like one week the Windwalker is better, the next week no, the Outlaw Rogue is better, then the next week no, the Windwalker is actually still better. And it's just been going back and forth, and I think this series in particular has a lot of eyes watching it. A lot of teams have been anticipating this one, and I think there's a lot of teams out there, even in North America, and you know who I'm thinking of, that have a very fantastic Windwalker on their roster who could easily replicate this and maybe steal a little bit of Echo's strategy. And of course, I'm thinking about Sea-Doo and the Dire Wolves. Like, they could definitely do this with some of their opponents over there. So I mean, we already saw like the DK meta kind of getting copied a little bit as well. A lot of teams kind of running that. We saw it as well from Guild Bean here in EU earlier in the day. So I think a lot of teams, all the teams, are probably watching these games and just taking notes at what's going on.
I think this comp is pretty well rounded too, because it can beat the cleaves. So Brunhilde is going to go subtlety. I think this is the right adaptation, is you match burst with burst. The Outlaw Rogue Brunhilde can't carry on the Outlaw, and it feels like he is the best player right now in Streamer Zone. So put him on a spec that can win the game. Don't put him on the sustain class that's like slowly grinding down the other team and just losing outright to burst. I think this is the right play, both strategically and leading into the strengths right now from Streamer Zone, because Brunhilde is having a very good series. I think this is going to keep Echo a lot more honest and a lot more on their toes with their positioning. If JT is just hovering in aggressively, Brunhilde will immediately be able to snap on that and swap to it, and Waz is going to be a lot more vulnerable. So it's going to be up to Raikou now, I think, in this matchup particularly, to step up and carry.
Absolutely. And we'll see if it's going to be enough of an adaptation here, because I mean, sure, it's nice against the Windwalker and it's nice against the Prez Evoker to be playing that sub rogue, but it's not too nice against the mage, because every time you can stun him, he just blinks away. So they're not going to have any pressure on the mage, which means they're going to leave Raikou open, which can also be a really scary thing. And I also wonder if Waz has an Orc set up, because most likely he will be playing that Orc, or at least not playing the Gnome against the sub rogue. So probably going to take a minute here to get those rolling, and we'll see how it plays out here. But I feel like this is the first time we're actually seeing Streamer Zone swapping off of their Outlaw Rogue in this matchup. They didn't have to do it at all against Guild Bean in their series earlier, and now Echo just looking absolutely crazy this weekend.
Echo looks so good on so many different specs too. They played the Mistweaver, they played the Feral Druid. Raiku's looking solid on Mage. They're versatile, they're flexible. This looks like an Echo that's ready for BlizzCon, right? Like, this is the Echo that has the reputation that they have, which is everybody wants to beat them. If you can beat Echo, it feels like you've beaten the game basically at this point. But they are not going to let it. They're not go down easy. They are just not pulling any punches. They're just absolutely clobbering. Like, this feels like a significant gap right now so far in the series. Bryn Hitty switching to Subtlety needs to be the answer. Unfortunately, if it does end up being the answer, I think Waz will just go Outlaw. And I think Outlaw versus Sub, Outlaw is better. And if we might see some mind games there as far as rotations. Maybe Bryn Hitty does actually have to go Outlaw for the rest of the series because it'll be blind picks on their side throughout the remainder of it. But the fact that Waz can just lock in a Feral Druid felt like seemingly out of nowhere in that last series with how much we've seen him on Rogue, and then just log on to the Windwalker mug like, oh, Blizzo looks good, that's great. Yeah, okay, we're going to do that too. JT's having a phenomenal game, although I think here the Subtlety Rogue will be the real test for him on Preservation because it can punish you heavily.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is for sure going to be the match where JT will be tested the most. But at the same time, I feel like Waz, one of the strengths he has as a player is that he is so good at protecting his healers and doing these counter setups. So I feel like it plays into his strengths as a player when you go after his healer. They go after the healer, he stops the go and then launches a counter go. And that's something that he is very, very efficient at. So we'll see. Also leaving Raikou open. Basically the entire match. It's going to be very scary. But we'll see how they navigate through this one. Of course, if Echo wins this, that is it. They're going to BlizzCon, and they're going to be in the Grand Finals of this tournament as well, already securing themselves $12,500 for second place. And if they win, getting the full 25K plus an additional minimum 20K at BlizzCon if they just win this series. So a lot of money being secured, tickets to BlizzCon being secured, and they're just one game away from doing it against a team that has been, tough for them throughout the entire season. So Echo, they have all the momentum right now. They're feeling really good, and I actually think it's good that they're slowing things down a little bit from Streamer Zone. I think, okay, you guys are looking a little too hot. Take a minute here to really think through the choices, but the time of thinking is over and the time of doing is now, because we have potential final game here in the series. Match point between Echo and Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone need to reverse sweep Echo to bring this back.
The biggest series for either of these teams' competitive history on the line right now. The last series of Europe before we jump over to North America. Will Echo be the first team to secure their position at the BlizzCon Global Finals, or will Streamer Zone be able to step up to the plate and reverse sweep the Titans? Because right now Echo look absolutely on fire with Waz on this Windwalker Monk, JT on this Preservation Invoker, and Raikou on this Frost Mage are going to be jumping out of this game as one of the teams have left before the gates opened. Might have been specialization error. Maybe they used a cooldown in the gate. It can happen. We saw a team actually yesterday. You could tell the nerves were high. They accidentally pressed power infusion in the waiting room, and they're like, leave the game, leave the game, leave the game. We don't want to play with any possible disadvantage. So it's possible that Streamer Zone, maybe they forgot to upgrade a weapon or something like that, which is something to consider with the Void Shards. We've seen some players, they forget to upgrade all their gear to max item level. You don't want any mistakes at this point in the competition, because any minor detail, if that ends up being the reason you lose, you will never stop beating yourself up at this point, because it's BlizzCon on the line. You want to just get that guaranteed spot, sit comfortable, know you've got it, and just the rest of the other teams are going to have to be battling it out. And I think you particularly, you want to avoid fourth, but that cross-region event could be very wild as well between these regions there. So this is a very important series for both of these teams. Echo look professional, on point, multi-versatile on classes and specializations. If one is the Rogue Mage, if one is the Feral Mage, they're looking to win it now as the Windwalker Mage and just run the gauntlet of every single combination there. We are zoning back in here. Looks like Bryn Hitty and Waz are both playing Night Elf at this time.
Yeah, before they did the remake, I saw Waz. I saw the Orc racial on his frame.
Okay,
we'll
we
see,
should.
We'll see
don't trust the UI apparently
here
until it opens.
Yeah,
is
we'll
the
see.
real question here.
We'll see. We'll see. I do think that so Echo did use their delay here before getting into this game because of the sub rogue. So I'm assuming it was to get Waz set up on something else. And
He's
yeah, he is on the orc. Yeah, yeah. So I saw the orc during the remake, and he's going to be playing that orc now, of course, as well. It is because of the sub rogue. He's anticipating to be the target. And Raikou, of course, is playing that blink stun, so not going to be a great target to get combat. So no saps here. It's going to be a blind on the JT immediately.
Oh.
They're going after Waz, and immediately, just pre-Karma's the first go, like it's nothing. And now P-Make, what are you going to do? You have a Karma dot ticking on you. You have a Ray from a free casting Raikou on you, and you have Waz popping the Zenith on you. This is not looking good. Next is in a polymorph. If Waz connects here, they could just be lights out immediately. Big damage, but a nice rescue there. But still, the Sleepwalk does connect on the neck.
Rescue.
Nice rescue there coming through. Emerald Communion being forced.
All right, JT is just rescuing Waz when next rescues P-Make away. The rescue on the rescue to get him uptime on this mage. They're spamming sleepwalks. They get dispelled. P-Make gets interrupted and disrupted, taking Colossus damage on match point. BlizzCon on the line right now. Waz is connecting. He gets Dragon's Breath for a moment. He Frost Novas, but it breaks. Here comes the Zenith, and Waz is punching so heavily. Brunhilde is there, but he's just giving the respect block, even though Brunhilde stunned him and peeled for him right there. P-Make is going to block. It was Communion. They've already used Communion. They've already used an Ice Block. They're trying to go JT. They're throwing a Hail Mary. Can they actually pull it off? They have to kill him through Emerald Communion right now. It's not enough. It looks like they dropped the smoke bomb too. It's not going to get any value. It's looking a bit messy from Streamer Zone. They do get a Sleepwalk JT, but now it breaks. The Sleepwalk breaks. That could have been Waz's trinket. Oh no, this is devastating right now for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, that was the oppressing roar sleepwalk as well. It was like an 8-second sleep that came through, and unfortunately for them, not going to net them any major defensive cooldowns. Waz still with his trinket. JT also still with his trinket. Waz now caught up in a polymorph, and they're just going to keep going here between JT and Waz. Now it's going to be Waz once again. JT's in a sleepwalk. P-Make going after him. They got the stuns. Do they have the damage? Waz!
Oh
1% HP. Gets the touch of Karma. He might just die through it. Catches a huge heal there finally. The time dilation is ticking. JT though at the same time getting swapped to, getting deleted. And Streamer Zone inviting chaos to game number 3 here. They are not going to go out without a fight. And Brunhilde, you said it. The man has been playing out of his mind. We need to get him to be the playmaker here. He can't be playing some slow outlaw rogue. We need him to bring some heat to Streamer Zone, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, I feel like it was still looking kind of sloppy between Next and P-Make, but Brunhilde is the one just like, no, guys, we're getting to BlizzCon. Like, I'm not having this happen where you guys communion block on. Like, I'm just one-shotting them, bro. And he just keeps going for it. He keeps going for it. Keeps going for the setups, despite everything falling apart around him. Brunhilde continues to lead the charge with these continuous swaps and continuous pressure on that subtlety rogue, and it is enough to overcome even such a significant deficit. They were down so many cooldowns earlier on, and I think it's good that they found the subtlety rogue in this matchup. It has to be vastly superior, but at the same time, Echo don't have to lock in this matchup. They can change their composition now. So can Streamer Zone blind lock subtlety, or can they win as outlaw for 2 games in a row? I feel like they're not going to win as outlaw in this matchup with how it currently is. I feel like Brunhilde just can't carry on that spec.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is the only thing that worked in the series, so keep playing it no matter what. But the problem is there's a lot of things that Echo can play. They have a lot of versatility on this roster. You know, I'm not exactly sure what they're going to play. They have so many options. Of course, they could bring Mercy in on the Warrior. They could play like Red Warrior with him. They could also play just Outlaw Rogue. Most likely it's going to just be Outlaw Frost coming out from Echo, or they might just even keep locking this in to see if they can kind of find an answer in this matchup. They have so many options on the side of Echo, but that was a well-needed one-shot on the side of Streamer Zone, because I feel like Streamer Zone were kind of losing their confidence a little bit there before this game, and now you know, they started to look a lot better. Like you could tell, like P-Make, you know, we called that out during the cast, but like he saw Zenith and just insta-pressed Ice Block. Brunhilde was peeling for him, so you know, it wasn't needed. I think they broke a Sleepwalk as well when they had a really good go happening, so they were definitely looking a little bit lost at the first half at least, but now getting a win, they're going to have some momentum on their side. They're going to know, okay, it is possible. We got this. We've beaten these guys before. We can do it again. But we're going to Tolvir Arena. And now the big question is, what is Streamer? There's 2 big questions, obviously. Pretty obvious. But Streamer Zone, what are we going to lock in? Do we just lock the sub-rogue blind? What do you want to see, Super Tease?
I feel like the safer one is Outlaw, but I don't think they're going to win unless Brunhilde can. Yeah, the Outlaw is safer, but yeah. I don't know if they'll win with Brunhilde on Outlaw. Now Echo will do Windwalker for sure.
Yeah. Well, at least they're going to have the large map to work with, so it's something to consider. But yeah, I'm not sure, because in the previous series it was all about the smaller maps for Blizzard, right? Like they were winning on Dalaran, they were winning on the small maps, and Streamer Zone were winning on the large maps. So at least it's Tolvir Arena. So maybe Echo is baiting this pick, and they're like, we can
baiting a rogue mage.
Yeah, they're baiting the rogue mage. Like we can beat that even on a large map. Like no problem. Why is it gonna get uptime? We're just gonna rescue him and drop him on top of your mage. A little early present coming out. But Echo, what do you think they will run? Do you think they're actually gonna go for the rogue mage mirror? Do you think they're gonna still go for the Windwalker mage here? I mean, they won both times in this matchup with the Windwalker mage, so I don't see a reason to why they should swap it off. But they did pick Tolvir Arena. This is Echo's map pick, so what are they cooking?
I feel like you probably play Windwalker now and switch in the last game, because this will give you the most information you need. Like, I have Streamer Zone leveled up enough to win this matchup. Okay, well then we have to respect and we have to do the Outlaw Rogue mirror. But otherwise, I feel like the Windwalker is just giving them such an edge. You can tell that Next and PMake are very shaky, that you can tell the stakes and the nerves are getting to them with the defensive management that we've seen so far. And I think the Windwalker monk pressures that a lot more than the Outlaw would be able to. But they're taking their time on the clock. I can't imagine they have some random comp that we've not seen yet from them, but I also didn't expect them. It is a random comp.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, maybe I should say it. How stupid am I going to say if I say it? Like, how stupid am I going to sound if I say it? I think this is a mistake on Echo's part. I think this is a mistake.
Yeah.
This is the first Warlock. It's Affliction. I think it's a mistake.
I was talking to Infernion yesterday, and he showed me one of his sub emotes. It's just called it's called like Infi Affli, and it's just a Warlock Affliction icon in like a garbage can. So that's what a lot of the top Warlocks in EU think about this specialization. But when I saw the Tolvir, I was like, well, it is their map pick. Like, what are they cooking here? What are they? I was kind of alluding a little bit to that it could be a mage lock. They do have Mercy on the roster, but I agree with you, Sid. I mean, obviously Echo know a lot better than we do, but I still, like, on paper, I don't trust in the mage lock. Like, I've seen it. I've seen this tale so many times where it's like, oh yeah, we can go big map, we can go mage lock, but if it does work, this is another kind of reveal of how the meta has evolved here in this off-season period. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out here. Game number 4 between Echo and Streamer Zone. BlizzCon on the line. Who is going to take it? Mercy tagged fresh off the bench for Echo.
BlizzCon in his hands. Mercy is a phenomenal Warlock, so if there is a player that could pull it off, it would be Mercy. However, JT already in a sap. Mercy, the initial target. He Dark Packs immediately. Ray of Frost from Raikou. He's trying to solo carry. He's trying to fake cast the interrupt. He cancels his Ray. JT gets caught in the middle of the map. They could swap to him. How much damage do they have for him here? He's into the cheap shot now as well, but Coil comes in with a fear onto Next, and the peels from Mercy look good in this position. Now Mercy is trying to ramp some damage. He's playing the Drain Soul build, so he's playing a single target kind of burst version of Affliction with the Soul Harvester, I believe, right here. He's going for the Dark Harvest. He's trying to get some big AoE, but just no damage is sinking in whatsoever. Next is healing through this quite easily. He deep pressed to immune the fear, but Mercy fakes an interrupt and gets the fear at the end of it, and now PMake's in trouble. Next had to Trinket. The pressure on PMake is immense, a lot more than I was expecting from the Affliction Warlock. Mercy still the target. He ports back behind the pillar, baiting Brunhilde to chase, but Brunhilde's in polymorphs. So there's going to be a much more controlled playstyle, I think, of Warlock Mage. But they catch JT out in the open again. Massive damage, colossal pressure. They force the Emerald Communion. And I think JT needs to be careful. I feel like he's a bit too excited about trying to win the game, and they could punish him for that.
Absolutely. I think it's a bit of a kind of oxymoron here for JT, because he wants to be mid-range, he wants to go for sleepwalks, he wants to be kind of close to the fight, but with Mage Lock, usually you want the healer to kind of be in the back, but let's see if they can set something up. They got a full Howl here onto Next.
Comes the drain.
Coil onto P-Make as well. They force out the Emerald Communion, so offensively, Echo is also getting cooldowns here, but there's the full sheep onto JT. Mercy's in a kidney shot, but they have the follow-up crowd control here. Next, looking for the sleepwalk, tries to fake cast the blink counterspell of Raikou there, but Raikou being very patient with it. It's going to break up the chain. Nicely done by him. Gets interrupted on the Ray of Frost. Brunhilde's going to be the target, and they're just going to pull back here to this side of the map, on the side of Echo. Looking for some fears, looking for some control right now. Mercy trying to do what he can here on the Warlock. Drain Souls coming out, spamming out the fears. And he's going to gateway all the way to the opposite side, but that means now JT's going to also have to follow through, and he's going to be able to also take that demonic gateway and reposition here.
Full sheep.
So far, it's looking good. They got a full sheep onto Next, and now they have some pressure once again, but P-Max just going to line of sight at the pillar. Brunhilde running down a little bit, but feeling confident enough to push forward.
They got good cleave damage. They're going to run Next out of mana, but the counterspell JT. Mercy's going to Dark Pack the Ray. That's a good trade. He ports back behind the pillar. In position to kite if necessary. But JT, another swap on JT here in game number 4. Is he going to flounder? He survives the first cheap shot. They peel. He recovers. He bounces back into the game, but now they switch back onto Mercy. It's just constant swaps from Streamer Zone, keeping Mercy and JT on their toes. He rescues Mercy, but Brunhilde is able to connect. Outlaw Rogue able to get a lot of uptime in this matchup. He dodges the deep breath from JT, swaps on Raikou for a moment. JT wraps around the corner with Mercy, but Drain Soul's being free casted. Mercy is looking to ramp up, reloading his dots, keeping tongues up as well to stop the polymorph spam and sleepwalk spam. He gets kicked, but he goes for the Dark Harvest, getting good cleave damage and punishing that interrupt allocation. Brunhilde getting brutalized at the moment, but it looks like Next is ready for it. He's healing through the damage quite effectively, but he gets spell locked. He goes for a Fire Breath. P-Make is low on health. Will he have to Ice Block? Brunhilde into a Polymorph, gets dispelled. Another swap on JT, just totally shut down by Raikou. P-Make falls behind. Next has to Trinket. Brunhilde's in Sleepwalk. Echo have the gas pedal on their crowd control, just down to the floor, just spamming crowd control on all 3 players. And Next's mana bar is just a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, Mercy getting a beautiful Shadow Meld double Howl there to force out the Trinket of Next. Now Next caught up in a Polymorph, and here comes the defensive Smoke Bomb from Brunhilde to stop the follow-up CC there onto Next. Brunhilde been doing that all day long so far, and it has been pretty effective in the map. But still, mana is going to be a concern right now. So far, JT has a mana lead, and he has his Emerald Communion. But Next Emerald Communion is rotating back up. Big pressure coming out from Mercy. Once again, looking for a huge parse right now in this game. Big swap onto JT. Is he ready for it? Looks like he's going to be able to survive once again. Raikou's still taking a little bit of damage. They kick the Dream Breath there. Nicely done there by Brunhilde. Can they push for the Ice Block on Raikou? Doesn't look like it. The Verdant Embrace is going to connect. And Brunhilde force a cloak and move back to his team here behind the pillar. Mana and the pressure now is starting to really amount, and when you get to around the 20% dampening mark, that is when the Mage Lock, especially on a big map like this, is going to be really brutal. Brunhilde, what are you going to do here? He's got no cloak for a really long time right now, and it looks like he's going to just stay out in the open field. Full confidence in his healer, and Emerald Communion will be traded, but still not feeling too hype right now. Mercy still dropping low, gets rescued away from his team, and here comes the damage. That is just going to be it, surely, on the Brunhilde. How is he going to stay alive? Gouges Mercy. Next comes out of the crowd control, manages to recover his team in a miraculous fashion, and they're swapping to Mercy. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's going to go ahead and trade the Unending Resolve triple Howl. Both teams just playing super aggressive right now.
Mercy has nothing right now. He burned through all of his defense. JT is the one that needs to recover him. This is the difficulty of Mage Lock, is what do you do when the enemy team turtles at the pillar? How are they going to close this out? Brunhilde is charging in. He's going for the win right now. He kidney shots JT, trying to set up the win on the healer. Does he disrespect? He deep breaths away. He still has Communion and a Hellstone if he needs it. Brunhilde, no Cloak of Shadows on match point. And Echo so close to getting to BlizzCon. Brunhilde running for his life right now. The biggest series of his team's tournament lifetime. JT is blinded up. They're trying to go on the Warlock. It's a full Polymorph with no Trinket. They have limited defense. How is Brunhilde going to survive? He gouges the Mage with a triple Howl of Terror from Mercy as he is raining down truck tons of damage. P-Make is rotting, but Next defies all odds, keeping his team alive here to go for the win on Mercy. The kidney shot, they ray. It's not enough damage. JT is ready for it. He's got Communion. Mercy ports away and looks Next completely no mana left. Your BlizzCon's on the line. You have no mana. What are you going to do next? They're trying to retreat, but he's caught in a polymorph. No Trinket. The
Water Elemental is channeling. Raiku's blinking in aggressively. One more or two more Ice Lances, and that is it. Drain Soul gets stunned at the last second by Next. He wraps around the corner, and they want this. They're fighting for their lives right now. P-Make is somehow doing it. He's somehow doing it despite having nothing left right now. Mercy goes for the drain. It's a massive exchange. P-Make ice blocks it. Brunini has Cloak if he lives one more second.
No way.
He can't, and Echo are going to BlizzCon.
Huge coil coming out there from Mercy. Manages to... Brunhilde stalling around the corner, waiting for that Cloak of Shadows to come up. But guess what? You don't have enough time to get your trinket back up. Mercy on the Warlock gets tagged in, gets the coil right in the nick of time. They have the damage to take down the Rogue. And, I mean, this all went according to the game plan. Just let Mercy do the biggest damage you've ever seen here on the Warlock. And just completely annihilating everything in line of sight. You can see it here. Mercy dipping around the corner, gets the drain, gets interrupted on the drain. And then Brunhilde's like, okay, I have my cloak back. Okay, I'm going to go back out. P-Make forced into the ice block here in a second after basically soloing Mercy. There's the ice block. And then Brunhilde's like, okay, I'm going to hook in. Insta-coil on the hook. Huge damage coming through, and Next is just like, well, I have rewind in 1 second, but I can't press it. So a little bit brutal for them defensively, but I think Streamer Zone, they fought valiantly. I think Echo, though, showing that they have more than just a Rogue Mage. They're showing... I was expecting Echo to just kind of be chilling with the Rogue Mage. It looked so good for them during the regular season, but you can tell they have a lot of different tools in their arsenal. We've seen Waz playing 3 different melees now, and we have seen their Mage Warlock on big maps. And these are all things that whoever has the unfortunate pleasure of facing them in the finals, this is something they have to consider.
It might be Streamer Zone again. We're gonna have to figure something out.
Yeah. Whoever it is,
Indeed,
they have their work cut out for them, that's for sure.
All right, well, that is the first team to qualify for BlizzCon in I don't know how many years. I am so excited. I bet they are too. Hopefully we get to have a little bit of a chat with them. We'll have to see. We might get an interview, but we're going to let them just take a breather from that because I am sure they are absolutely stoked. And just seeing these guys kind of grow as a team over the course of the last time we saw them at BlizzCon Supities, I feel like this is a very deserving team to be the first one to have officially qualified for BlizzCon.
I mean, this is why Echo have the reputation that they have. I mean, this is the most prepared team for BlizzCon in my mind. Like, they have caster comps. The only thing we haven't seen is cleave comps, but I mean, between Waz and Mercy, I'm sure they could even craft that if they need to, right? Because now they want to win this. There's still $25,000 on the line for first place in this tournament. And I also think you get better seeding at BlizzCon. So you, like, skip an entire bracket of the tournament, basically. You get a bye in the first round. So it's a lot to win the entire thing, but I imagine they're also thinking, like, okay, we got to be ready for BlizzCon because who knows what's happening there. But they look like the most prepared team. They threw curveball after curveball to all of these teams. I think they were all expecting them to be Outlaw Rogue Mage the whole way through. That Feral Mage at the beginning, Bang Mischievous team didn't know what to do. Then the Windwalker, P-Bake doesn't know what to do. He's like, I just fought Blizzard, please don't do this to me again. And then a Warlock to qualify to BlizzCon after the entire season where Warlock just kind of looks, I mean, met at best with Demo, but Affliction was pretty much non-existent, and you beat Rogue Mage. Not only did you qualify to BlizzCon as a Warlock, you beat Rogue Mage, which was like the
Streamer Zone's Rogue Mage.
You beat Streamer Zone's Rogue Mage with the Affliction Warlock to qualify. So if anyone in the chat was going, Echo, they're just Rogue Mage mains, it's not that impressive or something, like, bro. they're going to play anything in this game, I think, at this point.
Do we feel like they just raised their own skill cap? Like, I didn't think they could get better, and I feel like they just did with the comps that we've seen from them today.
I think for the first
time, I think for the first time this season, we're actually seeing them at full power. Like, they were winning before, but it wasn't at full power. Now we're seeing them at full power. JT's playing all the different healers that he needs to do, and he's looking good. Raiku's doing his thing. Waz is playing every single melee. Mercy is looking incorporated into the team as well, because he spent basically the entire season on the bench, and we know his warrior is absolutely incredible. We know his warlock also, especially his warlock, is just top notch. So these are questions, the weaknesses that they maybe have had that hadn't been exploited yet, and they're already sharpening those up and making sure that there is nothing that anyone can exploit here. They want to win.
Yes, they certainly do. But now we're going to be seeing Streamer Zone GG drop down to that lower bracket, and they're going to be playing either Stop, Nerf, Mistweaver, or Guild Bean. Do you feel like, based on what we've just seen, Supatees, who do we feel like they're most prepared to play against? Your Streamer Zone GG, that is.
I mean, both teams have. I mean, they just beat Guild Bean, so they're. But at the same time, they were looking pretty rough. But they have Subtlety Rogue. I feel like they'll play Subtlety Rogue next time in the Guild Bean, and it won't be hard for them. So I don't think they're afraid, honestly, of either team. I think the Subtlety Rogue is their answer to both teams.
All right, we will certainly see. We are unfortunately done with EU for the day. We are getting an interview prepared. We're going to talk with JT in just a moment. But as you can see, the full bracket right here, the games that we played today and the games that we're going to be finishing off tomorrow in the European region. We're going to be doing NA in just a moment. But it sounds like we are ready with an interview. We have JT here. Hello, JT.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You look so chill considering what just happened.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, the tourney's not done. I mean, job not finished, right? So we got to stay locked in. But, you know, it was a pretty good performance by us. I mean, we prepared a lot. We were pretty scared of some things, but it worked out. So.
Yeah, what were some of those things that you were worried about in particular?
I mean, we wargamed a lot, so we prepared a lot, and this tournament's a bit wild. I mean, you guys saw what picks people played. Like, people randomly pulled out Windwalkers. We saw DK Frostmage. Then you had Bank's team who's playing very unorthodox comps, so we weren't really, you know, we were preparing a lot, but we weren't really sure what people would play into us. So that was a bit of an issue.
I mean, speaking to that a bit, you guys did diversify a lot. As you said, you picked some specs that we haven't really seen from you guys today. Have you always had those compositions prepared, or were there something that you just developed over the last time, between now and the last time that we saw you?
I mean, prepared. I mean, we focused a lot on our Rogue Mage. I mean, I think that's normal. When you have Waz on Rogue, you kind of try always make it work. But, I mean, the Windwalker came out today, and we saw that Lontar's team played it, and we weren't really sure about it in the start. We wargamed very little as Windwalkers, so it was very unexplored, but yeah, I mean, as you could tell, it worked out very well. The suburb was harder, but yeah, some small misplays as well.
All right, well, you in particular, I'm curious, are you excited for BlizzCon? Were you nervous about today? How do you feel about that?
I mean, we're super excited. I think if we wouldn't make BlizzCon, I mean, now we're guaranteed in BlizzCon, so it's an amazing feeling going into Sunday. I think if we wouldn't make BlizzCon, I think it would be very brutal for everybody. I think the expectations are nothing less than getting BlizzCon, at least. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. It's a lot of relief, a lot of weight off the shoulders. I mean, it's awesome.
Have you been in person at all before?
Yeah, we played Gamescom, right? Gamescom was my first LAN, and we won that. That was already a super nice experience. But obviously BlizzCon is a whole nother ball game, so I'm super excited for that.
Awesome. I'm excited for you guys. All right, final question. Looking forward to tomorrow. What is your plan? You gonna rest? You gonna practice more? What's going on?
I mean, we're probably gonna practice more tonight. I mean, wargame the teams that are still in the tournament, which is everybody, but obviously the Gauntlet teams are not there anymore. We're gonna prepare for everybody a little bit, of course. Everybody can still make it to the final. We're gonna see tomorrow what's gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the job's not finished, so we're gonna stay locked in. You know, we're happy we made it to BlizzCon, but we're obviously trying to win.
All right, awesome. Well done today. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you again.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. All right, looking forward to seeing what those guys are going to be up to between now and tomorrow. Well done to Echo, first team to qualify for BlizzCon, but like he said, job is not done for EU and also North America. We'll be moving into North American games. We've got 4 teams over there as well. We've got 1 team rising up from the gauntlet, and the competition was super high in EU, and I can only expect the same thing over here for North America. So that means we will be heading to a break. When we come back, our first NA game of the day, Gators back versus Direwolves, the team that came up from the gauntlet. Coming up next, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We finished EU. Now we are moving on into North America. Echo, the first team that qualified for BlizzCon, and now we've got some more qualifications to get through. We are over in an NA. We have 4 teams for the games today, and 1 team will qualify for BlizzCon, and then, of course, Championship Sunday is tomorrow, so we will have our EU and NA Season 1 champions. Couldn't be more excited, David. I feel like we had an incredible region over in EU. We had some amazing games over there. How are you feeling about North America?
Oh, I'm so excited about North America. I mean, we saw a little bit of a teaser in the gauntlet yesterday as Dire Wolves solidified their spot here in the finals, but there is some still new blood in my mind, right? I mean, I'm looking directly at F tier. Those guys, they're so interesting to watch when they're live streaming. I'm a big fan of watching Meat Mumping in particular. Just good energy overall, and some good tips for me as I progress on my healer journey, Aya.
Yes, we're all taking notes watching these guys for sure. But we'll look at the journey that these players have been taking over the course of the season, both in NA and EU. Of course, we have those first 3 qualifying cups to get here to today into the top 4. We had Direwolves, as already mentioned, crawling up from the gauntlet to join the rest of the competitors here in the NA region. And then, of course, that BlizzCon spot is where we're all trying to go. So we'll pull 1 person from NA to officially qualify in BlizzCon today, and then the other qualification will be tomorrow. That's first and second place for both regions. And then we've got the cross-region tournament also. But that's not the only thing that's going on at BlizzCon besides WoW Esports. There is so much more. There's Overwatch, there's Hearthstone, there's some classic cups coming up as well. You know, if you like Heroes, if you like StarCraft, definitely go check that out. Also, so much to do. Dark Moon Fair, BlizzCon store. I know I'm going to get a big old bag of merch. Super excited for that. But D-Machine, what are you looking most forward to for BlizzCon?
It's so hard to not just immediately say the competitions at the Warcraft stage. I know. I'm definitely going to be in the classical.
Yeah,
but dude,
right.
Oh man, it is so awesome to hear like the rumbling of 30,000 nerds just like screaming their lungs off at like some newfound favorites. It's so interesting. Every BlizzCon I go to, even the people who aren't familiar with the AWC or MDI, when they do actually see the competition happen in person and they can feel the energy of the competition, they immediately convert into fans every time.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember all of the WoW fans like sprawled out in, past where we're actually just like
standing
sitting on the floor.
room.
It was full party, for the last BlizzCon that we had. So really, really looking forward to that, Ven. But let's first talk about the teams, the top 4 teams here in the North American region. Talk to us about who we're going to be seeing today for NA.
Yeah, let's familiarize ourselves with kind of the champions of North America. We got Gators back. Now, this roster has been absolutely owning. I feel like for a while, Calvish was kind of finding his footing, but joining up with Cubsy on healer, Dazed on rogue, and of course, WizK as that third DPS, playing the Shadow Priest and Warlock. This team has been absolutely owning. And Calvish, originally, we knew him and loved him as a rogue, but he's been playing a lot of his Frost Mage and definitely one of the best, maybe even the best mage in North America right now. He plays it very fast, very aggressively. He is a playmaker, and Gators back. They're a phenomenal roster to watch. And then, of course, kind of their main competition has been Welcome to the JUNG. Nick, Drake, Prev, and JUNG Bahai. This team has been an absolute force in the region, but it's been very back and forth with Gators back. However, I just feel like their team is so consistent. Like they not only are they extremely good at finding win conditions, they're the team that just won't die. They will just infinitely rotate through their defensive cooldowns. They play very well, calm, cool, and collected under pressure. And they also just bring a plethora of compositions. This talent pool is very diverse. You never know if they're going to be playing a cleave, a mage-based setup, but they're a phenomenal team regardless.
Yeah. And we also have F tier. I mean, I kind of talked about him earlier, Aya, but this team in particular, I've been keeping my eye on because not only are these guys playing compositions that we don't normally see, like we see a lot of rogue mage, but I mean coming out from F tier, they kind of stay true to their name with some interesting compositions, as you're seeing on the screen right here. Kitty Cleave and a Kitty Cleave mirror of all situations. But F tier has definitely shown that they're capable of, standing up to the big dogs. Some younger folks, some younger players in this team, some fresh blood, if you will. And seeing a team like this, a hungry team, a new up-and-coming team, make it all the way to BlizzCon would be an absolute Cinderella story. But there's one more team that have made it to this team bracket of the finals. We have Direwolves, who just came out of the gauntlet yesterday. These players, you've seen them time and time again. I think back to the time where Sea-Doo won BlizzCon with this roster and said, as long as these players want to continue to play, he will continue to queue with them. And that is exactly what we're seeing here. But the question is, will they make it back to BlizzCon?
That is definitely the question, and this competition is going to be so tough for these guys. Here is the bracket. So on the subject of Direwolves, they're going to be facing off against Gators Back, which then has been the most lethal team, one of the most lethal teams, because they're here, obviously, in North America this season.
I think this season, Direwolves has struggled a little bit against Gators Back and Welcome to the Jung. So going up against Gators Back in round number 1, hopefully their confidence is high. Like we talked about, they're the team that got out of the gauntlet. Gators Back, though, absolutely horrifying. These guys play Rogue Mage at such a high level. They've been playing with the Void Weaver. These guys seem to be just practicing nonstop. So Direwolves is definitely going to have to match that energy because it's going to be very difficult. Then, of course, on the other side of things, you have F tier versus Welcome to the Jung. F tier, an amazing roster, and they are kind of in their own meta. They have Meep, who primarily plays that Mistweaver Monk, and then they run various cleave setups, and of course Saul and that Elemental Shaman. So a little bit of a different take on the meta, but they've been a really strong team throughout the cup stages.
Yeah, most definitely. All right. We are here on our first series for North America. If you're in chat, get your predictions in. We'll get ours in soon. Gators Back and Direwolves. If what then said is true, D-Machine, Direwolves are the underdog here, but there's been some time. There's been some time for Direwolves to step up, and I feel like they certainly did yesterday in the Gauntlet games. Has Direwolves walked away from what we've seen from them this season, kind of struggling a little bit, especially against Gators Back, and are they walking into a new light this weekend?
That is the question. I mean, don't get me wrong. Direwolves had some seriously close games in the gauntlet, some really high-level gameplay, but in my mind, to be completely honest with you, Gators Back is a whole nother level. We've seen Direwolves step up to the plate to being considered one of the world's best arena teams to ever queue the game. But the question is, do they have that level of play right now? Are they at that level? Are they taking it that seriously? Do they have the preparation? I am unconvinced until shown otherwise, to be completely honest with you. A little bit of foreshadowing to my prediction.
All right. Do you want to go first then?
Sure, yeah.
Spoil it?
All
right, let's hear it.
I think Gators is still going to be moving on in this bracket. They are going to be taking the series. I think it's going to be close, 3-2.
3-2 in favor of Gators Back. All right, Venruki, what is your prediction?
I have to go with Gators Back. I just feel like they've been so dominant this season. I'm kind of with David on this one, where the Direwolves, I'm not counting them out because they are a team that can kind of step up to the plate. They can rise to the occasion, and if they are having a good day, they can definitely take anyone in the series. But I feel like Gators Back, the amount of effort they put in and how well they've been going, I'm actually going to go 3-0 in favor of Gators Back.
Wow. All right. Nice. I kind of am aligned with you guys. I feel like it's tough to bet against Gators Back considering what we've seen from both of these teams historically, but I think this series is really going to set the tone for Direwolves for the rest of this weekend, and I hope that they prove me wrong. I really, really hope that they prove me wrong, but I'm with you guys. I think it's going to be 3-2 Direwolves, and I'm curious what the other casters have predicted. Chan and Supatees and Zico for this series, and then chat also continue to get your predictions in there. But
wow,
that is brutal. Oh,
no faith
man.
in the Wolves. 0.
I don't know if they deserve that. I don't wait. Who was it? I already forget what you guys predicted. I know we all predicted Gators Back, but who's the other 3-0?
Me.
D-Machine?
I've actually been I've been in line with Chan, I think, for pretty much all our predictions, and Zico. Like I don't know. It's tough, right? Because you never want to count the Direwolves out. Some of the biggest names to do it, right? Trill, Sam, Mez, Sea-Doo. These guys. Yeah, pretty good team. No doubt about it.
Pretty decent, yeah.
But Gators Back, they seem hungry. Like, I don't know if Direwolves is as hungry as Gators Back. I think Gators Back really want to prove themselves, and you can tell just by their practice schedule. We'll see. Anything can happen in these finals.
Yeah, perhaps it's not lack of skill in a series such as this, but who is hungry, who wants it more, who understands what is on the line, and that is BlizzCon. That is 30. That is a huge prize pool as well when you get to BlizzCon, and we're going to be seeing that series start off soon enough. Sounds like they got into the gates, but they didn't quite open, and they're going to be remaking. And as these guys said, just with how tough these series are, how important they are, you want to make sure that you've got everything ready to go, and the teams are allowed to do that before the gates actually open. So that means we've got some time to predict some
It's so funny.
picks.
It's so funny. I remember being in production meetings, like setting up for BlizzCon in the past, and we would always talk about, like, okay, yeah, during the cups it usually took this long for draft. You know, we can jump right in. We're gonna see these players on the PC, so we'll have a lot more control to get in the game as soon as possible. And every single time we're like, we need to add nerves into this timeline. We need to add, the pressure into this turnaround time. There's always so many remakes. There's always so many last-minute bathroom breaks because there really is so much on the line today. We've been watching these cups time and weekend after weekend after weekend, seeing these players practice on ladder, on their own live streams, just paying attention to the meta shifts so with an eagle eye, all to come down to today, to the opportunity to make it to that land, to BlizzCon. It's been years since we've seen a real live bona fide world championship at BlizzCon. It's back, baby, and we have our competitors fighting it out. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series is underway, and we do see a Windwalker Monk enter the arena yet again. Some mind games between these like rogue matchups, Ben.
Here we go. I mean, Trill taking a page out of Europe a little bit, bringing in the Windwalker Monk. Not something that I fully expected here, but we are going to have Cubsy on the Druid, and Chanimal kind of mentioned it. Like, Druid may have fallen out of the meta a little bit, but when Cubsy's on Druid, you can kind of always believe that they are going to succeed. Let's see what Daze decides to do here in the opening stage of the match. Of course, going to be playing that Subtlety Rogue, which I think is a good pick in this matchup as they open very aggressively onto Trill. Need to be careful. Might just die in the opener. This is not the start that you want. Extremely risky, but they will hold on with minimal cooldown usage.
For now, that was crazy. Here, kidney shot swap on to Sea-Doo. Emerald Communion will be forced. Cubsy also getting leg swept throughout that as well. Gonna walk away with just the bark skin, however. It looks like Sea-Doo also is walking away without using his trinket, but now Cyclone swap onto Trill. He's also trying to use Zenith. He's trying to get aggressive as well. Daze just seems like he's all over the map, just keeping Gators back on their toes completely. I'm sorry, Dire Wolves on their toes. Just Emerald Communion though, but Sea-Doo not having a trinket's going to be a big deal to keep an eye on as we move forward into this game.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Cubsy right now playing pretty aggressively. Calvish, though, taking a huge hit of damage. You need to be careful. We've seen it once again, but a big ray of frost on Trill. He could drop. Sam's there with the
oh my
not
god!
Enough. The setup with the smoke bomb, the ray of frost, beautifully executed there by Gators back. And they were able to claim game number 1 in just a minute and 20 seconds, David.
Dazed on this Subtlety Rogue is a bad man. That was insane. I just felt like every time a cheap shot went down, I just had a weight in the back of my chest as a healer. I'm like, oh my gosh, this could easily be, lots of cooldowns. How do I trade efficiently? How do I not overreact? How do I make sure I'm keeping awareness of all of the cooldowns that are being used to be able to make these split-second decisions that could easily be the game? But look at this. A double Dragon's Rest for Sam-I-Am, but it was just too little, too late. The momentum and the swap opportunities that Rogue Mage has when in the hands of the very best players in the game is just absolutely explosive. A very convincing game number 1. Trill dying without even able to get that touch of karma off. You got to be careful when you're on that Windwalker Monk not to use that trinket because you need to pair that trinket with the touch of karma or something like that can happen to you.
Yeah, it does feel like Subtlety Rogue was a great pick by Daze because the Subtlety Rogue into the Windwalker Monk doesn't feel like a bad matchup. Whereas when you fight a Windwalker Monk into an Outlaw Rogue, it kind of feels like you can win. So I feel like Gators back. This is a great pick by them. Bringing in the Druid once again. Cubsy really showcasing great control in this game. And it's just great to see. They tried a nice little all-in here on Cubsy. They're able to get the bar skin, but other than that, very limited pressure here for Direwolves in this game. But A beautiful blink in by Calvish, smoke bomb, 3 versus 1. And even though Samhain was able to get that Dragon's Breath like we talked about, Dazed had the trinket. He just trinketed. He could continue to go, and that's just exactly what you want if you're a Subtlety Rogue. You got a Windwalker Monk. He's got no trinket. You have a perfect win condition.
Yep. And that's exactly what we see. I'm not going to lie to you, Elliot. Seeing Cubsy's name above that orange health bar just feels right. It feels at home. The OG fans in chat know Cubsy on that Restoration Druid is basically a legend already. He has stamped or carved his name into the stone of that of the AWC. He's just an absolute legend on that Restoration Druid. I feel like I've watched that guy play Restoration Druid for years. To see it come back on a roster such as this feels good, man.
Feels great. I mean, just a shout out to Cubsy. I mean, for a while, he took a little bit of a hiatus from healing, and he was on like a bit of like an arcane mage bender, and he was making it work. Like, to his credit, he was the only arcane mage a lot of the time that was playing and winning. But it's like it felt like he was just nerfing himself. Like, he's just putting himself in a position where he's disadvantaged. He's still getting some wins, but it just wasn't as good. But when Cubsy's on healer, it's like, this is a different ball game. Gator's back. The raw talent on this team is insane. Like, they are a serious threat to any team in the world. They've got the strategies, they got the dedication. Individually, absolutely phenomenal. It seems like as a team, they're only improving, getting better and better. For Direwolves, what do they need to do? Are they going to lock in a Rogue Mage Mirror? I don't know if I like Windwalker Monk into the Subtlety Rogue. I'm not entirely convinced of that one. But the question is, what options do they have?
I would like to see a Rogue Mage Mirror, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Sea-Doo on the Discipline Priest. Ooh, we got to be looking for our favorite spec.
My new favorite spec, yeah.
Dude, you have sold me on it too. The Void Weaver is a lot of fun. I see a lot of people, on Reddit and stuff like that kind of complaining. He's like, oh, these Void Weavers are, they're kind of throwing. But in the hands of the right player, it can be so exciting, so much pressure, so much momentum, very difficult to come back from. But Cubsy with the patent pending sheep staff, also very familiar to see that. A well-earned crown on his head as well. Yeah, something else I wanted to point out about Cubsy and about this roster in general is, in other like sports, like traditional sports, a lot of times the strategy on the coaching staff is you have an up-and-coming talent, right? You have someone who's got a lot of potential, but you have to make sure you have the right mental. You have to make sure that you have the right experience and the right, ability to handle the pressure. And a lot of times what they'll do with these up-and-coming talent is they'll pair them with veterans of the sport. And when I see this roster with people like Cubsy paired with people like Calvish, I just think that that's a recipe for a possible like legendary run in the AWC. There's the experience, but there's also the raw talent and the hunger to really perform. Calvish paired with a veteran experience on this roster, I just feel like BlizzCon is waiting for them, but they're just going to need to get through a couple final bosses such as Direwolves to get there. Direwolves, however, they have something to prove too.
Yeah, there's just no doubt about it. But I just this roster so hungry. But we'll see. I mean, the RMP of Direwolves, they could strike back. I feel like that their game one matchup necessarily wasn't the best, but this is a team that's won BlizzCon in the past, right? Like, they can definitely still go toe-to-toe here with Gators back, but it is going to be an uphill battle. They have lost that game number 1, so if it does go to a game number 5, we'll be slightly disadvantaged. Direwolves going to be looking to battle it back, and you talked a little bit about Void Weaver. I don't even know if he'll play Void Weaver. There's a really good possibility he'll just play the Oracle.
Yeah,
but,
it's a risky in this situation, I'd say.
Maybe you need risk, though. Nah. Is he playing it?
Maybe a little bit of risk.
We don't know just yet if he's going to be playing it or not, but we'll have to wait and see. For Direwolves, though, what is their main target going to be? They are playing Subtlety, so swapping around is going to be a great option. Both mages likely going to be playing Blink to just free themselves from the stun, so probably going to be maybe go after the healer, go after the rogue a lot, maybe go after the mage, but normally not the best strategy.
Normally not, but here we go. Trill caught into a full kidney shot, is going to get life grip by Sea-Doo right away. Nice heads up play by him. Now Trill going to use the blades himself onto Daze. Kidney shot into a cheap shot onto Daze. Now Polymorph, they're swatching the damage over onto Calvish. Cubsy not caught into any CC just yet, is going to commit that Iron Bark, but he actually commits it onto Calvish on the swap. So Cubsy able to read that juke. No problem. Now he's got to be a little bit careful for a possible swap onto him. Sea-Doo finally getting out of that blind, gets put into a full Ring of Frost. Trill's got to be careful. Is he going to have to trade? Sam caught in the cross CC clone. There's the disarm out onto Trill. He finally leaves it, but now the kidney shot goes out, and it is going to be out onto Sea-Doo. A possible swap? Ooh. Nope. But Trill's still in trouble then.
I like Calvish is really risking it here. He's decided to swap over and play Shimmer with Orc. So it's you're a lot more vulnerable to being swapped to, but you are very aggressive. With Polymorphs, he's going to be able to get Polymorphs and Ring of Frost a lot easier if there's any kind of stun lock onto Sea-Doo. But it is a risky gamble. We'll see what they can do. Cubsy gets interrupted. A good blast of damage.
Oh my gosh.
Trill that falls once again. Evasion, Cloak of Shadows, popping every defensive cooldown to survive. But ultimately, that will be enough to live. Now trying to set up here. But so far, Gators back. Their setups look better. Big setup here on Calvish. And he will trade out the Ice Block. And that's one of the problems. You play Shimmer, you get caught in stuns. And I think they're going to have to try to punish Calvish for this play.
And I'm so surprised Trill didn't end up having to need to trinket there. Using that cloak and evasion is still a big commit, but that was spooky. Now kidney shot on the Sea-Doo as Trill gets caught into the cheap shot. Gators back has another go. This feels like they're going before the DRs are even up, but the DRs are definitely up. Now Calvish getting swapped to again by Trill. The cheap shot follow-up. Cubsy caught into the blind. If there's anything to follow this up on the Cubsy, this could very easily be maybe another Ice Block or even taking him down. No. Calvish is going to be okay. A triple fear from Sea-Doo to set up his team as the damage just keeps getting teed off onto Calvish for now. I assume they're waiting for the diminishing returns, but now Dazed finds the opener on the go. Cheap shots Trill, nothing to follow it up. Sam also cross-CCing, just both mages really backing up these rogues, making sure that the momentum stays in their team's favor.
Yeah, mana actually in favor of Direwolves. Direwolves is not looking bad, and maybe the Shimmer pick from Calvish is really going to end up costing them. Big Ray of Frost is being channeled right now. Salmayam having a field day in this match, getting out a ton of pressure, but Trill getting swapped to once again. He does have the trinket, but there's nothing to trinket. There's no vanish for just a few short seconds. Sea-Doo might be able to keep him alive. Pops the Evangelism, and now a counter setup here on the Dazed, but Dazed is looking pretty healthy. The damage just isn't there, but it's been a few close calls on Trill here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the trinkets is the big thing. I mean, Sea-Doo having no trinket right now is
nice
spooky,
fear,
but a solid fear. Dragon's Breath on the Cubsy into the full polymorph out of form. Where is the follow-up damage? It's going to be slowed down by the double Dragon's Breath on the Trill. And it looks like they weren't actually able to go, but now Calvish caught into the full kidney shot, no blink available, into the follow-up cheap shot. Subsy in the background just trying to make sure that he's not catching any unnecessary CC, just max ranging for now, playing it very safe. So much on the line here in game number 2, and Direwolves really do need this swing match game. They did lose game number 1, popping that Windwalker monk, but man, there has been some close calls on Trill. Here's the bomb commit onto Daze. Huge damage go! They gotta go through this. Daze is somehow alive! The defensive smoke bomb, the trinket, the cloak of shadows, the evasion, everything committed. The swap onto Cubsy though. Direwolf smells blood in the water here on hook point. Cubsy in tree form. Can they punch through? Now Trill, everyone! It's just back and forth, Ben.
Yeah, Trill's in danger. Polymorph on Sea-Doo, but can he keep him alive? A setup here on Dazed. Once again, it is back and forth between these two teams. Ray of Frost being channeled by Calvish. Can he take down Trill? Can they get the second point on the board in this series? Trill hanging on by a thread, gets the gouge onto Dazed. Can they find the setup? A nice fear there by Sea-Doo. Slows it down just enough. Full setup here onto Calvish. He's stuck in a kidney shot, but there's just no real damage. Now Trill once again finds himself in a stun, gets gripped back to the pillar. Excellently done here by Sea-Doo, but it might not be enough. The Ring of Frost lands, and Trill is isolated and likely will get dropped. And they take him down. Gators back. Excellently done, but Direwolves made that close. There was a lot of moments. I feel like Sam had a great game on the mage, and I still feel like the series is far from over.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, there was so many times where I thought Calvish could easily fall or maybe even force another ice block. Take a gander at Cubsy's mana pool too as we get here deeper into the game. It looks like Sea-Doo and Sam might be sticking around. They might try to see this through, but I mean, I think that if Dire Wolves were able to just hold on, maybe clean up their defensive rotation just a little bit, perhaps a later game could spell a very different result here. Their backs up are against the wall now, Ven. This means if Dire Wolves loses here, they will be dropping down to that lower bracket, and Gators back will be moving on, and you will be getting a perfect prediction.
I don't take pleasure in that, to be honest with you. Like, there's a part of me, like, with how close that game is, I want Dire Wolves to be able to battle it back. I don't want them to go down, even though it goes against my prediction. Like, I want a Game 5 series here between these two teams, because I feel like Dire Wolves, they're heating up a little bit. And I don't fully know if I agree with Calvish's decision to play Shimmer. So, like I said, he's a very aggressive mage. Like, he is willing to play in your face. He's fast. He's young. He's fast. He's faster than you, probably. So he's willing to play to that tempo. And I think Shimmer kind of allows him to do that. But just look at how close the game was. I mean, at this point, it's just so deadly for Trill. Unfortunately, Sidu does keep him alive here, but at this point, you just really don't have anything. This Ring of Frost from Calvish completely seals the deal. Trill doing what he can to try to survive. Shadow steps back, but at that point, it's just too little too late. Not much you can do. Sam I Am is busy dealing with Cubsy. But we are going to be going to a third game, of course. It will be Dire Wolves' map and composition pick, and I kind of wonder where they're going to go. Is it going to be a small map once again so they can set up this RMP?
I think they should stick with the same comp for sure. But one of the things that I want to see different going into game number 3 is I want their goes to feel a little bit more potent. The defensive rotation can always be cleaned up a little bit. There's always room to improve, but there was a couple of times there where, Trill was immediately committing the kidney out onto Calvish and has to get grip back because he's low, or goes for the full kidney and then steps to somebody else to try to get the cross CC to set up for the polymorph on the Cubsy, and then gets stunned by Dazed himself. So there was a couple of times where maybe just a cleaned up the synergy a little bit, get some cross CC before the kidney shot committal. Could because we say it's a cliche at this point, but the best defense really is a strong offense.
It certainly can be, yeah. There's no doubt about that. So if you can keep your opponents on the back foot, you can start pulling ahead and just force mistakes out of them, and they just never really get a chance to get the ball rolling. And as a player, it's kind of the worst situation to be in, where it feels like you're constantly just flailing to survive, and there really is no openings. And against a subtlety rogue, you can find yourself in that situation often, because the low cooldown on Shadow Dance and the the option for them to just vanish and continue their stun locks. It's like they have a lot of capabilities to swap around targets, lock down targets, but Gators back in a very confidently lock in the Rogue, Mage, Druid once again. We didn't see this at all in Europe. All the Europeans stopped playing it.
All Prez, right? Oh, yeah. And Sidu's going to take a note from the EU, apparently, and also lock in that Prez.
So it's like, this I don't mind. I think this is a good composition, but the one thing that you have to wonder, right, when you're just wondering and thinking about this is, why didn't they pick this in the last game? Like, if this is something that they're confident in, why didn't they pick this in the last game? It feels like they're still trying to figure out exactly what they want to run. And that's not the situation you really want to find yourself in the finals, right? You want to have like a concrete answer.
Right now. Exactly.
Yeah. And I kind of like, I feel like the game was so close too. Like it was so close. I'm kind of surprised that they are making that change, but maybe Sidu just feels like he can be a bit more of a playmaker on the Evoker. He's good at every healer, but Evoker, I feel like Sidu particularly shines on at the moment.
No, I agree. And also, when it comes to Cubsy, getting CC on him, it's nice to be able to get that spammable CC even when he's in bear form. You know what I mean? With that sleep. Not to mention, Cubsy's just so good at positioning. Like, if you do want to get CC on Cubsy, you're going to have to overextend. And the Evoker, has a little bit more mobility than a Priest. So perhaps that is the flexibility that this roster needs to get a little bit more aggressive and to get these goes onto Calvish. I wonder if Calvish is going to be taking your feedback and is still going to be running Shimmer, because other than that, it seemed like they had a really solid defense with Cubsy on this Resto Druid.
Mentioned Direwolves, all of a sudden they have to deal with Sleepwalk. Like on the Priest, Priest is good. Like let's not get anything wrong about that. Discipline Priest definitely solid, but you're not really like a super high threat. You're very consistent. You heal a lot. You can land a fear every once in a while, but Evoker is like, that's a threat you actually have to manage the entire game, of him pushing in and getting sleepwalks and throwing in disintegrates, and that all of a sudden frees Sam I Am to get maybe more polymorphs and more Ray of Frost. So I think what Direwolves is running now is a lot more convincing to me. I just wonder why they didn't play it in the last game. So maybe not having full confidence in the matchup, but they feel like this is their best option.
Maybe they're in their head a little bit when it comes to the swaps of the Pres Evoker that we saw, throughout. Preservation, it does have that possible, risk, but Sea-Doo already getting in there and getting active, getting the Disintegrates over out onto Calva straight away, now putting him into a sleep. As soon as Cubsy's out of stealth, he gets caught into a cheap shot, into a Dragon's Breath, but it's Daze who's the one who's got to be in trouble. Sam pushing in around the corner, making sure that he has the angle to get that damage out into Daze, but Cubsy and Daze are going to defensively rotate around. Looks like Trill's also going for a re as well. Daze opens up onto Sea-Doo, the potential vulnerability that I just called out here, but he will be backed up by Trill and Sam to light up Daze right there. That is the evasion being committed out from Daze, but not the trinket, however. Now Sea-Doo into a full blind after that crazy rescue. Daze setting up, but Sea-Doo's right next to him. They got to be careful not to break him out of it. There's the full polymorph follow-up, but the damage isn't there yet. Here's the kidney shot. Calvish in position. He gets the follow-up onto Sea-Doo. Big damage goes out onto Trill. That will commit his cloak and evasion.
Yep, and look at Sea-Doo looking for a sleep block. Daze is in trouble. He's zoning Cubsy at the time being. That Fire Breath Purge is going to be super effective for Sea-Doo as well, but he might find himself in a polymorph right now. Looks like he will be able to immune it, but let's see if Calvish is going to be able to find it. Big stun. Sea-Doo doing a great job just evading this crowd control at the moment. Big setup onto Cubsy once again, and I love this. Direwolves are playing with confidence. They're swapping around. Polymorph now onto Cubsy. Are they going to swap to somebody else? Where is the damage to follow it up? Doesn't look like they have it just yet. Now Sea-Doo getting swapped to. Ray of Frost drop down onto Daze. Both teams are just melting each other at this moment. There's so much chaos in this match. They're just kind of going after whoever, swapping around so much, really keeping not only me guessing, but their enemy opponents.
Dude, this is what I like to see. This is the AWC gameplay I want to see. Swap onto Cubsy yet again. Bomb is going to be committed onto Trill. He's got nothing left. Even if he does trinket out of it, Emerald Communion from Sea-Doo will keep him healthy. But what a close call. And at any given moment, it can happen to everyone. You can see every single player in this arena is treating that trinket like it is solid gold. Daze is the only one without it right now, and he's got to be careful. He's in a bomb of his own. Full kidney shot, but the Iron Bark on Cubsy is nuts. They swap over onto Daze and go through! Unreal. Cubsy trinkets too late, and he just didn't have the throughput to keep Daze alive. And Direwolves put a point on the board.
They're not out of this yet. I feel like Direwolves is playing with confidence, and that is what you want in a matchup like this. Pressure and the stakes are extremely high right now, right? Like, you win this game, you put yourself in a top 3 position, so you can at least fight for your life. If you win this series, the worst possible or the worst case scenario is that you have to play in the cross-region tournament, but you put yourself in a really good position to actually make it to BlizzCon. You lose this, it's a little bit of a different story, but many close calls. I do like I said, that Direwolves is playing this matchup with confidence. They're still creating setups, they're playing aggressive, they're pushing the pace, they're keeping Gators back on the back foot, and that's exactly what you want. Now, I feel like Direwolves, they're kind of leveling up. After every game, it's looking better and better.
Oh my gosh, the tale as old as time. Direwolves just able to take data back into, the theory crafting, before every game, and is able to just evolve their gameplay. I think this is just a completely different team as soon as Sea-Doo's on that Evoker. I don't know if he was worried about the swaps with the sub rogue to him, or what it was, but Sea-Doo's got some reps on that Evoker, and it shows. You can't play confidently in the face of a team like Gators back without, being really confident in your play. We were talking a little bit about how seeing their composition choices in the beginning maybe were possible, I don't know, insecurity even. But that gameplay just kind of spells a completely different story here. Direwolves are going to have to do it 2 more times in a row to keep their upper bracket dreams alive. That's a tall order. I mean, Gators back now, all of a sudden, they're going to have the loser's advantage, which means they're going to see the composition their opponent locks in, and they're going to be able to choose a map as well as a composition of their own. I know Gators back, they have a roster of a lot of different variety of compositions. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same matchup happen again, but I have to call it out. I mean, I hope so. That matchup was so exciting. It just seems like Direwolves was able to just push the momentum. They had control of the game, and they just never really relinquished it for too long.
So here's my prediction. Direwolves locks in RME, and Gators back does not play Druid. They're going to play something else. They'll play Priest probably, would be my guess. I'd be surprised if they play Druid again. It feels like you're at a disadvantage against the Evoker. I think like the run cast Sleepwalk, the Fire Breath, the extra damage, it just pushes Druid over the edge. There's like a certain threshold that as a Druid you can deal with, and when the Evoker's in the game, it's really, really hard to match that threshold. So, but I feel like for Direwolves, you have no choice. You have to play it.
I'm a believer in that Fire Breath PvP talent, by the way. You know, I see a lot of people, you know, they run that, what is it, Time Stop, or they'll go like the Obsidian Scale Aura Mastery PvP talent, but the Fire Breath Purge PvP talent, it's seriously potent. It can really change the tide. I mean, there's been a couple times where I'd be in a Soul Shuffle match and one of my DPS will be like full CC'd and I don't have the Dispel for it, and it's just me and a DPS, you know, can punch through with a quick CC on the opponent's healer. Like, the Preservation Evoker just opens up so many opportunities, and you nailed it, Ven. We are going to be seeing a Discipline Priest come out for Cubsy as he puts the Druid to the side, but Dazed is also going to be swapping back from Sub-Rogue to Outlaw.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I do totally agree with you, but the Fire Breath talent is just awkward because Heat is actually not running it. So he's playing the Obsidian Metal instead to just be immune to interrupts. So
it's also can be used aggressively. It's one of those things where it's like Preservation could be used, you know, super defensively. It's got that, you know, CC immunity from the Verdant Embrace built in. So it seems like a really good answer to a Rogue Mage composition. Cubsy transitioning over to the Discipline Priest. I mean, Cubsy on every single healer is just ludicrously terrifying.
I want to see Void. Like they've been practicing it. They might not play it, but I just want to see it so bad.
That would be an absolute treat. But oh my god, there's so much on the line. I mean, I personally don't think I would ever play Void, but maybe that's just because I'm terrified of being punished by it. You know. Note to self, Soul Shuffle players out there, if you are facing a Void Priest, and you are a melee especially, they're pretty good to hit. Don't overextend, though, but they're good to hit.
We'll see. It is a risky line of play, but at this point, you're up 2-1. Maybe you just risk it. Maybe not. And I feel like I am slightly interested that Dazed went over to Outlaw instead in this matchup, because the Subtlety Rogue to me is looking good. Like both teams, I feel like are utilizing it well. There's so many close calls. The strategy of Gators back, I think, for this one is going to be a lot more about consistency. So Cubsy on Discipline Priest, not really going to be a target. Not the same way you see like a Resto Druid being swapped to. Right. So I think Gators back, what they're doing is they're basically bolstering their defense. And in theory, you should be able to run down the mage as an outlaw. So in a straight up mage race, Gators back, I think, is going to win with the Outlaw Rogue and the Discipline Priest. And I feel like for Direwolves playing Subtlety, which is more about swapping around, their targets are actually a little bit limited going into, you know, a Frost Mage with Blink, a Discipline Priest, and an Outlaw Rogue. So I think it's smart by Gators back.
If this goes the distance, Ven, who do you give the mana advantage here to? I know Prez is pretty good, but especially with the Emerald Communion rotations, but I'm curious. How do you think Oracle Disc Priest or even Void Weaver Disc Priest fares on the mana side of it?
Well, if he's Void Weaver, I can guarantee you that it won't come down to mana. I promise you that. That's a promise. If he's playing Oracle, I still feel like you can be very good on mana as a Void Weaver, or sorry, as an Oracle Disc Priest. I feel like you probably are going to out mana. Like from my experience playing with an Oracle Disc Priest, it seems like they have pretty good longevity.
Yeah.
And then of course you can sneak away and get things like Mass Invis drinks, and there are a few options for them. So it's not. But I don't think we're getting to that. I don't think this comes down to mana. I'm not gonna lie, with how aggressive both these teams are playing, that's the last thing on my mind at the moment.
I love that. I love to hear that coming out from my my mage expert on the desk here. Because when it comes to the aggression of the last few games that we've seen, it is exactly why I watch the AWC. Make sure that if you are a fan of either one of these teams, you are giving them your energy as best you possibly can. There couldn't be more on the line here in this best of 5 series. Dire Wolves back up against the wall. They need to win 2 games in a row if they want to move forward in this upper bracket. Gators back, however, they need to continue to prove that they are the reigning champions of the North American region. And so far, so good. But can they deal with this Evoker event?
Yep, and he will not be playing Void. The dreams are shattered. He's playing the Oracle.
Dang.
So you can see the multiple penances flying out. The signature move of the Oracle Disc Priest. So let's see what they do. Full Ring of Frost now onto Sea-Doo. Trill taking quite a bit of damage early on. And maybe it's not going to be a mage race. Maybe it is just going to be going after the rogues for both of his teams. Sea-Doo grips Trill into the Ring of Frost, unfortunately. Make a swap on Daze. Daze might just die. Are you kidding me? 10% health. That is going to be a pain suppression. They almost just kill him through the pain suppression. What a great play there by Direwolves.
All right. Now, Sam I Am's the one who's in a bit of trouble. He's locked out. I don't know if that's on Frost, but he's got to be careful. Sea-Doo's got his back. Yeah, the time stop. I'm sorry, not the time stop, but the dilation will keep him healthy. But now Trill gets swapped to as well. The momentum just never ends. The kidney shot goes out into Daze, but he gets Dragon's Breath on it. Not a whole lot of pressure to follow it up. And Cubsy in the backline was just lighting him up and keeping him nice and healthy throughout that. But Trill in Narnia, cheap shot into a cheap shot. The swap over out onto Cubsy. They're trying to make a miracle play happen by taking out the Discipline Priest. But that has never really worked out for me. I'm not going to lie. But he puts him into a blind and swaps the damage over out into Daze. Daze is just going to go ahead and get the heck out of there with the backup polymorph to peel Trill off of him. Now the damage going out onto Sam I Am, just waiting for the CC chain to hit. The full kidney shot into Cubsy. They're trying to go for it again. It gets peeled with the polymorph. Another cheap shot to follow it up. Sea-Doo disintegrating in his face. He gets feared. Sam I Am's got to be careful. Sea-Doo's so aggressive to try to do this swap over out onto Cubsy. This is such a bold strategy to go to Discipline Priest, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't work, but let's see if it does. I mean, I like that Direwolves is not afraid to mix it up. They're going after Cubsy. They're going after Dazed. Trill, I feel like, once again, having a field day. Calvish and Dazed, their consistent damage is really lighting up Sam. He's had a few close calls. I mean, you can only survive these close calls so many times when you're playing greedy. So a little bit worried for Sam. He gets locked on Frost once again, but good control on Dazed right now. Really nothing to be concerned about. Ray of Frost gets channeled out, but Calvish is going to shut that down. I think that was with a mass invisibility, so well done there by Calvish. A little bit of an alter time. Barrier coming in from Sam. Sea-Doo's getting low. He gets swapped to. Cubsy's getting low. He gets swapped to. Nobody is safe. Sam I Am forced into the ice block. Doesn't want to greet it this time. Big Dream Breath comes in, but going after Daze once again. Stun comes in. Trill Sam is low. Everyone's just straight up dead in this game. Gators back fully recover, but mana, you talked about it. Cubsy does have the lead if it comes down to it.
Oh my gosh, dude. Daze is playing like a sub-rogue. I don't understand how he has all these opportunities for all these swaps. Everyone seems to be scared, but then he also still has the durability of an outlaw rogue. This composition for Gators back seems to be working out well for them. Sam I Am is in so much trouble here. Big Dream Breath will keep him alive for now, but ice block on top of it. Oof. Not going to have any more of those for 2 whole minutes moving forward. But here's the big damage go onto Daze. Smoke bomb committed, but he survives out of it. Cheap shot onto Cubsy. Trill gets disarmed. It looks like they're not going to be able to make a big go swap onto Cubsy, as Sea-Doo and Sam I Am were both cross CC'd and stopped at the same time there. Sam I Am just seems to not be able to catch a break, still at half health here. Dragon's Breath onto Cubsy. Can it be followed up? No, it doesn't, but Sea-Doo gets caught into a fear himself. It looks like Gators back are trying to get aggressive right here, right now. Onto Sam I Am. Sea-Doo now caught into a polymorph follow-up. If there's any more CC, this could just be it for Sam I Am. No ice blocks available. He's so low, and Sea-Doo tries to rescue him at the last minute, but it doesn't matter. Gators back. Stamp in their position here in the upper bracket, taking out Direwolves 3-1.
And they've guaranteed themselves the top 3. For Direwolves, a little bit of a rougher road. Still, you know, their future's uncertain here going down to the lower bracket, and there's a lot of good teams here, but I'm impressed with Direwolves. I really am. I feel like they proved the haters wrong. I mean, they did lose the series, but the games were incredibly close. They played with confidence, and yeah, it's looking like Direwolves definitely here to play today. An amazing performance. Gators back has been a really difficult team for them the entire season throughout the cup stages, but they made them work for it in this one. And I think this Rogue Mage Evoker for Direwolves is looking like a real threat for all the teams here.
I absolutely agree. This seems like a return to form, and it is a welcome return to form for the Direwolves. This team is definitely capable of going the distance and making it to BlizzCon, but they have not proven it just yet. They have to go through that lower bracket, and it's going to be a tough one. Every single team here in the North American bracket, Aya, just seems like an absolute legend of the arena.
So true. I mean, I said this yesterday. There's teams that didn't even make it to this weekend that had incredible seasons and are incredibly strong teams. So we're really seeing the best of the best, the top 1% of the 1% here in the AWC for both North America and EU. And I think we just saw that showcase right now. Very happy to see that Direwolves has stepped up to the plate, but unfortunate for them, that is going to be a win for Gators back. So they're going to be sitting nice and pretty in the upper bracket, like these guys already said. Direwolves knocked down, and they have got to be feeling the pressure now because they only have one more chance to stay in it. And just knowing what is on the line, I'm sure that that's weighing heavily on them. So looking forward to this next up series. I feel like the competition that we just saw the machine can allude to the level that these teams are all stepping up for across the board.
I mean, yeah, it's you can see it in the level of gameplay that we've witnessed so far, not only in the North American region, but the European one as well. BlizzCon is on the line, and every single one of these teams is playing exactly like it is, because when it comes to what you can accomplish, your aspirations within Arena in World of Warcraft, BlizzCon is and always has been the end game. And today is the day that we determine who finally gets to make it. The top two teams, as you guys already should know, in North America and Europe, will automatically qualify. But that third place team will have to drop down to the playoff match, the cross-region playoff match, which I'm very excited about. However, the teams that are eliminated are the ones that lose twice. You cannot lose twice. Direwolves dropping down to that lower bracket, waiting for their opponent here. Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier. Up next, Aya. This is insane. If I was Direwolves, there is no like happy situation here. Both of these teams have had their number all season.
Yeah, they certainly have. And we've seen this one play out before many times over the course of the season. But I mean, like we're really touching on a lot today. This is different. This is a different playing ground. We're in a different battlefield here. Everything's on the line. So cannot wait to see these two teams play off against each other. So to let them get a little bit ready for the series, we have our first little mini game of the weekend. It's a little bit different. Are you guys excited? Feeling
I am,
mini game.
Competitive?
I'm waiting for this. I thought we weren't going to do it.
I'm so excited. I definitely will
we moved it around. Yeah, so it's a little bit different. So as we know, the PvP community has a way of, naming a lot of these comps really fun names, right? We've got Kitty Cleave, we've got Cupid Cleave, we've got, I don't know, name some
Scooby-Doo,
Scooby-Doo Cleave, Red Rogue,
RMP.
Exactly. Yeah,
okay,
sure, our names. Right, we've got Kitty Cleave, we've got Cupid Cleave, we've got, I don't know, name some
Scooby-Doo,
Scooby-Doo Cleave, Red Rogue,
RMP.
Exactly. Yeah,
okay,
sure, RMP, yeah, God comp. There's so many historical iconic
LSD, dude.
names of
Right,
comps, and we are going to try and guess what nickname for a comp
Jungle Cleave.
this represents.
This is definitely a Beast Mastery Hunter. All right.
Yeah.
Already giving Venruki some nightmares.
No, this doesn't bother me. But it does look like this is good. Okay, so
So priest.
So it's one. I see.
We have a Beast Mastery Hunter, and no, this is a Paladin, baby. Look at that plate armor in that shrine.
Yeah.
All right, so we have priest Paladin. Okay, so is it Cupid, Ret, Hunter?
well, let's see.
What was the first one? Hunter.
Yeah,
First one looked like a Beast Mastery Hunter.
Paladin.
There was a bow. There was
Cupid
pets.
Cleave.
Look at the little grapes. Very Paladin. Very Paladin. What is this?
Okay,
It's a
Ellie-
shaman.
Looks like a shaman. Yeah, that's definitely a shaman.
Wait, so is it Ret
Shattered?
Hunter Shaman, or is
I know
it...
what it is.
I know what
already
it is, too. You should know what
What
it
is
is,
it?
Venruki.
Yeah.
What is it?
Wrap it up. I'm pretty sure this is Beast Cleave. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can already the wolves, the bloodlust.
Yeah,
like,
okay, the hunt.
Fun
okay,
fact for
that
those in
makes
chat, this
sense.
is the composition that was able to garner the crazy amount of burst damage that took down Venruki before he had a chance to ice block.
Hopefully we have that
Creating the
clip
infamous
too.
line, down goes Venruki, headshot, that'll do it.
What if that's not even it?
If that's not it, it's could be Red
Oh, they
Hunter.
got
Look at that
Dog balls,
face.
how
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know if I mentioned it, but these are supposed to represent little dog houses.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Isn't that cute?
It is cute.
Which one of these houses would you want to live in?
The left one looks cozy.
I'm gonna be so
with all
for real.
the
I
plushies.
love dogs, so I would be in the Hunter Hut for sure.
Not me. I want to sleep next to fire and lightning.
Very
I love
nice.
this comp. It's my favorite.
Nothing puts
Yes.
me to sleep quite like the ambient noise of lightning next to my head.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, true.
like
True
the-
though. Actually, thunder. It's
Yeah,
pretty nice.
I actually do love thunder and lightning, but go to bed.
What's the most well-established nickname for a comp that came recently?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, true.
like
True
the-
though. Actually, thunder. It's
Yeah,
pretty nice.
I actually do love thunder and lightning, but go to bed.
What's the most well-established nickname for a comp that came recently? I feel like a lot of the ones that are well-known
Recently?
are pretty old school. Like
There's a lot. I mean, there's Vanguard's Cleave.
Yeah, but
Shout
that
out
are,
to our
like-
observer, by the way.
That's
True.
old too, though. Like that's
That is
you
super
know?
old.
yeah, like within
The Super
like
Gosu
since like
was always
evokers
confusing
were
to me.
invented.
I'm not. I
Demon
feel like people
Hunters.
aren't as bold with names anymore. You
Yeah.
know, it's
They're
like
not.
everyone's
We
so
don't do
boring. Oh, that's
anything.
the
Honestly,
You know,
I think it's time to have a call to action to chat right now.
We
We
do.
need some
Dude,
creative
listen,
names.
guys. Absolute. The PvPers are encroaching on our territory. They have their own version of God Comp. We gotta lock it in, guys.
Mhm,
Let's come up
mhm.
with some names. Let's get creative here. Let us know in chat what you think. In the meantime, we're gonna go to a break. It is Welcome to the Jung versus F tier. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in North America, the second series in this region. Welcome to the Jung versus F tier. Chan, what is your take on these two teams? How do you feel like they've been doing throughout the course of the season? Do you feel like that's going to change today, given the stakes?
I feel like F tier has been having a pretty good season in general. I mean, they've come onto the scene in Dragonflight. They've been an exciting team to watch. I'm a big fan of watching Soul and now Meat Monk on the roster. But, you know, in Cup 1, they made Welcome to the Jung sweat big time. But Cups 2 and 3, Welcome to the Jung had the number. It was just quick 3-0s both times around. Going into this finals here, I'm not too sure what's going to happen. We'll have to see. There were a few nerfs, though, to F tier. I just feel like Welcome to the Jung, they're too solid of a team. I feel like it's going to be clean sweep for them.
For F tier?
For Welcome to the Jung.
Welcome to the Jung. Okay, so we know your prediction, 3-0. D-Machine, what about you?
Listen, I love Meat
Listening.
Monk. I'm a fan of Saul. Okay, F tier, they have my heart. I'm a big believer in the Meat Monk dream. Watching his live streams, but Zhang Bahai is an absolute god. 3-0. Welcome to the Jung.
Oh my gosh. Is everybody a 3-0? I don't know if I'm going to do a 3-0, but is everybody else a 3-0? I could be peer pressured. I'm not above it. I want to see everybody else's prediction. Okay, so apparently not. I've been spoiled a little bit. All right, I'm going to go 3-2. Or I'll go 3-2 F tier. Whatever. I'm going to do it. I believe in them.
Give them their
See,
flowers. They deserve it.
Well, they do deserve it. Absolutely. They deserve to be here. They all deserve to be here. And I'd love to see F tier take this one. So we'll see. We'll see what the other casters predict.
See, how
see what chat is
everyone
predicting.
Besides
as
Venricky.
well. Besides Venricky? Oh, because is he still
He's
first,
a legend of predicting all of a sudden, man. He just turned it on.
Yeah. He took
Oh my God,
what is that? Was so fast.
He's so handsome. What is that? It's not. He can't have
standing
everything.
in front of.
I don't know. A statue of himself, dude. You know.
I guess so. Yeah. He's got his little orb. It's a paint. It's so artistic. Wow.
My jealousy knows no bounds.
Well, in that case, I would really love to know what Ven thinks of this series, because it's definitely been tough, I think, today, Chan, to predict series in general, because we never really know what version of the team that we're going to get, especially given how much time we've had.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a month, right, since the last cup.
Okay.
There's been a few changes since then. Zico coming in with a 3-0, but yeah, I mean, that's what's exciting about these tournaments, especially these big stake tournaments. We're in the finals now, and BlizzCon's, a few months away.
What?
Seeing how the teams adapt, but...
Sorry, that's crazy.
I'm not... Ven is trolling here, Super Tease is trolling a little bit, but I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they're too good of a team. They prep too much. They're too solid. They always have been. They're very consistent. You never really see them bomb out and get, 5th, 6th, not even make the top 8. You always see them get into the finals, so...
Every time I interview them too, Chan, they're always, like, in such a good headspace. Like, there's so many times where I talk to players and I'm like, hey, how you doing? And they're like, the balance and why didn't they fix this? And, I hate everything. And I talk to them, they're like, yeah, my main comp got nerfed, but we've been trying something else and we've been winning. We'll see how it goes. I just feel like Welcome to the Jung not only have the tools, but the right head mind space. And, F tier, we talked a little bit about how, they came around in Dragonflight, but they're pretty young. They haven't had the tournament experience, or at least, with that being said, I don't think we've ever seen Welcome to the Jung make it to the LAN, so this would be a huge deal. We've been watching this team dominate for season after season. They gotta make it to the LAN now that they're back.
I don't even know what they look like.
The Gamescom, but
they did make it to
BlizzCon's a different, whole different ball game. There's a big prize pool there, and of course, I mentioned earlier, every PvPer's dream is to go to BlizzCon, compete on that stage, and win the whole thing. And of course, that is their dream as well. That's their passion, WoW PvP. So very excited to see them.
Hey, you've done that.
I think that they have a good chance at BlizzCon. I think that they're, it's them and Gators back that are really NA's hope to win BlizzCon and bring it home. But I'm kind of cheering for them on this one a little bit. I think they're going to do well. I think they're a very, very good team. Top 2 in NA for sure.
All right, well, we got this series coming up. So much on the line. BlizzCon qualification. Neither of these teams wants to get knocked down to the lower bracket. That would not be a good way to start off on the right foot. Looks like 99% for chat right now. It looks like it just opened up, so maybe it'll even out a little bit more. But Chan, I'm curious, can we speak to playing on LAN a little bit, since you are obviously a former competitor? Do you remember the first time you competed on a LAN and what that was like?
That was a long time ago. The memory is not so good anymore in my old age, but it's fun, man. one of the best feelings in the world is when you get this nervousness when you're in the prep gates, but that leaves you the moment the gates open and you feel the roar of the crowd through your shoes, through your feet, right? Very, very fun feeling. The adrenaline just filling you up. And
I remember having to interview Chan as a player when he was competing, and he did this really annoying thing where he wanted to see all of the questions before. It wasn't annoying, but he was the only player that ever requested it. So I wrote a separate card for Chan, all written out in like full sentences, and then we just briefly reference on stage, because I would get to the point where I would just hand you the card so that you could read the questions beforehand. Yeah,
that's actually really smart. Yeah,
you don't want to get CC'd on stage in front of people and not know what to say, right? So,
I get it. Yeah, and this message is to any players that are going to potentially get interviewed. You can request that if you'd like. I don't actually mind. But what did you prefer? Did you prefer competing or getting interviewed? Like, which one did you hate the most? Like, really, really like scary matches or getting interviewed by me? Which one was more nerve-wracking?
Fine, the interviews are fine. I was always scared of Raku dying pre-block when I was playing back then. But I mean,
no! Oh man. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Those were good times. We've had some good interviews for sure. Maybe leading up to BlizzCon, we could take some of the players that end up competing and dig up some of their old footage from previous lanes, because I'm excited. I think that's also the thing that I love the most, Steam Machine, about the LANs. And I think the thing that we really miss, since we haven't really had many in a long time, is like all of the media footage and coverage we get. We get to really get to know these players at a personal level that is kind of impossible when you're doing it remote like this.
Whenever you just bring, like-minded people with a similar interest together in person, it's just always so fun. It was always so reinvigorating too, putting these productions on, putting these events on. It's a lot of work. Shout out to the people behind the scenes, by the way. We see you, we appreciate you. And being able to go to a LAN and like actually connect with people and get nerdy and passionate about the game, it was always so refreshing. I cannot wait to go to BlizzCon and see all these competitors' faces. But I will say, most of the fun happens after the tournament because everyone is so stressed out. I mean, watching people walking around in the lobbies, it just feels like they're like, okay, and then I gotta remember, and then I gotta do this. There's just so much going on in every single player's head, it feels like, until the final relief of the competition, where everything's kind of building up towards it. But every single one of these players, they are so hyper focused on just getting there. I mean, if you're able to get top 2 of your bracket today, you immediately are already punching your ticket to Anaheim, California. And it's going to relieve so much weight off the shoulders of the players.
All right, looks like we are ready for the match. Finally, these players might be a little nervous themselves considering the delay that we just had, but we're ready to go now. Big match here between two huge teams in North America. Absolute staples, gods in their own right. Welcome to the Jung versus F-Tier game number 1, starting off right now, Chan.
Yes, and Rogue Mage Monk versus Feral Ellie Monk.
Okay.
F-Tier, they've been playing this comp. I've seen them play it a couple times. They had some success into Cubsy and Gators back last time on the RMD. Welcome to the Jung, though, choosing to play the Monk instead of the Evoker, which is a bit more of the meta healer in this current meta.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Monk spec differences right here. When you see, like, it looks like the crane icon on the side of Meat Monk. And now, I know I was kind of boasting Jang as, like, the legendary healer. But Meat Monk, I mean, I would be so bold to say that he is in contention, if not the best monk in the game right now. Mistweaver, I should say.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think Bank over in Europe is very, very good as well.
That's true.
But it is the weekend. And we have Meat Monk here over in North America against Welcome to the Jung. Let's see what he can do. Zhang, of course, very, very good on the Mistweaver Monk. One of his ult healers. He's not really a Mistweaver main, but very, very good on it regardless. Opener onto Soul. Drake gets counter rake stunned by Dallas, recognizing the opener by the Rogue and just shutting it down instantly. Soul popping Rust, pushing in right now. Let's see what they can do.
All right, Dallas caught into a kidney shot here. Leg sweep onto Drake, however, as a follow-up. Zhang Bahai is going to respect this damage and commit that cocoon. But it looks like it was like completely ripped through. Drake is still in a lot of trouble here. They got to be careful. Actually, it was committed out onto Nick as Dallas was putting a lot of his incarnation damage onto him. Double leg sweep coming out from Zhang Bahai on Meat Monk and Sol. No more follow-up CC, however. Both teams seem to have stabilized for now, but the blind will be committed now out from Dallas out onto Meat Monk. Meat Monk is going to go ahead and Trinket Cocoon that, slowly going through the defensive cooldown. Zhang Bahai with his Trinket still available, but with no Cocoon, it seems relatively fair so far, but that initial go from F tier didn't garner them the cooldowns that I think that they're going to need as we push deeper into this match, Chen.
Yeah, but Nick is just playing super defensively just by the pillar. I like that play from Zhang as well, in capping Soul while they kidney shot Dallas, just to shut things down. And look at Nick's positioning. He's just running back to the pillar, playing super safe, waiting until a Cocoon is available again, and they're just sitting on Dallas the entire game. Welcome to the Jung. Making sure that he has to go into bear form on that Feral Druid. Right. When you're in bear form, you're doing almost no damage. Nice CC lands onto Meat Monk. No Trinket, no Cocoon, so there is a bit of a window here. Soul, of course, with Wind Shear onto Nick, into the Hex, prevents any follow-up CC. Meat Monk should be able to top Dallas off, and his Cocoon will be rotating back in about 30 seconds.
I just know that F tier's comms right now are absolutely crazy as Dallas gets so low. Survival Instincts is going to be popped at a sliver of health here. Meat Monk able to get the heals out that he needed there, but oh my god, that was so close. Double leg sweep, he's out of form, he's in cap form. In cap onto Meat Monk. This is Adrenaline Rush, still a lot of damage, but Drake sees the momentum shift out of his favor. Zhang Bahai going to peek around the corner and just commit that Cocoon right away. They swap the damage over out onto Nick. Nick already preemptively positioning himself in a way that is relatively safe for now. What? It looks like the blind will be committed. Cocoon coming up and Trinket coming up in 1 second. Follow-up full polymorph was landed. Dallas, however, he was caught and stunned in bear form. He should be able to walk away for now, but he's still got to be a little bit careful here. Meat Monk now pushing in, getting aggressive. In cap into the double leg sweep. Nick is on the run. Big heal from the revival while Zhang Bahai was in that stun. Nick seems to be okay for now. Zhang Bahai's not caught into any more CC and still positioning extremely defensively, Jen.
Yeah, this is looking actually really good for F tier, at least in terms of offensive pressure. The Incarn getting a lot of cooldowns out of Zhang, getting the life Cocoon there. Nick having to play super defensively, honestly. Surprised he didn't have the ice block there. F tier doing a really good job just pressuring him and just forcing their position on top of him, making it hard for him to get any CC. Ring of Frost, though, is it able to land? Full Ring of Frost into Meat Monk. Looks like it is half. Dallas does have the bark skin, trades it out. He's going to be okay. Life Cocoon is available as well. F tier now can continue the onslaught onto Nick, and this is their opportunity now to push and get a block. In-cap lands onto Zhang. What can be followed up?
Man, Dallas forced into bear form all this time, but still topping the meters. I mean, the damage is very real as Nick is forced into the first ice block in the game. No CC into Zhang Bahai, but also no Cocoon available. Just raw throughput will force that cooldown out of Nick. They swap the damage over out onto Drake. This is the incarnation. This is big damage. Zhang Bahai not overreacting just yet. He's going to put the kidney shot into Dallas. Pre-bear forms yet again. He should be okay throughout all this, but the throughput is serious. Nick getting interrupted. The double roar defensively, and Cocoon going to be committed to keep this Feral Druid aggressive.
Yeah, it's not a bad trade from Meat Monk. Does get the life Cocoon, pretty short cooldown on that ability. Nick, of course, still under a lot of fire, has to run away. Zhang does have life Cocoon available for him, but look at Nick's positioning. The entire game, he's just playing so defensively, and any time he's looking for counter pressure on Dallas, Dallas can just hide behind the pillar. Meat Monk always there to support him, and Nick now under so much
fire. God!
I have to go block again.
And Cocoon overlap, Chan. The double overlap, they swap the damage over out onto Zhang Bahai just a little bit, but Dallas now in that bear form, but that's a big deal. There is a win condition here for F tier all of a sudden, and Nick with no ice block, no Cocoon for Zhang Bahai, they could easily chop through the barrier of this Frost Mage, and they know it. They're pushing in. They swap the damage over out into Zhang Bahai in that full maim. He's getting dangerously low. No Cocoon available to him. He still has the revival, but he's got to be careful not to overreact because Nick could easily fall in the next go onto him, and the whole team of F tier are just converging onto this Mage. Double leg sweep does land. Nick blinks out of it. Follow-up CC onto Saul to stop it. It gets kicked. Just Saul getting interrupted after interrupt after interrupt. And because of that, Zhang Bahai not in any CC. Leg sweep commit into the full ring. Dallas in the bear form, though. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it is. Nick is just already rotating across the map, trying to get out of line of sight, but Zhang Bahai caught into the full stun. If there's any follow-up CC, this could be it for Nick. Zhang Bahai was able to top him before the CC chain, and it looks like he's going to be okay for now. Double in-cap. Both of these monks just in-capped at the same time. Incarnation back up for Dallas, but he's caught into that kidney shot in cat form. Drake desperately trying to punch this Feral Druid defensive, but gets caught into a maim stun himself. It looks like Dallas might just turn around and hurt him, but the bleeds and the damage from Saul and Dallas are going to be harder and harder for Zhang Bahai to deal with as we get deeper into dampening.
Yeah, absolutely. And some good counter pressure onto Dallas, though, from Welcome to the Jung. Does trade out his Bark Skin, sitting in barefoot behind the pillar. Meekmuck now looking for the leg sweep opportunity. Can he find it? He's trying to push onto Zhang. If he gets onto Zhang, they have an opportunity. Here it is. Triple sweep. Nick blinks out of there. Is going to be okay. Kidney shot onto Dallas. No Bark Skin available. Does have his survival instincts. Gets Cocoon. Nice trade from Meekmuck. Now Dallas can play aggressively, and Incarn's coming up in 30 seconds. Nick does have one ice block rotated back up, so he's going to be okay for now, but Zhang has to do something.
Oh my gosh!
Nick, you had to block!
He just came back up, dude, and it's already gone. They swatch the damage over onto Drake. Drake pops the evasion. That maim was desperate. That was very scary there for a minute. Adrenaline Rush now being committed out from Drake. Nick and Drake need to get aggressive, and they need to switch the momentum right here, right now. Sol actually becoming the kill target for Drake, dropping him down to about half health here. Now Dallas caught into a full kidney shot. It is in cat form. He is very vulnerable right here. Meekmuck caught into a polymorph. If there's any follow-up CC out of that, Dallas could be in a lot of trouble. He's in bear form. Barkskin committed immediately, but now Incarnation comes back off a cooldown. He wants to get aggressive. Zhang Vahai, his mana becoming more and more of an issue. Cocoon gonna be committed. Just immediately respecting this damage, Chan.
Yeah, and I love that play from Drake. Defensively blinding Dallas. Unfortunately, it does break for him, but big pressure onto him now. Has to go bare form on his Incarnation. Does finally get an opportunity to go aggressive, but unfortunately, his Incarnation is now over. Zhang did trade out his Life Cocoon and all of that, so Nick doesn't have anything left available to him. Really just revival from Zhang. If FTR can push now, if they can keep Dallas aggressive, Meep needs to Life Cocoon him when that rotates back up. Dallas, though, Meep got CS. Is Dallas going to go down? Survival Instincts gets traded out.
Uh-oh. Survival Instincts Cocoon in 4 seconds, but Nick at the end is gonna go down, and right when we see Dallas possibly going down, a possible win condition, F tier finally punched through this Frost Mage and are able to take game number 1. What an upset. Everyone was rooting for these guys to get 3-0'd, and now all of a sudden F tier, they have taken the blind pick. The Grand Arena goes in their favor.
Oh, man, this is bad for my predictions, but welcome by F tier, man. They were... Look at how this entire game was played, right? Nick was just on the run the entire game. Even when he got that Ring of Frost onto Meekmuck, the leg sweep into Ring of Frost, he was the one who had to blink away and play defensively on his own setup. When you're finding yourself in that situation, it's terrible. Welcome to the Jung. They need to switch something up. Because this entire game, they didn't really have anything going. At the end here, yeah, they had some pressure on Dallas. He just traded out the Survival Instincts. Just hailed W onto Nick, ended up taking him down. Meekmuck, of course, had the Life Cocoon at the end there, so he was okay. In terms of momentum, this high-stakes game like this, right, you need to have some kind of offensive pressure because it just looked hopeless for Welcome to the Jung, really, and it's just too easy to play if you're F tier.
Now, my question for you, Chan, is I see this composition in the blind pick coming out. You said that you saw F tier playing this exact composition previously. Does this composition have vulnerabilities? Welcome to the Jung. They did lose game number 1, which means that going into game number 2, they'll be able to see what composition's locked in and be able to choose a map and choose a composition of their own. So is there something that Welcome to the Jung could go to that could really push the composition F tier locked in here to the brink?
I mean, of course, this is not really a meta comp, right? This Feral Ellie Monk comp. It's not really super meta. Right now, the meta is all about the mages. This entire season really has been about the mages, and whichever meta healer is going with that. Typically, we're seeing Mage Evoker. Welcome to the Jung here, opting for the Mistweaver Monk, and also opting for the Ring of Peace on Zhang. I'm personally not a big fan of this.
Instead of Song of GG.
You have to pick between Ring of Peace or Song of GG. Whenever you're playing Rogue Mage, I love when the monk plays Song of GG because it gives an extra DR of CC. You have to sleep, right? As well as the poly threat. So if the mage can't get CC, well, the monk can with incap into Song of GG. Of course, the shaman has Tremor Totem, but you can also force that, or you can cover the shaman by stunning him or polying him and getting pressure that way. This game, even though he was playing Ring of Peace, I mean, Nick was on the run the entire game. I don't think it was really helping. I want to see something different from Welcome to the Jung. I feel like they were waiting to lose in that game 1. You don't want to be in that position. You need to be in the driver's seat of your own. Unfortunately, they picked Overon. They're going for the same thing. Perhaps maybe it's just a bad game from them. But I do think that they need to have something going offensively. Because I'm not so convinced in dampening that this is going to work out. I think Incarnation, Ascendance, and dampening, that's going to be very, very hard for Zhang to deal with.
Rough. And the defensive positioning, I think that you kind of alluded to from Nick. How is he going to get these polymorphs? He's on the run like this. If he's got, I do like that, you know, he's positioning in a way where if his opponents want to go him, they have to effectively overextend. But Nick is kind of I'm looking at these compositions. I'm looking at this matchup on paper. Nick is really the one who needs to get the CC chain rolling to punch through the bear form or even just the passive defense of an elemental shaman. I mean, I don't get me wrong, Outlaw Rogue Frost Mage has really good throughput, but CC is kind of the name of the game. So curious to see if Zhang Bahai maybe changes up his talents, get away from that Ring of Peace, perhaps. What does the Ring of Peace in this matchup give Zhang Bahai, in your opinion?
I think mainly he will just use it on the Feral Druid, or well, on Nick to prevent the Feral Druid from connecting. Buy Nick some space to play a bit more safer, I guess, because when you're playing Arena, when you're under pressure and you're dying, it's very, very difficult to play the game. It's borderline unplayable, right?
Right.
And it's the healer's job, and also the DPS's job, to kite and such, to reduce pressure. So Ring of Peace, of course, is helpful in that regard, to help Nick out, have some more breathing room. But at the same time, if you're just playing full defense and the enemy team is gas pedaling you with offense,
right,
you just don't have any breathing room to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, and to be fair,
it gives me breathing room, Jan, when my opponent's
What's that?
healer's in a full Song of Chi-Chi. You know what I'm saying?
That is true. I mean, yeah, it's. I want to see them go for some more CC. I want to see them play a bit more aggressively. But on the flip side of that, Mistweaver Monk is very, very difficult to CC.
This Rogue's transmog just jump scared me. His jaw looks patched. It's dead.
Is that
crazy?
What is that? I've never seen that set before.
I don't know, but the game is ready. I am no longer distracted by that terrifying transmog. I'm gonna need to go look that up, find out what that was, because that was kind of fire at the same time. Pulveron Arena is the map choice, being locked in a very wide open place. You don't really want to get caught out in the open in a map like Pulveron Arena. It can be very punishing to be too far away from many of these pillars, and there's a lot of corners that you can kind of bring your opponent. So maybe Nick's like defensive positioning, forcing his opponents to overextend, could even be punished even further on a map like this. But we have to wait and see how that plays out. Both these teams capable of just ludicrous amounts of adaptation here. I'm going to be watching like a hawk to see what happens. Looks like they're going to start off on Saul. And it's a little cheap shot. No CC committed onto Meat Monk. It looks like they're both teams just kind of feeling each other out. But F tier wants to get aggressive. They're immediately pressing W, Jen.
Yeah, I like that gouge as well from Drake onto Saul, just to shut it down, slow down the opener as Dallas pushes onto Nick. Nick, of course, playing super defensively, just hiding behind the pillar, dragging Dallas behind there. They forced out the Bark Skin, gets the early life cocoon from Zhang on the Incarnation. I like that trade, just keep him nice and healthy. But of course, F tier now, all going to push in, and love Meat Monk's positioning. Look at him as the enemy healer coming in, helping out aggressively. And this is what's actually going to kill Welcome to the Jung. When Meat Monk gets involved, the incaps, as he just did.
Everyone's dead. Zhang Bahai has his work cut out for him. He's not pressing revival just yet. Blind now being committed on the Meat Monk. Big damage go on to Dallas. Will force that trinket cocoon. I do love the aggressive opportunities that Meat Monk is giving, but he's also really pushed in. Double leg sweep. Dallas isn't out of it just yet. No cocoon to save him out of this. He's forced to go into bear form. No bark skin available for him. He does have the survival instincts, but he's desperately trying to hold on to it. Adrenaline rush still ticking down for Drake as he is trying to pump the damage into this Feral Druid. Dallas has got to be careful, but he also needs to get aggressive, and he knows it. He pushes in onto Nick, onto Zhang Bahai. They're constantly just rotating. Meat Monk now caught into a full kidney shot. Dallas still not out of the woods just yet. He's still just so greedy with his cooldowns. Now finally pressing that bark skin as Drake finally connects, but Drake just immediately just jumps off of him. Zhang Bahai also crackling Jade Lightning him. Saul just desperately trying to keep up with his Monk and his Feral Druid. He's finally in line of sight. They're getting some momentum rolling in their behalf finally. But I really like that Welcome to the Jung is just constantly rotating these guys into a position of their liking.
Yeah, they're just trying to kite on the big map, take advantage of the positional position that they have. Meat Monk has no shrink for 20 seconds. Dallas has no bark skin. I really want to see Welcome to the Jung now. Go for a CC onto Meat Monk. Stun onto Dallas. Get some burst going. A Ray of Frost perhaps. Try to do something before the trinket comes back up, but Meat Monk is the one who gets ahead of that. Incap onto Zhang. Has his trinket coming back in 6 seconds and life cocoon now. So Dallas going to be just okay, and F tier are going to take advantage of this. They're going to push hard onto Nick.
Yeah, they force the buttons over and over and over again onto Dallas, but Barkskin's a short cooldown. Cocoon, pretty short cooldown. So if they can just keep rotating this, Sol now getting in cap. They're swapping it over onto him. It looks like a nice polymorph onto Meat Monk as well. Dallas being swapped to throughout the damage is going to preemptively use that Barkskin. Astral Wall also from Sol are going to be committed. Now he's caught into a gouge, into a cheap shot. They're trying to slow down this big damage cooldown that Sol has committed here. Nice cross CC, double Dragon's Breath coming out from Nick. How is it going to be followed up into a double leg sweep? Dallas could be in a little bit of trouble here, and he knows it. He's pulling back for now, but full kidney shot lands, and it's not in bear form. If there's any follow-up CC on the Meat Monk, this could be a little spooky. Doesn't look like it for now, but F tier feels really solid to me, Chan. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not necessarily forcing too much out of their opponents, but things seem like good and solid defensively. Nick, however, not even forced to use Trinket, block, nothing. Both of these teams just kind of trading blow for blow.
Yeah, absolutely. And just look at the positioning. Welcome to the Jung, running the whole game. Nick is just desperately trying to get around the pillar to kite, constantly taking damage, gets the life cocoon from Zhang right before the in-cap comes through. Dallas now does have the bark skin. Meat Monk life cocoons it before. Dallas still has the bark skin, and he can play aggressively. It's his incarnation now onto Nick.
Yep, incarnation. He needs to stay aggressive to get the value out of that. Swap over onto Sol. He's also trying to get aggressive. Both of these teams just punching each other left and right, not dodging any blows just yet. A nice disorient comes out from Dallas, but nothing to follow it up on a Zhang Bahai. Instead, Jake Bahai pops his leg sweep himself, trying to continue to garner control for his team. Nick just constantly kiting this Feral Druid into another corner of the map over and over and over again, forcing Meat Monk to constantly rotate with his team, but he's doing so expertly, making sure not to overextend, making sure, and you can just see as the kill targets swap from one to another, the whole team kind of is just very synergized. I'd love to be in the comms, but Nick is in trouble. Huge burst damage will force an ice block.
Yeah, absolutely. And Drake has his blind, so offensively, Welcome to the Jung could maybe make something happen because Dallas has no bark skin, but Nick just on the run again. He's not able to get any sheeps on Meat Monk in these kinds of positions. He's just running the entire time, and I feel like at some point you have to turn around. Here it is, finally, full sheep lands. Sol has to trade out his Astral Shift. Welcome to the Jung, starting to cook now. Sol grounds the repolymorph. Nice play from him. Of course, missed his win shear. Nick though, under Horrify, Ascendant's Lust. Nick, look at him.
Oh my gosh, and another ice block is already forced. That's 2 gone for the side of Welcome to the Jung. F tier just feels like they have all the momentum in their favor. Welcome to the Jung, they're able to rotate as a team, but they need to get these defensive cooldowns. They need to push through the disruptive wall that is this Elemental Shaman Feral Druid. Dallas sees the CC chain, the sap onto Meat Monk out of the CC, and is going to go into that bear form, going to go pop that bark skin and respect that damage. He knows he's in the lead. He catches the cocoon out of it. Nick, his time is running out. Double leg sweep on the Zhang Bahai and Nick. Any CC to follow it up on the Zhang Bahai. There is an in-cap. Nick is in trouble. Cocoon will be used from Zhang Bahai, but no cocoon, no ice block, no trinket for the healer on Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, and Sol has no wall for a little bit, so Meep needs to do some work to save him. His burrow is available. Nice stun onto Drake from Dallas just to peel it up a little bit. Buys Meat Monk a little bit of time to pick Sol up. In-cap defensively onto Sol and Nick, though. There is a window. 50 seconds on Ice Block, 20 seconds on Incarnation. Dallas now gets stunned. Has to trinket and use his survival instincts. Barkskin is back up in 6 seconds as well. I think FT are going to be okay. This is their time to push right now because Incarnation is in 10 seconds. If they can stay onto Nick and pressure him and Incarn comes up, they're going to
triple leg sweep! Oh my god, Zhang Bahai feels blood in the water. They need to make something happen, and they know it. In camp, double leg sweep to follow it up. Nick is in trouble. He's got 30 seconds. If he can hang on, he can't. Zhang Bahai falls short. And F tier, the Cinderella story is real. They are going to possibly match point against Welcome to the Jung. Unreal. Gods do bleed.
I can't believe what I'm seeing on my screen right now. This is the last thing I would have expected from this series. I was expecting this one to be a quick 3-0 for Welcome to the Jung, but man, F tier, they look so confident in this series, and this is exactly what you need in a tournament. You can't play a matchup where you're just running the whole game. You need to have offensive pressure, and they just don't. Dallas, you know, there's a few scary moments, but they come few and far between those, whereas Nick is just constantly on the run the entire game, and it's just no way to play the AWC when you're under this much pressure.
No, yeah, and the disruption that Saul and Dallas have been able to put on to stop any possible CC change onto their healer, with their healer just being so aggressively positioned, is also very impressive. But to see Welcome to the Jungle in a situation where it just straight up feels like this composition, this strategy isn't working out for them. In the past, we've seen so many different strategies coming out from this team. Just a plethora of options, from cleaves to setup comps to ultimate dampeners. Welcome to the Jung has shown us that they have basically the Swiss Army knife of compositions to back them up, and yet we haven't seen them swap off of this composition so far. And now their backs up against the wall. They need to find an answer to F tier's composition.
Yeah, and I wonder if they will. I mean, I feel like this is the time to swap, right? If you're Welcome to the Jung. This clearly isn't working out. You've had 2 games now. You played it on a big map. Even on the big map, you're still losing. Typically, if you play Tolveron, you play Maldraxxus Colosseum, and you're playing these kind of longer dampening games, trying to stall it out and take it to damp and win then. If it looks bad on those maps, it's terrible for you.
Yeah.
You have to change something up. You need to switch either the comp or your playstyle. And I mean, I don't want to see this again. Now, granted, in Cup 3, they did play this exact same matchup, and I think it was a quick 3-0 for Welcome to the Jung. But, you know, perhaps F tier has adapted.
Got the reps in, man. Yep. Coach Chan has
Maldraxxus
officially chimed in. Welcome to the Jung. It's time to change it up. We want to see it. We want to see what else you got cooking. I know you are coming in well prepared. And F tier, I mean, this is incredible. After this draft, I'd love to just take a quick look at what our predictions were again, because I'm under the impression we all counted them out. Besides who? Zupatis?
I think Zico as well.
Oh, and Zico. Guy. All right, they got a minute left. Just as a reminder, everybody who's watching from home, if you haven't been here this whole time, everything is on the line. BlizzCon is on the line. Every one of these arena players that you are seeing competing today are competing for their opportunity to get themselves to Anaheim, California, and to compete on the big stage for a collective prize pool of $300,000. Not to mention the $120,000 that are on the line for the tournament that you're watching right now. 40 seconds remain for Welcome to the Jung to lock in their composition. They are down 0-2 in this best of 5. One more loss. And Welcome to the Jung, what I considered to be one of the favorites to go the whole way. I mean, don't get me wrong, Gators back and Welcome to the Jung, they've been going back and forth. It could have gone either way between them. Or all of a sudden, losing the F tier, the 3rd seed of the region.
Yeah,
Definitely an upset so far.
I think it's a very disappointing start to the tournament for Welcome to the Jung, but I'm not worried for them. I think that they're a very solid team. They've been in this position before. They've been to the losers bracket before, and they've come back. They're using the entire 2 minutes here to discuss what to do.
Oh,
and
wow.
they've decided it's the same comp.
I've never seen this from Welcome to the Jung. This is unprecedented. Like, to see them lose like this 0-2 and in a composition that feels just helpless, to just continue to lock it in over and over again. I feel like they're almost unprepared for F tier right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this hurts a little bit to see, because I think that this is a very, very good team. Welcome to the Jung. They've been NA's best for such a long time. Yeah. You know, like 6-7 years. They've been on top of NA, really. So seeing them go down 0-2 and both games looked hopeless, and now they're going to the 3rd game on a big map, trying to play the same comp. They have to change something up drastically, because it did not look good defensively.
Look at this. No one predicted this. This is so unprecedented. F tier has got to feel so good right now. Welcome to the Jung. Don't get me wrong. It's not about whether or not F tier is capable. We've seen it, but their name is F tier. You know what I mean? They're not playing with the same level of compositions and tools that we've seen Welcome to the Jung play with. And everyone was assuming that these guys are going to go through. I'm going to be completely real. In the green room with the other talent, we're already talking about, like, who's going to be able to take down Echo from North America, if anyone can. Welcome to the Jung is one of the top teams in contention to do that, and now all of a sudden we're talking about them getting knocked down to the lower bracket by F tier. This is unreal. Anything can happen day of tournament, and this is a perfect example of just that.
Yeah, but we can't count them out just yet. It's welcome to the Jung after all, right? And these guys are the kings of North America. Well, alongside Gators back right now, but they've still got the fight in them. We'll see Maldraxxus Coliseum, another big map just like Tolveron Arena. Expecting Nick to play very defensively again, and it is hard for him to CC Meatmonk, right? Because anytime that Drake goes for a stun on Meatmonk, he does have the Transcendence while stunned. He can play that,
right?
And he can port behind the pillar, port out of line of sight, and then port back
Bounding
again.
Totem,
within 10
Sheer.
seconds. Yeah,
I mean, dude.
Feral Druid.
Yeah,
he's being harassed by Feral Ellie the entire time. So it is a very hard, game for him to play. But Zhang choosing to play Ring of Peace again. I really want to see a strategic switch up here. I don't want to see the same thing. I want to see them go in guns blazing, just try and play aggressively, try and do something. Maybe going on to Soul rather than on Dallas so much. Just make it a little bit more unpredictable. Maybe even some swaps onto Meatmonk if they can find the window for that. But start of the game, they're sitting back. Drake is waiting for an opportunity. If Dallas opens, he's going to hook over and try to sap Meatmonk. But if Drake opens, Dallas is just going to stun him. Watch this.
Oh, there it goes. We have a sap on the Meatmonk, cheap shot onto Saul. Dallas not opening up onto Drake. Right. That was interesting. Stormkeeper, big damage committed immediately by Saul. They want to get aggressive. Full kidney shot onto Meatmonk. Let's see what they're going to be able to get done with that. Dallas still in cat form. He's forced out of bear form during his incarnation. Half polymorph onto Saul as Nick and Drake are desperately trying to gain control of the game, but the full clone on his adrenaline rush. Zhang Bahai caught into the in-cap.
They break the shield.
They break through this shield. That's Cocoon out of the way, and Nick's got to be careful, but that's a big button out of the way, Chan.
Yeah, absolutely, and Nick looking for the sheep there, unable to find it. So F tier looking very good right now. Double leg sweep lands. Meatmonk just porting again. Grounding Totem comes down from Saul. Nick not able to find the poly onto Meatmonk. Gets put into a blind. Looks for the repoly. Can he fake the kick? He's fishing for the precog. Ooh, looks like he's able to get a full poly on Meatmonk. Dallas now trades out the instant bark skin. Maim onto Drake, pushing onto Nick. And even on Welcome to the Jung's Sheep Go, F tier is the one who is actually pushing.
Does seem that way. Even when the CC chains hit on their healer, they're like, nope, press W. Let's get in there. Let's get active. And you got to respect that. At least I do. Probably not the best strategy for my solo shuffles, but I also deploy a similar strategy when my healer is CC. I still press W always, but you feel the pressure on Nick right now. I mean, even on they're swapping the damage over onto Drake every now and then. I mean, the bleeds are no joke, but now he gets put into a clone, slowing down that rogue spiel, slowing down the next go. Double leg sweep on the DPS, the cheap shot onto Meatmonk. Cross CC everywhere on the side of F tier, but it cannot be followed up. Good stops on the side of the DPS of Welcome to the Jung, where that could have been devastating for Dallas, but this is Incarnation. He's trying to get in there. He's trying to get active. He jumps over out onto Zhang Bahai. Zhang Bahai immediately going to respect this damage with the pre-cocoon before the CC change. I think that was smart.
Yeah, but the thing is, Meatmonk holds off his in-cap, so he has it afterwards. He has the in-cap into sweep.
Oh!
If they can connect to Nick with the life cocoon ends. Nice.
Double
he
sweep.
in-caps Drake. Leg sweep onto Nick. Don't go for the CC onto Zhang. Interesting choice. Maybe they can just force a nice block with pure damage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe F tier, they're just going for the attrition. They're going for the late game. They don't want to overextend too much. Whenever they have the go, they just kind of press it. But here we go. Dallas is going to be completely topped off by Meatmonk as they push in. Meatmonk having everything in his arsenal to keep his team aggressive. They have all the momentum in their favor. They cannot drop this game. They have 3-0 on the line. They could be knocking down Welcome to the Jung. This could be huge. Dallas pushing in at half health here. Full blind goes out onto Meatmonk. Is Dallas going to be forced defensive? It looks like he is at least in bear form for the time being as Meatmonk gets put into a ring out of the cheap shot, out of all of that. Dallas still pushed so far in. He's got to be careful. Drake put into the rake stun. That could have been a devastating bit of over-aggression right there for Dallas, but the heads-up play to stop the rogue before the setup could even come.
Look at it.
But look at the Ring of Peace. We talked about how he's not running Song of Chi-Ji, but that Ring of Peace was so good, locking down that mage, letting them reconnect onto him, and big lava bursts are going to connect onto him, having Zhang Bahai have to heal through all that. Cocoon in just 5 short seconds coming back off cooldown for Zhang Bahai. Nick also still has an ice block that they need to get through.
Incon.
Welcome to the Jung. Maybe some signs of life. Some big damage onto Sol, forcing the wall. Now Dallas forced into Barkskin during this incarnation. If they could force him into bear form, it could stop a lot of this damage. Jang Bahai is just immediately cocooning on this incarnation before the Feral Druid's animation was even leaping on top of him.
Yeah, and I like that because Nick actually wasted his Fire Blood, his Dwarf Racial, pre-Incarn, so Dallas's Incarnation is going to be absolutely lethal. Zhang recognizes that, just live cocoons him, keeps him nice and safe, but goes into the stun from the Ellie Shaman's Stone Elemental. Nick is able to just recover. Sol, though, no wall for a minute now. This is the opportunity. Any CC onto Meat Monk. He does have the live cocoon. He trades it out onto him. Right. Dallas, no Barkskin either. There's an opportunity here now for Welcome to the Jung.
Yes, I do like these heads-up cocoons. I mean, when you're going up against, like, a rogue or even a feral druid that can get that instant CC to set up a long CC chain, you really need that heads up play. You're never always going to have that trinket, but Meat Monk is going to trinket out of that blind and now is caught into a full cheap shot. If it's followed up on, this could be trouble, but they're not going to waste the DR as Burrow was committed. Now the leg sweep onto Meat Monk. He's not going to have it, but it was DR'd, so they didn't have time to get the follow-up onto Meat Monk for now. And it looks like Sol will be able to survive at least the rotate back up the Astra wall. Barkskin and survival instincts available for Dallas. He's trying to get aggressive. A double leg sweep from Meat Monk onto Drake and Nick, forcing the Cloak of Shadows and the evasion as Cloak is on cooldown. I'm sorry, Cocoon is on cooldown. We're welcome to Jung for just 7 short seconds. They swap the damage back over out on the Nick. This onslaught is not over just yet. Aurora out on the Zhang Bahai, but now he wants to get aggressive. Incap goes out onto Sol defensively from Zhang Bahai. Meat Monk caught into a polymorph, but the damage just wasn't there.
Drake.
Incarmin Barkskin, big damage is going to force the cocoon out onto Drake. Now they switch the damage back over out onto Nick. He still has that ice block available to them, but FDR just seems to have the momentum completely in their favor. But as I say that, a double leg sweep lands on the side of FDR. If it can be followed up, this could be it for Dallas. Dallas is in bear form preemptively, though. He sees the momentum shift. Cocoon immediately going to be committed as that Ray of Frost was chunking down that Feral Druid.
Yeah, overlaps it with Survival Instincts. Nick, though, has to go into his block. FTR just instantly counter-pressuring. And Dallas has his Barkskin in 20 seconds. Meat Monk has his Trinket in 5. FTR looks really, really good because Welcome to the Jung don't really have any cooldowns. They're starting to run out. Life Cocoon not available for 40 seconds now. Nick down 1 block. Drake doesn't have any defensive cooldowns. FTR has so many options right now. They're chasing down Nick. Let's see what they can do. Any CC onto Zhang. Full beam lands. Instantly trinkets out of that. Nick gets behind the pillar. Should be able to catch up to his healer. Is going to be okay right now. But Drake left alone out in the open. Nick under a lot of fire still. Meat Monk, what are you going to do here?
Okay, 32% dampening, Chan. That means it could go either way. That helps both teams, or it could hurt both teams. Fair form force out of Dallas as he's dipping down to lower health. Leg sweep into the roar. Cross CC everywhere. They have control of the game, but they are going to force Meat Monk's Trinket. He has still no cocoon for 30 whole seconds. A potential win condition here. If Dallas is off stun DR, this could just be it. Maybe they don't even need it. They're just punching through this Feral Druid. Drake, though, he understands that he's scared. He's in the rake stun. Cocoon will be committed. Kidney Shot also was committed throughout that. Just back and forth. This could be it for Dallas. Can they punch through it? Meat Monk, can you do it? Can you keep your Feral alive? He's finally out of CC, but Dallas is on a sliver of health. The Ring of Peace keep Dallas alive. Unreal play. The Feral Druid's alive, and they reconnect. It doesn't matter. The triple DB, and they do it. Welcome to the Jung. Show signs of life, and they take down the Feral Druid finally at 38% dampening here in game number 3.
Oh, that was so close, man. But they FT actually ended up losing this game because they overlapped the life cocoon with the survival instincts earlier on.
Yeah, you were calling that out.
Dallas didn't have anything at the end there. Meat Monk got gouged into a DB at the ending sequence of that game, right as his cocoon came up. So he was spamming that on Dallas, unable to get that off. Nice, punished by Welcome to the Jung, realizing the survival instincts and cocoon overlap, pressuring Dallas and ending up with a kill on him. But man, it takes you 7.5 minutes to get to this point. It's so dodgy in my opinion. And I mean, this was sick. This Ring of Peace on the grappling hook gets behind the pillar, and he's so close. Look at the countdown. Cocoon, 3 seconds, 2, 1. He gets put into gouge into the DB.
Oh my gosh, man. Those micro CCs at the right time can absolutely be devastating. F tier, that's gotta feel. They were so close for a 3-0. That would have been crazy to do that. You know, I did get a chance, Chan, to talk to Zhang Bahai before this series, and he was telling me that They are in good spirits. They're feeling pretty confident. However, F tier is a team that they are taking very seriously. They're close friends with them. They're able to actually play them a bit on the ladder, and they actually lost them on the ladder 0-3. So they had some ideas on what they needed to do in this matchup, and so perhaps they're just kind of sticking to the plan that they were able to formulate for this series. But it's not until now did we actually see that plan come to fruition. But if this is their strategized plan, this is a tall order to request for 2 more games in a row, with F tier being able to know what composition and what map they're going to be playing on ahead of time.
Oh yeah, and you know for a fact we're going straight to hook point next round.
Yeah.
We're going straight to Qualifiers. And I don't know how Nick is going to be able to survive on that map if the Feral Elf, for a fact, we're going straight to hook point next round.
Yeah.
We're going straight to Qualifiers. And I don't know how Nick is going to be able to survive on that map if the Feral Ellie is pressuring like this.
Not hook point, but it's
Dalaran,
it's
okay.
cousin. It's
the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his little brother. It's a little bit bigger than hook point, but man, this map is great for Ellie Shamans because you play upstairs, you get knocked downstairs. So of course, I mean, there is a lot of mobility to get back up, but it's just so annoying. You get trapped behind the boxes. This is a perfect small map. If it's not hook point, you pick Dalaran Sewers if you're trying to kill a team quickly.
Right.
And Nick is going to have a hard time on this map. But, on the flip side, it also means that it's a bit of a smaller map, so they can also get counter CC onto Meep. They can find opportunities to punish. And if F tier fumble their defensive cooldowns like they did last game, there is an opportunity for them to win. And I say fumble, but it really was that one big mistake with the survival instincts and the life cocoon getting overlapped. In a 7-minute game, it's bound to happen. It's
Right.
very, very difficult. And especially with a Mist Weaver Monkey, sometimes Cocoon is pressed quite low. And when you're the DPS, it's a bit scary. You can easily overlap that. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication that caused that. But moving on, welcome to the Jung, opting to pick the same matchup. They're happy to play it again. To be honest with you, I thought it started to go in their favor in the second half of that game, but I'm still not too convinced. It's F tier's series to lose, in my opinion.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, it felt kind of like they were just trying to wait to deep enough dampening that they could punch through some of the, the passive defensive wall that is Bear Form, or even Elemental Shaman for that matter, or perhaps even cutting through a Cocoon. It just felt like they had a couple of goes. Don't get me wrong, they were able to get some CC, but it was mostly all instants, and it was rarely ever followed up because Welcome to the Jung and F tier, both sides are doing just such a phenomenal job at playing goalie for their healer. They see the win condition, they keep track of the win condition, and they're able to kind of like adapt to make sure that CC chains aren't followed up on. And it seems like in this type of play style where both sides are kind of just calling each other's moves and trying to bring the game a little bit further on, I just see this Feral Druid Elemental Shaman having the advantage in every way, shape, and form that I can imagine. But with that being said, there's a 1 on the board now. So maybe they know something that I don't.
Yeah, I mean, they Welcome to the Jung finally had some signs of life in that last game, but again, it is Dalaran Sewers, man. It's
Yeah,
I don't know
true.
what's gonna happen. The ring of pieces on this map as well are very, very nasty for both teams to deal with. You put them behind the box when people are hiding, everyone gets bounced around, knocked around, downstairs, and it's very chaotic to play on this map. And like I said earlier, Ellie Shamans with their knocks are very, very annoying to deal with as well. So
Yeah.
Welcome to the Jung, not going to have an easier time on this map. Maldraxxus and Tolvaron, the 2 biggest maps in the pool, taken out already. And they don't really have another chance, right? It's going to be small maps now. Even if they win this one, we're going to hook point.
Oh,
Or
man.
we're going to another
Right,
small map.
exactly.
So
Being up 2-0 at this point is just such a
Yeah.
big deal. We already went to Tolvaron too. Like, it's just it's spooky for Welcome to the Jungle. We've seen them pull out miracles before, but the pressure is on. BlizzCon is on the line. We are here in the finals, the grand finals of Midnight. Can Welcome to the Jung be the team that we've seen in the past, or will they fall to the new rising stars that are F tier? It is match point potentially for Welcome to the Jung. They cannot drop a game. And here we go. Sap goes out onto Sol. Both teams kind of respecting each other's openers right now, trying to make sure not to overlap too much. As I say that, Saul's trying to get active. He wants to get in there. He wants to start getting his debuffs up, start making those procs happen.
Ooh,
but Drake is playing very patient. I mean, that Feral Druid and that Rogue were right on top of each other. But finally, Dallas is going to open back up. A leg sweep goes out onto Zhang Bahai, but Meat Monk getting in the action.
Look at Nick, though.
But huge pressure, Incarnation, lots of damage goes out onto Nick. And immediately Zhang Bahai is going to respect it with the Cocoon.
Smart play from Zhang. Insta bear form from Dallas, though, as as Drake leaves the stun. Reads the situation. Of course, to be expected from a player of his caliber, but nice play nonetheless. FTR, though, let's see what they can do now. This is their lust. The Incarnation's over. That was their Ascendance as well. They want to get some CC onto Zhang, but Dallas is the one who's behind. Pushing in downstairs.
Oh, blind.
Monk. Trinket Cocoon. Traded out.
Okay, that's a big deal. If they can get some more trades like that, they could easily chomp through this Feral Druid, but perhaps just a small bit of overextension for the Feral Druid. But if they want to continue to push onto Nick, a triple leg sweep drive-by from Meat Monk. Let's see how that will be followed up on. It does it. It gets locked out. Great job by Nick, stopping any momentum that would have had. But now a Polymorph lands onto Meat Monk. Astral Wall forced out onto Saul. He's just going to go ahead and take that damage for now. Dallas pre-bears forms this cheap shot go. Nice heads-up play by the Feral Druid, making sure not to give any momentum in favor of their opponents. But here we go, triple sweep. Big damage goes out onto Dallas. Meat Monk finally gets out of that CC for now. But Dallas isn't out of the woods just yet. Meat Monk gets kicked. Barkskin will be forced. A double Dragon's Breath followed up by Nick. Can Nick get the Polymorph? No. Saul interrupts it. The bear form knock. The Typhoon gets Nick off the side for now, but the Rogue is still connecting onto Dallas. He's in cap form, but he puts in Drake into that rake stun. Here we go. Game going on. Meat Monk going to go ahead and pop that in cap. The double leg sweep. They're setting up onto Nick. Is this going to be a Barkskin? There is a Cocoon available, and he's immediately going to trade it. But Dallas! Oh my god, it's forced to trinket that 1 CS with that Ray of Frost.
Cheap shot.
Can they also the survival instincts. Is this it? Meat Monk is finally leaving the CC for now. And Cocoon coming back in just 2 short seconds as well as that trinket. But what a close call for Dallas.
Yeah, FTL are feeling the pressure right now. Overlapping cooldowns, using them a bit too late. Nick, though, has to ice block the Ascendant's Bloodlust from Saul. Blocking him so hard right there. Drake getting put into a clone. Dallas, though, has his Buckskin in 5 seconds. Meat Monk has Trinket Cocoon back. So FTL going to recover from their Bunda just before. Does he trade out the Buckskin? Goes bear form. Should be okay with the Hex onto Nick.
Really trying to, now. Seems like he's trying to sync up those buttons with throughput buttons. But here we go, another triple Dragon's Breath. Nick gets the Polymorph follow-up onto Meat Monk, in cap onto Saul, Kidney Shot onto Dallas. Everyone cross-CC'd, and the Ray of Frost going out. But Dallas in that bear form will be able to tank that. Saul doing the knocks, doing the disruption, backing up his Druid to keep him alive throughout the Rogue Mage onslaught. Now all of a sudden, Nick with just 1 ice block available, but Cocoon rotating back up in 15 seconds. It easily go. Okay, Dallas, half health here, force into bear form, into the full blind on the Meat Monk. It's actually half. He's not trading anything out. Into the in-cap, into the ring. Dallas is in trouble. There's the kidney shot, the double leg sweep. He presses it finally. The Trinket Cocoon comes out, but did you see how close that cheap shot was to stopping that Trinket? That was insane heads-up play by Drake, but Meat Monk did not give him the gap. And he gets the Cocoon off. Dallas now has an Incarnation up. He needs to get aggressive. He needs to get value out of this.
Yeah, but Zhang reads the situation. Dallas pops the Incarnation, just instantly live Cocoon's Nick. And now Dallas has to run again. He has his Buckskin back up, but Meat Monk, if he gets CC'd, no Trinket, no Cocoon. Full stun onto Drake, just playing defensively. Dallas just sitting behind the Pele and bear form, man. This is not where you want to be if you're F tier. Their defensive overlaps beforehand just biting them right now.
Yeah, they really need to maintain their pressure, but he gets kidneyed out of form here. He's getting lit up. Saul also knocking Drake off the side here, trying to get him back on, but he just rips right back up with that grappling hook, keeping his momentum alive. Dallas chasing down this mage as Nick rotates yet again on the other side of the map. Saul getting very, very scary, but he's going to get in-capped up on it. A nice stop onto him. Now some kicks, it just feels like Nick is desperately trying to get CC, but then he gets knocked off by the Typhoon out of line of sight. He can't get the follow-up CC for now. Meat Monk on the edge. but Dallas already in the bear form as Drake connects. And it looks like Nick is just constantly going to be the kill target for F here. They're just going to chase this wizard down until he is finally put in the ground. But Zhang Bahai being the wall between him and this Feral Druid Elemental Shaman. Saul being the kill target for now. Kidney shot lands on the Meat Monk. No follow-up CC, but the Astral Shift is going to be committed nonetheless.
That's actually really good for F tier. So Soul actually uses Astral Shift to save Meat Monk's Trinket on the blind poly kidney combo. Now though, he's going to be the target, but Meat Monk has every cooldown available to him. But what it means is that Dallas can play aggressively. Finally, Incarnation onto Nick. Life Cocoon is not available for Zhang. Dallas with the Incarnation. Let's see what work he can do here. This is really good for F tier. They've kind of recovered with that go onto Soul.
All right, in cap onto Saul, stopping this initial go. Incarnation does fade, and it looks like they were able to basically do the same trade we've seen all game, but Nick in this Ring of Peace is just getting lit up. He is just completely trapped up against that wall. Double leg sweep from Zhang Bahai, going to slow down the momentum FTR has garnered as they chase down this mage, and this is some big damage coming out from Nick onto Dallas. Dallas in that cat form. He finally switches the bear. Is it too little too late? Trinket Cocoon comes out at the nick of time, getting out of just a Dragon's Breath on the Meat Monk. They switch the damage over on the Swall. They're chopping through the Cocoon onto Dallas. And Welcome to the Jung has some momentum, but for how much longer? Blind rotates up in just 1 short second. No Trinket available for Meat Monk. If the stun DRs line up, this could be it for Dallas. But the leg sweep onto Drake is going to slow that go down. Into the ring, into the maim, into the in cap onto Zhang Bahai. And that's going to force the evasion cloak and the blind committal onto Dallas. Survival instinct will be chosen immediately. Not overlap this time, Chan.
There's follow-up CC though. He might have to trade up Barkskin as well. Nice shear onto the Ring of Frost from Soul.
Huge.
Preventing any follow-up CC. Grounding onto the Poly as well, making sure he's okay. Ascendance now onto Nick. The Incarnation from Dallas as well. Let's see what FT can do here. Barkskin is available once again. Meat Monk, 40 seconds on his Trinket, on his Cocoon. Life Cocoon trades out onto Drake. Nick, though, in a lot of trouble, has to trade out his block as well. There's nothing left from Welcome to the Jung. One last ice block left.
Oh my god, man. This is horrible for Welcome to the Jung. All they have is a Trinket. They don't even have any throughputs. Dallas, though, this could be it. Is this a sign of life for Welcome to the Jung to punch back? Meat Monk with no Trinket Cocoon for just 15 short seconds. And Dallas, just a Barkskin. They could punch through that at 38% dampening. It is possible. Anything is possible. Nick has one more ice block available to him now as that rotated back up. But he's got to be careful to use it at the right time or he could easily go down late game. It's got a block right here, right now. Zhang Bahai has no answers for him as he gets sheared as well. He can't even pick him up while in the block. Now Drake is the one who's on the back foot. F tier have all the momentum in their favor. The full maim land. Zhang Bahai is tapped. No manatee available just yet. He's constantly trying to get it back up. Can he get it? But the leg sweep goes out onto Meat Monk. He gets out of it in in-cap. Saul into the blind. They have full control of the game. Can F-tier do it? Can F-tier beat the legends that is Welcome to the Jung? All the momentum in their favor. Nick's got nothing left, and he falls. F-tier have done the impossible. They have 3-1 to Welcome to the Jungle, and they are moving on in the upper bracket, keeping their BlizzCon dreams alive.
I mean, insane recovery from F tier this game. There was a moment where I was so scared for Dallas. I thought he was going to go down, but F tier rotates the defensive cooldowns back, plays aggressively, and they had the momentum going into dampening this time around. When it was 30% dampening, they were the ones who popped their offensive cooldowns. They put Welcome to the Jung on the back foot, and they were able to recover and turn the game around completely. And you saw when Nick and Zhang is running like this, and both the Rogue and the Mage are just rotting down to the elite feral damage, Zhang can't do anything at that point. It's just too deep and damp. No Cocoon, no revival. They're so desperately just trying to survive. The Despy Ray comes through, but then the Cocoon from Meat Monk to just keep Dallas aggressive. And F tier, they played this series quite insane. I mean, there were a few mistakes here and there, but this was a very solid showing.
Absolutely. I mean, Welcome to the Jungle put into a position where they didn't seem to have a good answer to the strategy in front of them. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've seen close games, I've seen long games, I've seen mirror matchups, I've seen them get outplayed here and there, but to the point where they just seem to be able to struggle to this point, it just, to me, tells me that F tier has evolved. They are becoming a team that will be part of the AWC history long to come if they are capable of maintaining this level of gameplay. And I'll be watching them very closely as they move on into this upper bracket. Now, however, Aya, Welcome to the Jung is not who I want to see drop down if I'm Dire Wolves.
Oh, if you're anyone, because some of these teams we're still going to have a couple down there in the drop to the lower bracket. I could not agree more. It is getting so spicy down there, and I don't know how they're going to be able to take this on if you are Dire Wolves. We're going to have to cross that bridge when we get there, because who could have predicted? Well, I could have predicted this because I've predicted up here, but and I think Supatees did as well. Only 20% of chat though.
Someone just got crazy channel points on that.
Yeah, somebody. I'm looking at the payout right now. 5.4 million points is going to 167 people.
Wow.
So that is
I like
that's
those
some
odds.
nice. Yeah, don't spend them all in one place, chat. But today is weird. Today is turning out to be a very unpredictable day in my mind, Chan. We're seeing some upsets, quite a lot of upsets.
Ooh,
Oh,
Ancient
yeah,
Heat
absolutely.
build. I love that.
I mean,
yeah, it's
I can't believe the outcome of this series. I really thought it was going to be a welcome to the Jung versus Gators back upper bracket series that we'd see in the third game in North America, but we're seeing F tier now face Gators back. So yeah, I mean, this is the beauty, right, of WoW Arena, and you know, seeing F tier overcome and adapt and take down a team like this. They've got to feel good about this, and I'm sure they're super stoked. I don't think any of them have been to a LAN before, so they're pushing for it. If they make it to BlizzCon, that would be absolutely huge for them. And it doesn't seem like the pressure really gets to them. They're playing very well.
Yeah, they certainly are. We can take a look at the bracket right now. As Chan just mentioned, Gators back versus F tier in the semifinals. Winner of that one, guaranteed spot to BlizzCon. Dire Wolves versus Welcome to the Jung in the lower bracket right now. The loser of that one is out. So either Dire Wolves or Welcome to the Jung, for sure, not going to get a chance to go to BlizzCon. We remember that the top two placements for EU and NA both go to BlizzCon. Third place for NA, third place for EU, battle it out in the cross-region tournament, and the winner of that one goes to BlizzCon. So I know we've really stressed it today, but we just remember how much these players are playing for, how much pressure is on the line for these guys, because it's been an incredible day so far, and I cannot wait to see the next series that we will be having, because I mean, I don't know. Looking at the beginning of the day, D-Machine, I feel like, sorry, my dog is being a little bit distracting. Okay, we're gonna put him down. I feel like if we looked at the beginning of the day for North America here, you know, Welcome to the Jung, they're kind of always the team to beat. The question for this region, like who is gonna take them down? They have led before, they just led right now. If you had looked at the pool of teams, would you have predicted this team to be the one that sends them down?
No, no offense to me, big fan, but Welcome to the Jungle just seemed like the things that they were able to show us throughout the cups. They've always seemed to be able to change their classes and play at the highest level every single time. They've always had an answer, not only, you know, out of just playing out of their minds with like really good mechanics and really good team synergy, but also when it comes to like team compositions and preemptive like preparation even. You know, it is an incredibly surprising thing to see for Welcome to the Jung. But F tier, they are constantly improving. They're constantly getting better, and I've watched a few of their streams as they prepared for this, and they're taking it very seriously. And I think you can see that in their performance. And I think everyone on the desk and everyone in chat are going to be looking at this team a little bit differently moving on. It is something that I think they should be proud of here in the AWC finals for North America and Europe. It's a big deal. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of pressure on the line right now, not just for the qualification to California, but also for huge amounts of money. I mean, 120K for the current tournament you're watching right now, and 300K for BlizzCon. And with that being said, if you even qualify to BlizzCon, it's 30K guaranteed. So it's a lot. It's a lot to have to juggle in your mental, and F-Tier's doing a phenomenal job so far. And now, looking forward into the next match, I see on the schedule here, up next is Gators back, or I'm sorry, up next is that correct? Yeah, Gators back versus F tier. So F tier, we're gonna actually see them again today, and going up against Welcome to the Jungle. and then immediately after Welcome to the Jungle going up against Gators back, you could not be tested more than this.
Most definitely. All right, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, Gators back versus F tier, the last series of the day. Cannot wait. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Last series of the day here. It is Gators back versus F tier. And we just saw F tier have a tremendous series against Welcome to the Jung, and now they're up against Gators back. And the stakes are a little bit higher than Rookie in this series here.
I mean, there's a lot on the line. First of all, you're getting to the finals for this weekend, but also you secure your position to BlizzCon. We saw Echo do it earlier today in Europe, and one of these two teams are about to be very excited, very happy, because that's a huge stress relief. Like, obviously, you want to win this tournament, but getting to BlizzCon, I think, is the ultimate goal for all of these teams. And if you can get that done right here, right now, you are going to sleep easy tonight. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you certainly are. You kind of get it out of the way. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the weekend, because that has been the thing that I'm sure that's been on everybody's mind since the beginning of midnight, Super Tees. But let's talk about these two teams and kind of how this series is going to play out. I wonder also if Gators back didn't expect them to be here, F tier, and was maybe more preparing for Welcome to the Jung. What do you think?
I mean, F tier have been practicing a lot on the ladder. Meep was tweeting out, boasting about being the #1 team and putting in the hours and the grind, and I feel like that paid off here against Welcome to the Jung. So they've got to give respect to the Feral Elemental Shaman. What I was surprised, though, is that Jung didn't play Ret Warrior. In the past, they'd play cleave comps into the Feral Elemental as kind of like the counter to that, and they didn't. So I don't know if there's been some war games that are showing that that doesn't work anymore, because the cleave composition on paper had been the answer that they'd utilized in the past, and they just didn't. They just played Rogue Mage Mistweaver the entire time. Gators back is a team that, they might play the Druid version instead, and the Druid might be better at shutting down something like the Feral Druid. So Gators back, I think, are slightly different than that of Welcome to the Jung. If they go the Rogue Mage route, they might have something entirely different, something maybe with a Warrior potentially, because that, I think, is going to give F tier the most amount of challenge. But look at the respect that F tier have commanded now from the chat. Like last series, it was nothing. Nobody was betting on F tier, and now... I mean, Gators back are the #1 team in the region. They looked really good against Sea-Doo. 34% are betting against that now.
Yeah, I would have thought there'd be more people for Fs here in this one, just given how they just played. But Gators back still holding strong in the terms of predictions, 65%. All right, Ven, you want to start us off?
I do. I feel like F tier, they're definitely slept on. Like their Elemental Shaman Feral Druid, I think, is really good into mages. I mean, obviously, Welcome to the Jung didn't have an answer, and because of that, I'm going with Gators for this one. I think they're currently the best team. Sorry, that was a little tricky, but yeah, I'm gonna go 3-2 in favor of Gators. I think it's gonna be close. I kind of actually feel like Gators is gonna lose the blind pick, but they'll somehow battle it back. That's my prediction.
Okay. All right. Super Tees, you look deep in thought.
I don't know what to pick
What say
anymore.
you?
I don't know what to pick anymore.
After Ven's prediction, or just like in general?
Just in general. I feel like I don't know what to expect 100% from Gators back is the only thing, and I don't know how the Druid version's going to play out. I'm trying to visualize it. Queen's Gambit it in my mind right now with the Resto Druid. I'm running through a 10-minute dampener right now to try and see what happens. I feel like F tier are playing so good, though. Dallas in particular on the Feral Druid. I'm gambling it again. F tier, I think, win this. I think they win it 3-2.
3-2. I think I'm gonna go 3-2 Gators back. I think F tier had a really good series, but I don't know. I feel like I'm just swinging in the dark at this point. This gets really hard to predict. I feel like the further into a bracket we get, but we'll see. Let's also see what everybody else predicted. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I want to see what Chanimal says, because I was listening. He said I was trolling with my last prediction. He said,
No.
We were
Rude.
both trolling.
I was not trolling. Okay, that was a very legit. Okay, the E-Machine is now a believer. He's switching it. Chan going the same direction as me. I don't know what it is about Gators right now. I just feel like they're so... I mean, both these teams, though. I feel like both these teams are just so hungry for a win. Like the amount that they practice and play and how seriously they take it. It's like they're both putting it all on the line. So this is probably going to be one of the highest stakes. Oh, for sure, one of the highest stakes series of the day. But yeah, these two teams definitely are going to be putting in their best effort for this one.
Do we feel like F tier has improved more over the course of the season versus Gators back? I feel like Gators back has kind of been consistent this whole time. It seems like F tier really stepped up this season.
I'm just trying to look at the scores that we have for other teams here. So Gators back won 2 cups and came second in the first. That's pretty consistent. Whereas F tier didn't even get top 4 in Cup 1 or 2, and they only got 3rd in Cup 3. So for sure they had a slow start, and they've been ramping into this season.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they're going to have to ramp into this series because they just came off a huge win, and now they're against another big team. Gators back. Game number 1 starting now. This is for BlizzCon qualification.
All right, here we go. Gates about to open. Gators back, locking in the Rogue Mage Druid F tier with their patented Elemental Shaman Pharaoh Druid. So we'll see if the Druid can be the difference, if it's going to be enough crowd control, if it has a longevity to keep Calvish alive in this matchup. It seems like Gators back really comfortable with Cubsy on the Druid, and you really can't blame them. He's just so good at that. Right now, Meep going in for a Paralyze. A big aggressive start here for the side of F tier, as already Gators back is falling behind.
Ironbark is active. Evasion is up for the Incarnation. Good exchange from Gators back initially. I think for me, the main objective that I'm looking from F tier is to just run Cubsy out of mana. I think the Druid will likely struggle against the Mistweaver in this type of matchup. It's a lot of area of effect damage, a lot of damage over time effects, so the rest of the Druid will have to maintain heal over time effects on multiple targets that will be taxing on mana. I mean, look at his mana already. He's already used, like, it's not even a minute into the game. He's like 20% through his mana bar.
With Innervate,
yeah, he Treeform Innervated and used every cooldown at the start to be as efficient as possible. He's lobbing in some Wraths now with Treeform, which will regenerate mana. He's got to be hyper careful. He's going for a blind, though. Dallas on the back foot. Gets a double incap roar and bear. He's trying to greed it out with the trinket on Meep, but they're not going to be able to. He trinkets the stun. He connects the Life Cocoon. That was a good setup, though, from Gators back. It's just Cubsy's mana. If F tier hold on, that's going to be their main. Oh, they're just killing Calvish out of nowhere. What is going on? And one paralyzed. Calvish almost gets chomped, and Cubsy saves him. I can't believe he held the block. It's BlizzCon on the line, and he holds the block.
And that pays off for him. Reads the situation well enough, but those kind of plays can definitely look bad if they don't pay off. So needs to be very careful. Right now, Cubsy trying to take Sol out of the game. Clone comes in. NS Clone, do they have the damage? Beautiful leg sweep though by Meep before he goes into the Clone, getting the double stun, shutting down the damage. Now it's Calvish on the back foot once again.
He's drinking
in
cat.
Decent pressure here on Dallas, but these drinks from Cubsy. This is a nightmare situation. Cubsy is one of the best Druids at sneaking away and getting a drink. He finds it there, maybe with the Mass Invis from Calvish, and is able to recover a bunch of mana.
Yeah, they're going to have to abuse that tactic or Cubsy will lose on mana. But if they do get periodic drinks throughout this, then I think they might win in the late game. The pressure on the Feral and onto the LE does look quite massive. It will be difficult for Cubsy, though, because I believe the Trents are going to keep him in combat. So he's going to have to time his Mass Invis drink when the Trents fade, which is going to require a lot of coordination into the late game. Calvish getting blasted once again, trying to retreat behind the pillar. They blind the Ascendants here. So they're just fully committing to the dampening. Gators back. They're going to try and send their kidney shots and their goes, but they want to make sure they don't die to the Ascendants as well. They're keeping Dallas pinned in bear form and crowd controlling Sol, and they want to try and win on attrition, I think, is their main goal. But a big swap on Dazed. He greeds out the stun, and he survives. Cubsy's in tree again, reloading his heal over time effects. Likely going to spam some Wraths, going for a Cyclone as well, as Meep got intercepted in the middle of the map. He's going from a Ring of Frost to a Cyclone, and Sol falls behind, but he's got his guidance proc there. Or Guardian proc there to heal back up. They swap on Dallas. Life Cocoon from Meep. He's moving in towards Cubsy. Is he going to go for a crowd control? He's just staying in the middle of the map right now. Meep is pretty exposed. Going for a Manatee. He's caught a Frost Nova. Meep is still in the middle of the map. He's just going to tank a Polymorph. Assault pre-Astral Shifts, anticipating the stun, but I don't even think he's the target. It's Dallas who's the target. Now Meep is Cyclone, and I don't know why he was in the middle of the map, but they get a block regardless. Meep is just tanking crowd control while Dallas and Sol just get an ice block from Calvish. Meep is in a kidney shot, though. I think he regrets going in the middle of the map like that. He has just been crowd controlled for so long into another Cyclone. Finally, he's free for a couple seconds, I think, until he's off DR for Polymorph. Here comes a Bloodlust Incarnation. Those bleeds are going to be ticking rapidly from Dallas as he's looking to rip them apart. Meep is again in the middle of the map. We see an Earth Elemental stun on Cubsy, but Meep tanks a Polymorph. Calvish is still in trouble even despite it. I almost wonder if Meep is baiting, like, hey, crowd control me, play aggressive, and then if you're in the middle of the map, my team can actually win. If that's the logic there. Or he's spending a lot of time just in the middle of the map tanking crowd control like this Cyclone right here. Dallas is going to Bark Skin and Bear Form the stun. Might be the only reason he didn't have to trinket on this setup if he didn't get that Bear Form off. But it looks like he'll survive, and he's getting aggressive again. Wind Shear on Cubsy, and look at Cubsy's mana. I just feel like Meep just needs to be a bit careful with this crowd control that he's tanking, and they should win this later.
Yeah, Dallas looking like he will survive. And that's the thing. The Elemental Shaman and the Pharaoh Druid quite good at surviving against Rogue Mage. Sol, of course, has the Astral Shift, but not only that, a lot of passive damage reduction and that Nature's Guardian proc, like you kind of mentioned. Dallas as well. If he's in bear form, probably not going to die. If he can get the Frenzied Regen off, probably not going to die. Barkskin also quite strong. So F tier durable into the Rogue Mage. It makes sense why they're playing this composition. Mana could be a factor, but it's going to be up to Cubsy to actually drink. Yeah, Calvish getting hit really hard in that moment. Does get topped off, but still, look at Cubsy's mana. I don't know how much longer they can sustain this without drinks.
Ray of Frost, looks like they disrupt it. Saul has still got a couple of Lava Bursts in his pocket. He's got Stormkeeper available. Luckily, we want to load that as soon as possible. Defense is quite healthy on F tier's side as long as they make fair trades. Nice rake stun. This is the Stormkeeper Incarn. It's a big push on Calvish. Is he ready? Cubsy doesn't have Iron Bark. He blinks in the middle of the map. He's going to take a lot of Lightning Bolt. He tries to wrap around the next corner. Saul is chasing him down. He wind shears the Ring of Frost. He goes for a Polymorph, but it's going to break. Dazed is attacking it. Lava Bursts are incoming. Cubsy recovers once again, but it costs a tremendous amount of mana. He has Shadow Meld. He could set up a drink, but he's got to play around his Trents. He's got a Trent out right now, and it's going to keep him in combat. He's trying to Wrath for mana as well. He's been hard casting them occasionally, as well as tossing in these Star Surges. Calvish gets bounced off the pillar with the Ring of Peace. He's trying to get Calvish in the middle of the map for the Elemental Shaman to set up some massive Earth Shocks, but Saul is out of Maelstrom. Double leg sweep from Meep here, but he gets caught in a Ring of Frost. It does break prematurely, and Calvish is just getting destroyed. As long as F tier hold on to their defense here, I think they've actually got this in game one.
It's not looking bad. Gator's back. They need to find an opening, but where is the opening? Who can they go after? Saul takes a huge hit of damage, has to trade up the Astral Shift. Dallas getting low as well. It gets counterspelled, and all of a sudden, it is looking like a completely different game. Dallas and Saul are just dying. Meep is rotting down, but at the same time, Dazed is low. Cubsy, though, in tree form, should be able to easily keep them alive. The control is coming in. Meep right now goes into a full cycle, and he does have Trinket. Might have to trade. Saul's out of line of sight. Calvish is getting low. They swap on Dallas. This is a very difficult situation for F tier to navigate, but finally, Meep connects the heals. They use a lot to survive, but at least they're alive.
They're alive, but they used everything. Saul is in trouble here unless they can push Calvish back, and they're very close to doing it. Paralyzed on Cubsy. They cut through the barrier. Double leg sweep. He's locked down in position. Cubsy's trying to help. It's going to cost so much mana, but he gets a Cyclone on Meep. They're trying to win the game. Star Surge incoming on Saul. He's trying to get behind the pillar with Meep so they can avoid the counterspell. They swap on Dallas. Cubsy gets the stun for Calvish. Will Dallas fall right here? Meep rolls forward to assist Dallas. He's trying to get him to push forward to finish this match, and Cubsy is playing with a sliver of mana, but he's actually pretty close to evening out with Meep. Ring of Frost. Meep runs into the Ring of Frost. He's going to tank the crowd control. It's fortunately when Calvish isn't a stun, so it's going to be okay to tank through that. Now in double incap roar, Calvish is isolated once again into the paralyzed, but they're unable to connect anything, unfortunately, from the Feral Druid. Glacial Spike gets line of sighted. Calvish fakes an interrupt, goes for another Glacial. He's just Ice Lancing at the moment. Dazed is rooted behind the pillar. I think he wants to go for a resale possibly. He's killing the totems off, trying to push forward with the Frozen Orb. Meep's team is hiding, but the Nature Swiftness Cyclone and Cubsy is there, dunking damage in on Dallas, and Gator's back with a huge bite in game number one.
I was wrong. They won the blind pick as well. I mean, Gator's back. It was looking pretty sketchy at times in that game, but eventually, as dampening gets higher and higher, it seemed like Meep was just losing control of the match. It was much more difficult for him to kind of sustain his healing through the pressure of what Gator's back was bringing. And they take game number one looking good, but that was an extremely close game. And it definitely feels like F tier has win conditions in this matchup.
I mean, definitely win conditions, but I don't know. Cubsy, like, they actually even the mana out, which was surprising here. I just feel like Meep tanked. Some of the tank was kind of good. Like, if Calvish is in a stun, it's actually good to just run in the ring. Like, oh, the mage can't attack, tank the CC. But I feel like he got caught by a lot. I mean, maybe he's just accepting it because his Nature Swiftness anyways. It just felt like he was tanking a lot of crowd control. He's a monk in a matchup against Rogue Mage Druid, so it's pretty tough to avoid all of it. But this is just a really good setup. Just Nature Swiftness clone, Kidney Shot. Cubsy's there's the Incap Roar Saul if he tries to help, and he's adding damage as well during that period of time. So they understood they're going to need some dampening. There's a lot of healing effects on the Feral and the Elemental Shaman between the two of them. So knowing and respecting F tier, playing it into dampening, maintaining mana, and then when they have that opportunity with no trinkets, they immediately pounce on it, which sometimes teams, when they're playing for dampening, they don't know when to commit. And so they just end up never committing, and then they just lose, or they commit at the wrong time and then they lose. But this was a great commit from Cubsy and his team in this position. He had more than enough follow-up to chain that crowd control even longer at that point in time. F tier not out of it, but I think it's just a matter of positioning a bit better. And I think maps might help out as well. I think those small maps, getting them on the mage, is going to be very important for F tier.
Yeah, I think so too. So series certainly not over yet, and that went deep into dampening, and that's when the game gets really, really sketchy for both teams. I know both teams have options, but it really feels like F tier is favoring this Elemental Shaman, Pharaoh Druid into these mage-based compositions, but Calvish kind of risky. I think he was actually playing Shimmer in that game as well. Let me just double check that. But yeah, playing the Shimmer. So not afraid. It's very standard for mages. You ever fight a rogue, you ever fight a feral, you're just going to be playing Blink. You get out of the stuns, but you can't make the same level of plays. You can't Shimmer behind a pillar with your Ray of Frost. You can't Shimmer in for polymorphs. And he's feeling confident with the Resto Druid of Cubsy backing him up. And if he could play aggressive, he could play in your face with the Shimmer. It seems like it's working out for them. So I do like to see Calvish play this very aggressive style of mage.
Well, I mean, there's also the other benefit of that. It kind of forces them to tunnel the mage, which sounds bad, but as a druid, you're actually happy if they tunnel a target.
Yeah.
So if Calvish is just tanking all the damage, and he gets the benefits of the heal over time effects, protecting him from purge, which could be dangerous with other healers. So I think it's a good strat. You play the Shimmer, you get crowd control on the Monk, which enables you to have a win condition, and then you get them to tunnel the mage, so you never have to worry about switching your hots. I think it's the best move that they could honestly make here. So maybe it's up to F tier to adapt and maybe accept that he's Shimmer and maybe go Cubsy more. I feel like they didn't really pressure him at all, and he was playing pretty close in a lot of scenarios here. So they might be baited from the Mistweaver matchup where you could run the Monk or the Mage down and purge him out. But with the Druid, I think switching to the Druid is going to be important with the way that they've set up their build. Gators back, just not backing down. They're going to be locking in the Outlaw Rogue, Frost Mage, and Restoration Druid. F tier are going to have to make their adaptations here. And I think it's a ride or die on Feral Ellie, I feel like, for them. I don't think the Warrior is going to be too helpful for them, unfortunately, with Laros. And they look so good on the Feral Ellie. They've got the damage there, right? Like, they're massively out-damaging them. So it just comes down to defensive rotations. There was that one big push towards the end where Gators back just got, like, every single cooldown from all three of them in one push. If they could hold on to, like, even 25% of the cooldowns during that time to survive the next one, then I think in the latest stages of dampening, F tier should be able to win. But in Dalaran Series, I don't know if Gators back will be as sturdy, as comfortable. It'll be easier to swap. I'm hoping that they pressure Cubsy more in the matchup.
Yeah, swap around on the Druid. It's kind of like it's almost like a basic strategy, but we talked about it. Calvish is going to punish them if they do that with the Shimmer. So I still think it's exactly what they need to do, and it kind of plays into the strengths of an Elemental Shaman and a Feral Druid as well. Every time you have Feral Frenzy, you can put out a bunch of bursts, and the Ellie Shaman kind of naturally cleaves everybody down. And there was some changes to Elemental Shaman. Their Ascendants got nerfed just a little bit, but all of their consistent damage got buffed. So you would feel like as dampening gets higher and higher, that pressure will really start to affect a Restoration Druid, but it's a double-edged sword, right? All of a sudden, your Nature's Guardian isn't as powerful. The Frenzied Regen of the Feral Druid isn't as powerful, and he's going to have to cast a lot more in order to keep his team alive. So I think these games will likely go long, but at the same time, they can end at any moment. So I just, if a team makes a mistake, the game could be over immediately, but these guys are playing so good that I expect these games to go the distance.
All right, BlizzCon on the line. One game is down. Gators back just need 2 more wins, the biggest series of their tournament lives. And the AWC has been around in a long time. It's guaranteed $30,000 if they manage to win this series, and even more if they win beyond that for the rest of this tournament and BlizzCon. So quite a lot on the line here. Pressure is at its all-time high. Double stun on Dazed and Calvish. Paralyze on Cubsy, trying to make the push. They're tunneling the Mage once again, but he's dropping a defensive Ring of Frost. That's going to clip 2 players. Calvish repositioning, goes for the Ray. He blinks away with the Shimmer to avoid the interrupt for a second, cancels it to go for the Polymorph, and then Shimmers back to the pillar to get a Polymorph onto Meep. He does get interrupted on his Glacial Spike, and they're trying to punish that Shimmer, but it might be playing into their hands because Cubsy can just keep full hots on the Mage throughout it. He double Shimmers back away with the team. Cubsy playing on the bottom, not wanting to walk into any crowd control. Saul being pressured by the Outlaw Rogue into the cheap shot. I think they want to swap on Dallas. Is he ready for it? He's reloading bleeds. He maim stuns Calvish. Tearing in. Dazed is not kidney shotting. Calvish is taking a brutal beating at the moment. Leg sweep on Cubsy. Finally, a kidney shot. They Ray, but they life cocoon in response. They break the life cocoon almost immediately. We're not even a minute into the game right now. I mean, if they can break a life cocoon like that before dampening, I mean, maybe F tier aren't guaranteed to win in dampening.
I think it's definitely not a guarantee. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, Dallas pushing forward, keeping the damage up onto Calvish, trying to keep him in stuns. But he's going to be okay. Just perfectly happy to stay out of line of sight of Saul, trying to just avoid as many purges as possible. Just build up his damage. Full stun here onto Meep, though. Meep might just die. Are you kidding me? This pressure is insane here from Daze. Basically just soloing Meep. He has to use a Restoral. He holds onto the Trinket, but what a close call. And I like the risky plays. At the same time, Calvish is forced into an ice block. I'm glad he didn't greet it in that moment. Definitely not the time to do so. And both teams are just going to be exchanging their cooldowns as they battle it back and forth. And they really keep the targeting guessing as well, which is something I like.
Cubsy's not giving them the option to target him. He's just playing a standard game of Resto Druid, playing far back from the pillar, letting his mage tank and maintaining his hots, using Star Surge and Wrath to manage his mana. They do get a polymorph, so he might make a push here. He gets a Cyclone on the Feral Druid. Does he have Nature Swiftness? He does. He could go for a clone on Meep here with it if he needs it. He clones Dallas again, and he goes for the NS clone. It's going to take Meep out of the fight, but Saul already has Astral Shift. He's going to be durable. They swap on Dallas. He responds too late. He bark skins at 10% health and almost goes down, but now they paralyze Cubsy. They set up the double leg sweep. They're trying to blast down Calvish. That's been the standard strat for F tier. It's just paralyze healer, leg sweep mage. And they try and repeat that over and over to try and get the ice blocks out of the way. And they haven't really shown any flexibility beyond that. Now we see a big setup on Dallas again. He has to Trinket. That Ray of Frost did a lot of damage. Meep is locked down and polymorphs into a blind. Meep wants to try and sit through this to not overlap too much, but Cubsy's moving in as well to get combo points, likely for a stun here, but now he's retreating away. Saul has Ascendance. This is where I want to see him go Resto Druid. Yes, beautiful swap on Cubsy. They get the bark skin, now get off of him, swap back to a different target. Whenever Cubsy moves in for clones, that's when I want to see them look to punish him. Otherwise, I think they're too predictable. The Paralyzed Druid go Mage, it seems a bit too predictable. They send it right now to try and force the block. If they can maintain that, the Paralyzed setup on Mage, but then also swap to the Druid, that's going to be the X factor that pushes them over the edge. Meep is in a Cyclone. Saul is low on health. It's game number 2, but Calvish is gambling it, trying to do damage while being low health at the same time. Ironbark is stabilizing him. Calvish recovers. Both sides exchanging. 3.5 minutes in, and mana is even.
Yeah, I mean, this is still anyone's game at this point on this map. Dalaran's Sewers. Calvish gets stunned up, low on health, paralyzed on Cubsy, and this is setup you kind of wanted to see. It's just a little predictable, like you mentioned. I mean, Calvish is going to immediately top off, pops the Ice Berry. He's going to be fine. Now Dallas and Saul are both under fire. Cubsy, though. Calvish, don't green it!
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me? 2 times in a row, just going down to 10% health. I mean, those are moments in the game that could just end. One extra crit, the game's over. All of a sudden, F tier ties up the series. So Gators back really needs to be careful. These ice blocks are just a little bit too close for comfort.
Where's the win con right now? Saul has no trinket, so if they can stun him without a pre-wall, that could be a decent target. Dallas still has Barkskin, though, and his trinket's going to be on 30, so Dallas will be a long time before they can take him out as a target. Meep has trinket, so it's unlikely that he's a great target, and he has Restoral, so they are going Saul. They know he's the most vulnerable, but they don't even get anything. And now, oh, but the NS clone on Meep's roll. Instant Nature Swiftness clone from Cubsy to stop him from getting crowd control. Now Meep is forced to retreat back to the pillar rather than engage in crowd control. Here comes the Stormkeeper. Double leg sweep, paralyzed. The classic setup. They're looking to push for the win. Cubsy trinkets to respond to it, and Iron barks. Dallas looks like he wants to go Cubsy, but Cubsy jumps off the side. He's not going to make himself a target. He's deliberately positioning so that they have to tunnel the mage. They have to tunnel his maximum heal over time effects, and he's repositioning now, getting the Wraths out as well, but as a polymorph onto Meep, Saul is going to trade Astral Shift to reduce damage on this incoming pressure. They Cyclone it and swap on Feral, taking advantage of the situation. Good reaction from Gators back. They're keeping up their momentum. Dallas is in trouble. Desperation in cap roar, just holding into bear form, trying to push towards Calvish. They can stun him down here out of line of sight. It'd be critical. Cubsy into a paralyze. Where's the stun? Calvish shimmers to the pillar with alter time. Can they purge it? Meep is chasing down Calvish, but he might walk into a crowd control if he's not careful. Meep needs to get out of there. He's walking into a spider's nest with Calvish and Cubsy. There's the Nature Swiftness clone. Dallas is in trouble. He has the trinket. He survival instincts, but that is a major exchange.
Oh, they're just tanking the frozen orb right now. Kidney shot onto Saul. Calvish in a maim stun. Can they get another ice block? They do. Calvish has no more ice blocks for about another minute and 15 seconds.
Got a hex.
And a hex on Cubsy, but it will be immediately decursed there by Calvish. So good heads up play by Calvish. He's not going to get stunned up. They can't cross the hex, but still great pressure from F tier. The small map paying dividends, and Calvish is extremely vulnerable in the situation.
Ooh, Ray of Frost. He didn't land the polymorph, though. That Ring of Peace bounced him, and he wasn't able to land it, so Meep is able to heal, and mana is still exactly dead even at this point. This is the adrenaline rush, though. Daze does a lot of damage during this window, and it looks like he's targeting Meat Monk. Is he ready for the swap kidney shot? Perhaps they're actually not going to go him. They're going Dallas. He's in bear form. Cyclone, Trinket, Life Cocoon, but we're into dampening, and they broke a Life Cocoon earlier. They might even swap on Meep. This is danger time for F tier. There's no medallions on all 3 players. They can't escape crowd control. And what is Rogue Mage known for? A lot of crowd control, but Calvish doesn't have an ice block for 20 seconds, so he's also vulnerable. He doesn't want to push. They're trying to turtle, but they stack up on the pillar into a triple leg sweep. The turtle is getting punished at the moment by F tier. They have to win in this window. They have 10 more seconds until Calvish has an ice block. 9 more seconds. Can they push him? over. 7 seconds at this point. They're so close to it, but the kidney shot intercepts Dallas. Ray of Frost is channeled, and Dallas is going to get clotheslined right before the finish line, and Gators back move to match point.
Wow. I mean, the way they were able to reverse that situation, I got to give a lot of respect to F tier. I love that they pushed and tried to actually close out the game, but you mentioned it right before that setup. It was two situations, right? The first situation is Calvish has no ice blocks. There's a window where you can actually win. The second situation is F tier doesn't have trinkets. You said it. One good setup, the game's over. So F tier, they risk it. They push in. They get the triple leg sweep, the ring of peace to get them off the pillar, but at that moment, Meep gets caught in crowd control, and they're able to just reverse the pressure and get a second win. It's got to be very frustrating for F tier.
It's always like this with Rogue Mage. It's like you try to push, you lose, and it felt
and if you don't push,
right?
you lose.
Like they got the earthquake down, they got the triple leg sweep. It's like this feels like the right time to do it, but they're just walking into a trap. He didn't even get the bear from because he was gouged. It's full blind gouge.
I mean, that was insane. Like, wait a minute, let's see that again. That they polymorphed Saul, so it was like kidney shot on Saul. He trinkets out. Okay, this is where we get the ice block. It's a little bit later than this. I want to see how this played out, because I think it was just a dragon's breath, and then Meep gets gouged at the same time they cross Saul. So all three members of the team just nailing their crowd control. A little bit unorthodox too. So it was a blind on Meep, dragon's breath on Saul. Everyone's getting crowd control. Drake is isolated, and then Daze does an incredible job. He moves over and gets the gouge out of the blind, so Calvish can just channel the Ray of Frost. I mean, that's definitely what you want to see. I think Cubsy actually had a roar out of that too. So Gators back, they are a serious team. Their crowd control is locked in. They know how to play WoW. They definitely know WoW Arena. It's a science to these guys.
It just feels like they're so close, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe you should change comp. But it's like,
to what?
To what? Like you play Feral Enhance, maybe?
I think Ellie's just better than Enhance and Rogue Mage,
really?
I think. Yeah, I think so. Maybe not. I can't help but feel like if Saul is playing Ellie, he thinks it's better. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like Saul is the enhancement shaman guy. So if he's not playing Enhance, I feel like
maybe the Druid would be more afraid, but at the same, I guess Daze would just shut him down. But at the same time, the Outlaw Rogue might run out of stuns at a certain point if he's going Feral Druid, especially.
Dismantle though. It's like if you're an enhancement shaman, there's like three things you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight a warrior. You don't want to fight a rogue. You don't want to fight a Windwalker monk, because every single time you Doom wins, it's dismantle, it's disarm, it's grapple weapon. So if he's an LD shaman, it's like he pretty much brings all the same stuff, except he can't be disarmed, which I think is really nice.
Cage of Carnage trying to take advantage of the knockbacks on this one. It's a small map and Thunderstorm Typhoon advantage and Ring of Peace. So I think this is an interesting pick from F tier. This used to be the map that Dobob would select to be able to take out Echo. So F tier are trying to channel the spirits of the European team Dobob here with this map selection to be able to pull off the win. BlizzCon's on the line. You're facing the #1 seed of North America that's absolutely on fire with Calvish, Cubsy, and Dazed. And WizKid just lurking in the wings if the meta ever shifts. It needs a caster like a Shadow Priest or a Warlock. He is ready to go. But now it's like this is... I don't like... Down 2 games right now. $30,000. You just need to win 3 games. Just 3 games of Arena plus $30,000. Plus a seat at BlizzCon, plus a chance at the Grand Finals to earn more money and more money at BlizzCon. So it's like 30,000 minimum. I mean, bro, just 3 wins. Just 3. You just have to win 3 arena games. That's all.
No big deal. No big deal at all. Here we go. Got 7 seconds on potentially the final game of today, unless F tier can bring it back and start the reverse sweep here against Gators Back. But Gators Back is not making it easy. And these games, even though the games are close, they just somehow find that win in the final moment and are able to take down F tier. So frustrating games for F tier, but this is where champions are made, and this is the kind of adversity they're gonna have to get used to facing if they want to win BlizzCon. They're
just targeting Cubsy instantly. This would be a much easier map to attack him, actually. If they stack on the pillar, they get triple leg sweep. Dallas, a Ray of Frost already channeled. Meep caught in a Ring of Frost into a cycle. He's just dead in the opener. Are they going to BlizzCon already? Dallas in bear form, praying that he doesn't fall right now. He knocks Daze back, but he's able to reconnect with the grapple, and they hold on by a thread, but that is so... It looks so shaky. F tier are playing recklessly right now. They're just training Cubsy. They're throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah, I mean, it looks crazy unless it works. So we'll see what happens. Cubsy seems unafraid, just going for a Feral Frenzy of his own, trying to get the damage rolling. He's in tree form right now. He's got Innervate, lots of heals available, but Dallas is he's just going after Cubsy. Exactly like you said, F tier, they are not afraid. They're going to be pressuring Cubsy as much as possible, and that allows him to naturally cleave as well. So they should have pressure on all 3 targets, but it is very dangerous to just be constantly crossing the map to go after the Druid.
And Kalvish is open to drop crowd control. But Meep ports out of the Ring of Frost on top of Cubsy for the follow-up leg sweep. Beautiful positioning from Meep right now. Almost winning the game right there with that clutch, but not enough. And Cubsy is trying to retreat. Dallas caught in a kidney tray. Barskin overlapped with Life Cocoon. They did not need that. Now they're getting cycloned. They're throwing caution to the wind, and I feel like they're making a couple of mistakes while they're pushing forward with this strategy, but it seems like I feel like you're going to have to attack Cubsy. There's no way you can just ignore him, but they're really trying to force it. Dallas is taking a lot of damage, and they overlapped earlier. Dragon's Breath, Cyclone attempt, Polymorph secured. They're going on Cubsy anyways. Incarnation is up. Is Cubsy ready for it? He Iron Parks it. They could swap back on Kalvish. He pops the Ice Barrier. Maybe he gets purged on it. Big Lava Burst incoming. Dallas Bear forms the stun. Kalvish is falling behind to the pressure of Saul. He's loaded the Stormkeeper. He's ripping some lightning. They knock Cubsy off the side with the Ring of Peace. Perhaps they could swap to Cubsy on the downstairs portion of the map here. Saul and Meep are trying to go after him. Dallas is just in bear form tanking aggro, but a Ray of Frost is fully channeled. He wind shears it. Dallas ducks over to Cubsy, but he can't get out of bear form. Meep's in a polymorph. It's match point still for F tier. They're playing so recklessly on match point. $30,000 on the line. BlizzCon qualifications on the line. Will their recklessness pay off?
We'll have to wait and see. A stun now onto Daze, but Kalvish is now under fire. Looks like Cubsy once again is getting completely swarmed by the enemies of F tier. Mamestum comes in, but beautiful Typhoon slows them down. Here comes the leg sweep. Cubsy commits the bark skin, and sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and it does feel like F tier, they're not under as much pressure by just really pushing the pace here onto Cubsy. However, Kalvish looking for a Ring of Frost, unfortunately misses it. Not able to get the polymorph. A bit of a misplay there by Kalvish.
He's knocked behind the pillar.
Going to be happy about that one.
They have a stun. He shimmers. Oh, he gets the sheep. Saul is in trouble. Is he going to pop the Astral Shift in time? He does. And the Guardian will trigger to heal himself a lot. So Saul is the target. He's loaded the Stormkeeper. They're swapping on Cubsy again. They blind Dallas. He doesn't want to trinket aggressively. He's not going full Zug right now. Otherwise, trinketing that blind could have been dangerous. They force the Iron Bark regardless. They swap back on Kalvish. But now a Cyclone on Meep. Saul is forced to burrow. Dallas is rotting down. It's so much pressure. He Barskins at 10%. He's caught in cap form in the kidney shot. Saul is blasting damage, trying to force them off of Dallas, and he has managed to force them to retreat to the pillar. They're trying to push forward. They're trying to get on Cubs. There's a win condition. There's no Barskin for 5 seconds. Can they actually connect and get that damage out with the Incarnation? 2 seconds away from it. Dallas can't get there for the stun. He's snared up. They get the leg sweep. Dallas is moving in, but Cubsy has Barskin. I don't think he's going to die through it. Kalvish is faking interrupts. He's spam casting at the moment with a Ray of Frost onto Dallas, but Kalvish is taking some hits here as well. If Dallas can maybe get a Cyclone, he stuns up Dazed. He's trying to get back onto Cubsy. They are ahead on mana. If they can hold this together, they have 3 medallions, but not a lot of damage reduction. Meep is the one who needs to clutch it out here. He's caught in a Cyclone, has Life Cocoon available. Dallas is in bear form, hugging at the pillar, line of setting Kalvish. Kalvish is moving back with his team, but he's taking a lot of damage. He's got to be careful. He could still go down with no block if he's not careful. It's a lot of damage here. Saul is loaded up. Lots of Maelstrom. Dallas is swapping to Cubsy again, trying to keep up their momentum. They have to play risky. There is no reward with no risk. But Dallas is stunned up behind the pillar by Cubsy. Cubsy's retreating away, kiting and navigating the map like an expert here, not falling over too easily as Dallas is making his move. He gets a stun, but Cubsy bear forms it. Now Dallas is stuck on the opposite side of the map. He's into bear form, trying to tank damage while Meep is in crowd control. He stuns Dazed. He runs behind the pillar. He goes for a Cyclone, but Kalvish blink counterspells him, and now Meep's in a polymorph, and Dallas is in trouble on match point. He's got to be careful. He's out of line of sight, and Meep can't help him. Meep can't help him. He's out of line of sight. He needs to get in his line of sight right now. Double incap. Meep rolls forward, and somehow doesn't Life Cocoon. I cannot believe he didn't Life Cocoon. I thought for sure he was going to die out of line of sight. They stay alive. Another push. Lightning bolts lobbed in onto Cubsy. Dallas is trying to get bleeds back up. He's got his Trinket Survival Instincts. Here comes the Incarn. They actually get an ice block. They swap off. Cubsy overlap. They're trying to punish. Can they blast Cubsy? They knock him off the side of the map with the Ring of Peace. He's repositioning. He's recovered. Saul got blinded on his Trinket on Ascendance, and Dazed is just, he knows exactly what to do with that blind. He's not committing it aggressively. Another
Dallas.
Cyclone on Meep. Will Dallas be able to hold on? Survival Instincts reducing damage. Kalvish is taking some hits. He might be on hypothermia. This could be their chance. This is the closest they've come so far.
Oh, F tier needs to stay alive. Can they take down Kalvish? BlizzCon on the line here for Gators back if they can win this game. F tier looking to stay alive in the upper bracket, but can they do it? That is the question. Ring of Frost lands onto Meep. Dallas is low, but Cubsy's almost completely tapped on mana.
Ray.
Here comes the damage, but an immediate life cocoon. Meep is not messing around, makes the trade, and allows his team to continue to play aggressive, but there's just no pressure on Gator's back right now, and Dallas is flailing to survive.
He's just a bear. He can't get any bleeds going in cat form when he's pinned in bear form like this. Ring of Peace locks Calvish behind the pillar. Maybe they can take him out or get his block here. He's really risking it. He's line of sighting Cubsy at the moment. He trinkets to try and get back in line of sight. He's getting brutalized. There's no Iron Bark for him. Will Cubsy be able to hold on? Double leg sweep from Meep. Meep is rolling in. He gets a paralyze on the healer. Can they clutch it out? It doesn't look like it. Cubsy's able to recover Calvish, and now they're trying to get it onto Cubsy, but Dallas is forced into bear form. No trinket. He has Barkskin, though. They could swap on Saul. They make the swap. Is he going to die through Astral Shift? It's deep into dampening. Can Saul hold on? They're double killing them at the moment, and Gators back are just seconds away from going to BlizzCon. Meep trinkets in defiance. He's stunned on his trinket, and he's holding on. Oh my god, this is thin ice right now. Dallas is getting bursted. He's got Barkskin. He's trying to greet it. He's into the stun. He's forced to trade it. He's stunned out of form. Ray of Frost. Calvish fakes a kick. So much damage from Calvish. Saul likely going to have to burrow. They swap to Cubsy. They're throwing everything that they've got at Cubsy, but their healer's in a polymorph. Can they actually do it? Can they take out Cubsy with basically nothing left? Saul just seconds away from death. He burrows at 40%. They're trying to hold down the gas pedal. It's do or die for F tier. Can they stay on target?
Anyone can fall. Cubsy's low. Can he handle the pressure? Dampening is high. F-tier stays alive. They drop Cubsy. This is not over yet. And F-tier, they throw caution to the wind. Like you said, they play very aggressive onto the Restoration Druid. And this game looked a lot better. I mean, I feel like in game number 1, game number 2, it was just all about Calvish. And Calvish was playing so defensive, so safe. They couldn't make anything happen. But F-tier this time, they were not afraid. And that's a huge statement to me, because you really have everything on the line right now. You got the finals coming up tomorrow, but also your ticket to BlizzCon, and they still are playing with confidence.
Okay, risking the biscuit here. Everything on the line. They put a point on the board. Cubsy can bleed. Gators back can lose. There is possibilities for F tier. A decently newly formed roster. I feel like Dallas and Meep, newcomers to this roster. Laros and Saul have been playing together for some time, but picking up Meep and Dallas, they've been grinding on the ladder for so long. I remember when they were the last place gauntlet team, and they had their Cinderella run to get into the top 4 and then just fell short. And now they're taking out Welcome to the JUNG. Now they're winning games against Gators back. They have advanced as a team, evolved as a team. They just need to win 2 more maps, but it's going to be the big ones, Ven. It's going to be the big maps, and look how tight it was on this map.
Also, like, Gators back doesn't have to play this. They've got options, so I don't know if this is something that they're going to stick with, if they decide to change up their composition, but I feel like that's one of the reasons why Gators back is so lethal. But we have to keep in mind, F tier, they had so many close calls. Like, there was multiple moments in this game where Dallas and Saul lived at like 5% health. Meep's barely keeping them alive. And ultimately, I mean, this was the closest call of all. I think the blind comes in, Meep trinkets out, manages to land a little bit of a heal there on Saul, keep him alive. And at that point, F tier recovers and they can make this final push for the win. But the series is far from over, and for F tier to win this, they're gonna have to reverse sweep. So now is when the real challenge comes, because like you said, we get to go to the map pick of Gators back, as well as whatever composition they feel like could be best, and it might not be the Rogue Mage Druid.
F tier, doing it the NA way, full Zug, target healer, go. Throw everything, caution to the wind, throw everything aside, but it is Empyrean Domain. Look how much open space there is for Calvish to free cast Ray of Frost and free cast Polymorph, and poor little Meep is just stuck in the middle of the map. This is the hardest map for F tier in the pool, the hardest matchup for them, I think, in the series. If they can win here, they can go to BlizzCon. If they don't, they better hope they do tomorrow. Because, yeah, that's their last chance tomorrow. But Gators back just need 1 win. They've set up all of the advantages. They've seen what F tier are capable of with their all-ins, and they know exactly how to thwart it here with this selection. And this is it for F tier, man. This is it. If they can somehow beat Welcome to the JUNG, somehow reverse sweep Gators back in North America as Feral Elemental, nobody else plays this. Everybody else has moved on to Rogue Mage. It would be a massive statement for them, as they've been grinding on the ladder for so long. They've got some of the youngest players in the competition. I think Meep is like only 18 years old. So new blood coming into the scene here, trying to make their debut, trying to get to BlizzCon. 2 more wins, $30,000 minimum on the line if you win this series, even more beyond that if you do manage to win. Like this is a big deal for them right here. So if you're a fan of either team, they need your energy right here, right now. The gates are open. There's no going back.
No turning around at this point. And I feel like for F tier, it does seem like an uphill battle, but if they win this and they take away the biggest map and they prove that they can win this matchup consistently, it's going to be really difficult for Gators back.
Oh, so, they're just going. They're just ripping.
Yeah, really aggressive strategy onto Cubsy once again. Pop a lot of offensive cooldowns. It looks like Cubsy's going to be able to shrug that off with the Bark Skin, but once again, F tier playing with confidence, and I do think just going after the Druid is going to enable them to get the most pressure in this match.
He pins Calvish against the wall. Not enough to finish him. He's going to reposition, hugging the pillar. Look at this damage from F tier. This is an entirely different team. Backs against the wall. They're cornered. They have to pull off a win 3 in a row, and they just come back swinging it. But Cubsy, look at how elusive he is, just playing on the corner of the map, line of sighting, making sure he's not an easy target, still poking around the pillar, but they're dogpiling on top of him. They get the leg sweep, and look at that damage on Cubsy. I think he pre-Iron Barked, though. So he anticipated that. He baited them. He ran in the middle of the map and said, hit me, and Iron Barked himself right before the hit came in to stop all the damage. But now there's no Iron Bark for Calvish. They switch their attention to Calvish, and they might get his Ice Block. He wraps around the corner. Dallas into a Cyclone. Cubsy repositioning, trying to buy time for his Bark Skin. It's 5 seconds away. Dallas wants to go in that window, but Cubsy's a bear, knocking him away, and he's not able to connect. Saul is launching lightning at Cubsy to try and bait something, but Saul is in the middle of the map by himself right now, and Dazed is tearing him up. Dallas is still going for the kill on Cubsy. He's just one-on-one Druid at the pillar here. Cubsy wild charges to Calvish across the map, and now Dallas is forced into bear form. But the kidney shot was already committed, so he doesn't have to worry unless there's a vanish, which there isn't. There's no stun, but a Ray of Frost around the corner does devastating amounts of damage, and they're trying to be greedy and sit through the crowd control. They managed to greed it out, and they're trying to get their bleeds up on Calvish and trying to push towards Cubsy, but just look how far away he is. This map is going to pay off for him so much, but they're adapting. They need to attack Dazed and Calvish a little bit more, I think, if Cubsy is playing like this.
Cubsy's doing an excellent job just running across the map. One thing I like that Saul's doing is landing the hexes onto Calvish, which forces Cubsy to dispel Flame Shock, which is huge burst. Ooh, Dallas getting low. Uh-oh, Gators back. They're striking back. Saul might fall.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a cooldown overlap here. Dallas is still low on health, and he is forced into bear form. Meat Monk is really struggling to keep his team alive. Beautiful interrupt there by Dallas. That should shut it down and allow F tier to recover.
This is it. This is where F tier need to adapt right here. Send the paralyzed stun go on Calvish, and then also send the goes on Cubsy. If they can execute both of those strategies at the same time, they can win it. And that's what they're doing. They just did a paralyzed stun setup. Now they're making a swap, but here's a smoke bomb. Dallas sits through it without trinketing. That's going to put them back in the game. If he had to trinket there, it could have been very scary in the future. But now they're trying to get aggressive. Now they should do the setup on Calvish. Get the paralyze on Cubsy, go Calvish. And then if he survives, swap to Cubsy. But they're trying to go Cubsy first when he doesn't have Bark Skin. Saul can't get there. He's trying to hex the mage, trying to take him out of the game. They get the double leg sweep. Where's the maim? No, Dallas gets cloned. Cubsy gets a Cyclone on him right. Oh no, what is that damage on Calvish? Insane burst coming out from Saul right now. Critically low. He blinks back to the pillar. Line of sight, Saul's in a kidney shot. Calvish Glacial Spikes while he's able to avoid. Ray of Frost as well. Meep looks like, oh, and a full blind. There's no way he's sitting that. There's no way. He's trying to greet it. He's trying to greet it. It's a full polymorph. Is he going to be able to get away with this? Saul is so low on match point. He burrows. Dallas could be a target. Daze knows that. He in-cap roars him away. He's trying to rebuff the Mark of the Wild here to make sure he gets that. Oh, he Shadow Meld Restel stuns him with the Incarn, but then he's caught by a stun by Cubsy. Meep has Life Cocoon. It's 10 seconds away. Dallas has Bark Skin, but it's Incarn. He wants to get aggressive, but he gets cloned. Cubsy's reallocating his Nature Swiftness to clone the Feral Druid. That's a big adaptation from Cubsy. It's taking a lot of the damage, a lot of the wind out of their sails in this game.
Yeah, it's still a very back and forth game at this point, but Gators back seem to be recovered. Big damage on Dallas. Polymorph on Meep. Can Meep recover? We saw many close calls in the last game, but that can just end up being a loss instead.
Triple stun from Meep!
Sweep. Calvish might die. Goes into the ice block. Beautiful Ring of Peace. I love the way Meep is playing this. Just so aggressive, enabling his team, and that's the Meep you want to see in your game. You could just push in, add on the damage, get the crowd control, and really keep your team alive.
Nice wind shear.
Immediate wind shear there on the Ray of Frost. Calvish getting basically no value. And look at mana. Cubsy's falling behind once again, but
the counter
he gets counterspelled. Oh no! The counterspell's disastrous! Whoa. Gators back looking to capitalize. Can they do it? Dallas somehow stays alive, but what a close call.
He has survival instincts. He can reduce it. Oh, Cubsy's getting blasted by Saul. No way! They're actually going to pull it off just randomly out of nowhere. Double Ring of Frost. Dallas is isolated once again. They Cyclone him, though. They panicked. They overlapped everything on Saul, but I don't really blame them. Cubsy almost just exploded at that moment in time. Oh no, Dallas, he's got Incarn in 10 seconds. If they can hold on, he can do so much damage. Cubsy has no bark skin. They could get a nice block from Calvish if they make the swap. Dallas is charging in, trying to get bleeds up onto Calvish, trying to get to Cubsy. They're trying to move in for the win. Is Cubsy ready for it? He stampedes. Dazed could be a target. He's no trinket. They can swap Dazed. They can swap Dazed right now. He has no cooldowns. Do they see that opportunity? Cubsy trinkets to tree form. Just full respect from Cubsy. But F tier have a lot of options as long as they don't choke. He's bark skinning to go for the win. F tier are so close to doing it. They need to cleave Dazed at the same time though while they're doing this. Otherwise Cubsy's hots are going to be too effective. They trade out the Astral Shift. They are overlapping a lot. Meep has Cocoon. Saul's just dying. It's still match point. Cocoon comes in. Saul stays alive. I don't know if they can do this anymore. Can they do it? Paralyzed. They're trying to swap on Calvish, but they're losing momentum. They're not going to have a major cooldown for another minute. Can F tier hold on that long?
They got Restoral in 5 seconds. That is the last saving grace, and Calvish might have to go into the ice block here. Dazed and Calvish both rotting down low. Meep holds onto his trinket, so there are a few answers on the side of F tier if they can sustain this. Cubsy in bear form right now. Dallas is low on health. Survival Instincts is used as he wants to just stay on target and keep the pressure on Cubsy. They are going for the win. They want to tie up the series. They are not ready to go down to the lower bracket just yet, and Cubsy is going to hang on by a thread as he crosses the map once again, but Saul is now taking some damage.
Dallas has nothing. Saul is dying. This is going to be so tough for me, but Cubsy's out of mana. F tier are so close. They're so close. If they can hold on just a little bit longer, they have Ascendance. In 17 seconds, they're bloodlusting to lead into it, trying to bake cooldowns. Cubsy's completely out of mana. Just hold on a little bit longer, F tier, and you're going to go to a game 5 on the worst map imaginable. Cubsy goes in for an NS clone on the healer. That's a risky play from Cubsy. He might get punished for that. Calvish is dying. Smoke Bomb comes in. Barkskin is up. Will it be enough? No. Calvish is getting absolutely decimated by Saul. They have to kidney shot Saul. He's choosing not to trinket. Is that a mistake? It was the adrenaline rush. He sits through a kidney shot. He could have got so far ahead right there. Cubsy is panicking. He's in a stun behind the pillar. He trinkets. Meep is moving in. They in-cap Roar the Rogue. They're trying to go for the win. They get the leg sweep. Saul needs to get here. Lava Burst incoming. Here's the Ascendance. Saul needs to trinket during this window if he's going to connect any damage, but he just not. He's refusing to trinket. He doesn't want to commit. Meep is in the Ring of Frost. There's 0 mana on either side. Anybody can take it at this point. Dallas needs to get ready. No trinket. He gets an ice block. Cubsy is almost dead, but Saul, he's got to trade something. Just Astral Shift here, man. Meep is Zoom. He can't heal anymore. Star Surges are incoming. It's so dicey for F tier. They're just refusing to trade defense. I can't believe it. They go in for the Mame stun. Can they finish him? Daze is there. He kidney shots a Pharaoh. No damage found there. They try and swap on Calvish, but he's got another ice block. He's 1 second away from hypothermia. Ray of Frost gets channeled. They life cocoon it. They're trying to stay on target. Can they finish Calvish? He just came off hypo. He can ice block again, but Cubsy has 0 mana. He can't reload his hots. They might actually do this. I don't think Cubsy can heal him anymore. He's going to need Omen of Clarity procs. He's spamming Wrath to get mana back. He tops him somehow, but he walks into a triple stun from Meep. They blind him. No trinket. Saul walls immediately. This is why he was saving it. Was this critical moment to stay alive? How are they alive? There's no mana for so long on both sides. How are they alive? There's no blocks remaining. Both sides could lose a player at any moment. Fighting for BlizzCon. Dallas, Barkskin's at 30% health, and Meep just can't heal anymore. There's no mana left. Dallas will fall, and the Gators back are going to BlizzCon.
Are you kidding me? I mean, Saul and Meep are going to fight it out here till the bitter end, but that is done and dusted. Gators back. They do it. They earn their position at BlizzCon. An amazing series, but F tier, I mean, they are a real threat. These games are about as close as they could be. What an amazing series by both these teams.
Oh man, they just put everything on the line right there. Their worst map, they almost win it. If they had this strategy from the beginning of the series, though. If F tier just, I mean, it's probably good news for them though, because they got more opportunities in the lower bracket, so they've seen like if it's a Druid, what they need to do. Because they definitely could have won this series. I think they could have seriously won this series if they had found this like aggressive playstyle, this aggressive strat just a little bit earlier on. But Gators back, they're sitting comfortable in the Grand Finals here for North America. These teams are playing out of their minds. Just absolutely everything on the line. You could tell that they had just gone into the hyperbolic time chamber of grinding, and they've completely kind of like shifted the tier list of what teams are the best right now in North America. This is number 3 seed, making Gators back sweat a brutal series here, almost taking them to a game 5, even on their best map and their best pick with their best play. Absolutely crazy series. This is probably the best series of the day for anybody that's looking to watch something back here. And now it's making me, I want a rematch. I want the F tier Gators back rematch on Sunday.
I love that in these final moments, Cubsy just moves in, gets out the Feral Frenzy with the Heart of the Wild, like gets the Mame stun. It's like what else can you really do at this point? You're a druid, you've got no mana, you have slight pressure lead, and he is just willing to go into cat form and assist in the damage. And I think that's a big part of the reason why Dallas actually fell. A lot of damage coming in from Cubsy, the stuns. It's just great to see. But I mean, I really feel like all 6 players played out of their mind in this series. Like, this was a phenomenal match, like you said, potentially the best one so far we've seen. And yeah, just a big congratulations to Gators back. But I don't think F tier is out of this. They're going to the lower bracket, but they still have a great shot.
Yeah, we've got 3 teams down there in the lower bracket. We have Direwolves, welcome to the Jung, and F tier. None of those teams are going to make it easy. F tier waiting for an opponent from either Direwolves or welcome to the Jung. If you look at the bracket, and then we've got Gators back in the Grand Finals waiting for an opponent, having just qualified for BlizzCon. So I'm sure they've got a bit of a sigh of relief that they just did after winning that series. They've got a lot of that pressure of qualifying out of the way. Now they just kind of are competing for seeding at BlizzCon, because that is just as important. But I mean, those lower series, Supatis, Direwolves and welcome to the Jung, winner has to play F tier. What do you think about that?
I'm worried about Direwolves. I'm worried about
Yeah,
Direwolves.
I
I mean,
am
this
too.
is a team, BlizzCon champions, some of the biggest names in AWC history, right? Even just World of Warcraft PvP history on the Direwolves. And Welcome to the Jung has been an absolute monster for them anytime they face them. It's like the boogeyman for Direwolves. And they have to face them in the first round of the lower bracket. They were probably expecting Welcome to the Jung or to win that first round and be able to maybe skip past and maybe get like a top 3 and maybe get like a cross region qualifier maybe as their best result. But now they got to face their demons, and Welcome to the Jung, I'm sure, are heated up after that loss to F tier.
Could you imagine an AWC LAN without this roster, without Direwolves? When was the last time that happened? You have to,
Well, I mean, when was the last LAN?
yeah,
It's been a while.
yeah, or at least without Sidu. But definitely a lot of questions up in the air for both North America and EU. I mean, we have had an incredible day. If you miss EU, definitely go rewind in the VOD and take a look at that, because we had some amazing series over there as well. But overall, I cannot wait for tomorrow. But looking back, Ven, do you have a favorite series from today, a favorite moment?
Recency bias. It's got to be that last one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, that's fair.
there's been a lot of good series, though. I mean, I would say there was no bad series today, but I have to say that this last one was probably my favorite, just because of how close it was. And I think in North America, the teams are so evenly matched. It was great to see, as well as like the final series we saw in Europe, also with Echo winning. That was an incredible game too.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got cross region coming up as well, Supatis. We've got 2 teams, 1 from each region, that have already qualified for BlizzCon. So there's some possibilities of some cross region series that we might see. You want to not predict, but who would you want to see at cross region, regardless of where you think they'll actually place out of the 3 teams?
I
from each
mean,
region?
like
It's a runoff question.
Who
I'm
do you
sorry.
want to be
my
in third?
ideal NA
Kept adding
versus
details.
EU would probably be like Gators back versus Echo would be ideal. That's never going to happen.
They can't
It
happen.
can't
They
happen
both-
now.
it might-
That's the one I would
might-
want, but it can't happen. You just didn't ask me to predict, right? Like that's the one I would want, but it can't happen.
You're right. You're right.
I think
I mean, these are made up
another
rules. You can do
interesting
whatever
one
you
could
want.
be Lone Tar's team against Jung. I think that could be
Okay.
interesting.
All right. Ben?
I don't know. I feel like the thing about it's just so hard to say, because it's like, yeah, we're asking, who do I want to not make it into the finals,
Yeah, just don't think about that. Don't think about that.
Okay, I won't think about that, but I feel like F tier is one of those teams that if they were in the cross region, like they would be a bit of a surprise. What if we saw like Meep versus Bank?
Ooh, yeah.
That might be interesting too. The showdown between the 2 Mistweaver mains, like who truly is the best? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, there's been questions like that for years and years. Who's the best rogue? Who's the best Mistweaver? Who's the best warrior? And I feel like maybe at this at BlizzCon, at the cross region tournament, we may finally get those. I'm just setting up rivalries, future-proofing this. All right, well, here's the EU bracket. If you missed that, we're going to be seeing these series in the first half of today for Championship Sunday. The last one before we head into BlizzCon, we've got Echo up there in the finals, waiting for an opponent from the bottom 3 teams that we've got down there. Stop Nerfed Miss Weaver, the team that made it up from the Gauntlet, Supatis versus Guild Bean into Streamer Zone.
Yeah, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, Guild Bean. I feel like Guild Bean, their Windwalker comp looked pretty impressive for them, and I think Stop Nerf Mystery has struggled a bit with some of the comps also that Guild Bean have available, so that's a very interesting first round. And unfortunately for Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they came out of the gauntlet, and then look what they're in, another gauntlet. They have to go win a game after a game after a game against the upper tier teams. They're used to it.
Yeah. They've
like,
overcome that adversity already.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, and I think it was Zigu who said, like, you know, Zico, if you can't make it through any of these teams, Ziku, yeah, just combining words here. You don't deserve to be here. But we will see what they can do. Same story. Oh, it was you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
The mages. I just associate you guys with each other.
We're just all the same, huh?
You are, yeah. So caster class players are all the same to me. I don't know. Direwolves, welcome to the Jung. Definitely weird seeing welcome to the Jung down there in the lower bracket against what Direwolves, and the winner of that one will be moving up against F-Tier, who had an amazing day today. I mean, we were talking about it before their series, Ben, that this team has improved so much over the course of the season and even over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, Gators back. They got the best seat in the house, but also it's a sketchy situation, you know, like because there's a lot of good teams. I mean, honestly, even Gators back versus Direwolves, that was a pretty close series. I feel like Direwolves, we weren't exactly sure how they were going to look coming into the finals, but I think they had an amazing performance against Gators back. Welcome to the Jung, struggled a little bit against F-Tier, but once you saw F-Tier versus Gators back, it's like, okay, this kind of makes sense. You know, like F-Tier, they're absolutely owning this composition that they're bringing is strong. And I still think this is anyone's game. Like, even, you know, if Direwolves somehow managed to make it through Welcome to the Jung and F-Tier, like, they had some extremely close games against Gators back, and I think they could have made better picks as well. So still anyone's tournament.
Yeah, certainly is. Unfortunately, we're not going to be getting a North American interview from Gators back, but we do have a statement that will be coming in, and I can tell you guys what they said to pass along to the broadcast.
Statement, okay.
Yeah, statement. Yeah, they didn't want to do an interview, so they're sending us text messages, basically. But I'll get that for you guys as soon as we can. But in the meantime, those are going to be the series that we'll be playing tomorrow. Like I said, we will have EU in the beginning of the day and NA second half of the day. We will crown our champion for Season 1 Finals of Midnight. It's been a tremendous season so far, and I cannot wait to see how it concludes. But this is what Calvish says. We're all feeling good and super excited for BlizzCon. Happy to relax a bit, but still staying focused for tomorrow. And he also goes on to say, Feral Ellie is very rough, takes all the energy out of us. The last block I did, I wasn't expecting it at all, and my entire camera shaked reacting to the block, LOL, in all caps. So that is a statement from Calvish from Gators back after that series win, and congratulations to them and congrats to the rest of our team. And with that, I'm going to send us all home and we'll relax a little bit ourselves. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see everybody tomorrow for Championship Sunday, the last of the season, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you everyone so much, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.